Welcome back to Worlds 2022 live from the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden in New York City. Yesterday we kicked off the group stage with 6 incredible games, seeing regional gods rise to the challenge and clash in front of an incredible crowd. The arena today is filling up as we speak, and I'm joined by some new blood on the desk in Jat and Vedius to kick off day number 2. 6 more games of action coming your way. It's great to see a lot of the fan support in the crowd today. Had banger matches yesterday, and speaking of, there's no better place to start than in the standings. Let's see how things shook out on day number 1. We saw 3 groups do battle just yesterday. Of course, 2 wins apiece for each of the groups. It's Fnatic T1 up top Group A, Damwon Key and JDG taking it for Group B, and then Flying Oyster and Royal Never Give Up down there in Group D, picking up their first wins.
Yeah, gonna get to see our first look at Group C today, but I just gotta say, Dash, like, I'm so happy that League is back in New York.
Oh, okay.
Like, the last few times that I've been in New York for League, something magical has happened. Right? CLG versus TSM, one of the best NA finals we've ever had.
Yep, 2015.
SKT versus Rocks, possibly the best League of Legends series that has ever been.
2016 semifinal, amazing.
So, we're only a day in. I haven't been enthralled with the NA results so far. But I would say we have the potential for maybe the best group stage ever because we're in New York.
I was going to say, because originally you're like, I'm excited. I was like, what? After NA's day yesterday, 0-3? We had it all. We literally
Something great is going to happen.
We literally had the normal NA Worlds journey in over the course of a single day.
Yeah.
0-3,
yeah.
we got it all, right? We had a team that plays close against the top team, but still drops it. We have another team, our 1 seed kind of get dismantled a little bit. You know, it was just kind of all over the place, and yet it ended in the 0-3 heartbreak that NA is somewhat used to.
Well, look at the bright side. You've gotten it over with sooner rather than later, right?
That's the hope.
If you start from the bottom, the only way you can go is up, when you think about it, right? At the very bottom of the hole.
You could stay at the bottom.
Well, no, as they say, it can't get worse. Right? You're at 0-3. I mean, you can't have less than 0 wins, Dash. I'm confident, right? Right?
You can't have less than 0 wins. No one's arguing with you on that point, Vedius. Yeah. I love that you're the most positive right now, it seems, on the NA squad.
That's what I'm here for.
Coming into the day. All right, well, after their game versus Fnatic, Jensen shared some insight on the matchup and the road ahead in Group A. Take a look.
Hi, I'm Jensen. I play mid lane for Cloud9. I think our draft is very hard to execute once we fall behind. It also doesn't help that we pretty much have losing lanes everywhere, so we get outscaled and we can't play lane very well. We probably had to be more creative in trying to find opportunities to make stuff happen in the game. I think since we were the first game at Worlds, we had a pretty hard time figuring out how we wanted to draft, but I think Fnatic did a good job at maintaining their priority and pressuring us, so it was very hard for us to play out the game given the circumstances of the draft. I would say in the past years, it was a lot tougher to play against the top teams from Asia. There's things they're doing better than us, but I think we match up against them better this time around than we did in the past.
Jensen looks for the double kill!
For our group at least, there's not really any certainty who's going to win it. And although we did kind of get smashed by Fnatic, I think a lot of it just came down to draft. Honestly, I think anyone can still take this group at least.
Jensen putting a lot of focus on the draft and the meta read for Cloud9. That's always a point of conversation coming into group stages, teams' adaptability to the patch and their general read on the meta. In best of ones, you can either take a lot of games or give a lot of games by just having the right or the wrong read.
Yeah, I do think for that game they probably had 1 winning lane, which was top lane, but overall I did hate the draft for Cloud9. And watching all the games yesterday made me think about, kind of was testing a theory that I had before Worlds.
Okay.
Where the playoffs patch is so different from the Worlds patch that a team's overall performance throughout the year might be a better indicator of their chances at Worlds than how they did during playoffs. Just because there's such a difference. And Cloud9 will be one of those teams that had this huge surge towards the end of the year because playoffs patch was perfect for them. I expected them to struggle a little bit at the start of Worlds. But on the flip side of that, it's also teams like RNG, which won MSI and did bad in playoffs, would do better. So the overall TLDR of this is, I think, the recent memory of all the #1 seeds. I think they're not necessarily as strong or as dominant as we think.
I mean, we only have to go back to previous Worlds and look at like who ended up being in the finals, right? Often there are these favorites where you look back at 2019 when it was G2, FPX, SKT. You look back at 2020 when Damwon, JDG, Top Esports, these teams were considered the best. But then it was actually Suning that ended up making it all the way to the final, usurping both Top Esports and JDG. And these trends have often continued throughout World Championships where there often are these clear favorite teams who seem to have their understanding of how to play pretty much everything. They're not patch dependent in a sense, whereas other teams are often driven to success as a result of the patch that they're playing on. And there are a lot of question marks about these teams that were very reliant on Zeri Yuumi in particular, Sivir Yuumi. How would you be able to adapt? And I think already we're starting to see some teams being able to exploit that and not being able to shift their priorities into the new patch.
Definitely, and then I think the other piece of this conversation, right, is we've joked about this in the past at times, but the benefit that then some teams might receive by virtue of going through the play-in stage. You get a little bit of time to learn your read on the meta, figure out what works and what doesn't, and if we take a look at just yesterday's results, out of we had 3 play-in teams play, 2 of them get wins. EG had a close game but a loss. I would argue that all 3 of those teams, though, they showed up pretty well.
Yeah, EG was up against the LPL 1 seed and was even or ahead in gold towards the 3 or 4 dragon mark. So I do agree that, like, getting the head start in play-in, even though play-in is a risk in itself, once you are through it, I think it benefits your team.
I mean, one of the greatest examples throughout world history is G2, right? Back in 2018 when they made the semifinals all the way from play-ins. The fact that they even qualified for that world championship was shocking in and of itself. Right. But I think play-ins has repeatedly demonstrated that it gives you a great opportunity to both establish yourself on the patch, figure out what your priorities are, and we look at teams like Fnatic, we look at teams like RNG. They came into the drafts confident yesterday. They clearly executed upon their game plans, and they were able to deliver. So I have a lot of hype and expectations around these teams that have come through plans.
This brings us very neatly back to our meta conversation and another look at champion presence here at the World Championship. We bumped from 90 to 93 yesterday.
So
we've now had to add a second page to our lovely, way too complex
read through
graphic.
this for me, Dash.
You want me to hit all these names really quick?
What are the win rates,
you know,
the presences?
I kind of like that as a challenge. Maybe by the end of the tournament, I'll memorize the whole thing. And
I'll memorize all 93 champions.
Benius and I will mumble rap it.
How about
at the
I
end
take
of the
page
tournament.
2 and you take page 1?
Perfect. We'll split it up, 50-50, yeah. The Singed pick, how about that?
Yeah, I didn't like
it.
It was terrible, but yeah,
okay.
that's on the list. Sure.
Fair enough. Hey, it's expanded the graphic now.
I do appreciate how the graphics team has had enough of you, Dash, and they're not going to resize the graphic ever again. They just made a second page.
That was my request because they said they can't put any more on this, and I was like, great, just start a second page. I think they thought I was going to say, then let's kill the graphic and we're done for Worlds, and I was like, no, we're just going to go to another page. It's perfect.
What I think is really great about, well, this graphic, even if it's not the easiest to read, is it demonstrates how flexible our meta is right now, right? Often at World Championships, they're often dictated by certain champions, and while I think we can all agree that things like Aatrox is certainly very prevalent, it feels like that teams are coming up with answers. They do have ways to shut it down, but everywhere else on the board, it feels like that there's flexibility in what teams are willing to bring out and play.
A reminder that the world's record is 94 unique champions. We're at 93 right now, so with one more getting played, we already tie that, and we have plenty of opportunities to surpass it. But as we talk about the development of that champion presence graphic, you note already there's no 100% anymore, right? Aatrox, who was kind of the last holdout from play-ins and 100% presence, has been knocked down, and so while they're very unlikely to be any more 100% presence champions, I do think we need to talk about Maokai, because that as a pick, well, he's not going to get to 100%.
No, he will. He will. Don't worry about it. He will. He'll find a way.
He'll find a way.
Like, I know how statistics work, okay? Maokai is a champion that I think many people expected to be prevalent in the meta, but not quite to this extent. And for me, what makes him so valuable in pro scene is his flexibility. He can be flexed into top, jungle, and support. And when you look at pro teams, you look across the history of Worlds, champions that can be flexed are just so valuable because it allows you to pivot your strategy and it opens you up a little bit more in the draft. So I think that alone gives Maokai so much power on top of the fact that he has received so many positive changes.
Agree or disagree? Any team can and should pick Maokai, but if you are the better team, you should never let the opposing team get it.
I'll disagree.
You disagree?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well.
How so? Why?
I think he's a scaling pick.
Okay.
And I have a philosophy that the worst team should never prioritize
Shouldn't pick scaling.
They need to find a way to be at even footing at 20 minutes so they have a chance to
What
win.
do you make of the fact that Maokai on the quote-unquote perceived worst team in play-ins had a higher win rate?
I mean, because they're playing against the same level, though.
No. I'm talking about playing against like an RNG or playing against like a major region team.
So the thing that you're arguing, though, is that Maokai as a champion is almost like a Band-Aid. It can make worse teams better.
That's exactly what I'm arguing.
Right?
Yeah,
which could work. Right?
Yeah,
which is a fair argument. But then, like, surely if you apply that to the best jungler in the world,
then it gets no effect.
Like, if the best jungler in the world gets his hands on what seems to be one of the strongest champions on the patch, I feel like that Maokai is just turbo broken.
Becomes damaged.
Yeah, I feel like
he's still a super strong pick.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Just you're allowed to get it through if you're playing something early game.
Okay, fair enough. There you have it. All right, from here, let's jump to some ADCs because that's, I think, the last part of the discussion around the meta. Super flexible meta for ADCs, where it did feel like in the playoffs it was really only about 2 champions, Zeri and Sivir.
And this is really what I'm super excited about, because for the longest time, fans were complaining about the fact that it was just Zeri Sivir, some combination of this, and now we've moved far away from that, and the AD carry pool now seems incredibly versatile. Like, they leave an impact on your screen every time you see them play, and I feel like things like Aphelios, Misfortune, Sivir still involved in the meta. We've seen a little bit of Tristana, like Caitlyn. Everything is available right now, and I think that just makes the AD carry pool super exciting to watch.
That MF win rate is pretty brutal.
Yeah.
What's going on there? What's going on there?
Didn't go well yesterday. I mean, just bad teams played it.
Everything's just going to get reduced to who played it at
No,
this
I
point?
mean, listen, there is a lot of diversity in this right now, and I think what's interesting is the Aphelios 3-0. I think Aphelios is very good in more front-to-back settings when the other team has generally somewhat shorter range. If we get into a situation where Aphelios is playing more frequently against LeBlanc, or if there's more Orianna or Azir, it does become a little bit harder to play. But yesterday, they were able to play it against a lot of like somewhat squishy topsides with Fjords. That's where Aphelios is going to shine.
All right. Next, we're going to play a little bit of a game. We're in New York. We talked pizza yesterday. We're going to continue that pizza conversation with asking you at home, Twitch chat, which pizza would you order? The 3 of us have come prepared with a pizza that we think represents some aspect of the world's group stage so far.
Does this make perfect sense to you, just like it does to me?
It makes absolute perfect sense.
Perfect sense.
Yeah, there's no question.
No
one should have questions.
Listen, the truth is, we wanted to sell you all pizzas, and this is the only way that they would let us do it. So
look, it's just like it's an exercise in if we were going to open a pizza shop, which one of us would be the most successful? When we open, you're right. Whose pizza should be the marquee pizza? And so my pizza that I present to the world, please.
We have no idea what these
is. The world is your oyster pizza. It is a classic pizza with a phenomenal tomato sauce base, a good helping of mozzarella cheese, and then absolutely littered with raw oysters.
Raw oysters?
I mean, well, that is how you eat an oyster, by the way. It's not like that's not.
I've never actually
strange.
eaten one before, but I don't think it would be good on a pizza.
We're gonna go eat oysters.
I don't think we should
later. Yes, we definitely are, sir. How have you not had an oyster? So that's it. Mine's a simple pizza.
You're just an oyster fan.
Big oyster fan. Look, hey, I said 10% oyster, flying oyster cheese world domination. They're 1-0 right now. Like that's now like 100% for me.
Okay.
I pretty much locked in.
Pitch.
Well, and when the oysters take over, I want to be in their favor. So I'm making a pizza, exactly, for them.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So that's my pitch.
I wanted to try and make a pizza that everyone would be able to partake in.
Oh, okay.
And I know a lot of people like watching like NA fail, so I have a half and half pizza. The top half is the Go Airport Fast, and the bottom half is NA Glory. So Airport Fast is more Fiora, there's NA Jace, there are oysters in there.
Lose to the oysters again, the oyster overlords.
And a certain team's logo. The bottom team, it's more successful if Berserker's willing to play early game, Kalista, that works. It's got to be with the American flag. Azir is also great.
And Aatrox in there.
And Aatrox is just pick the stuff that can win lane and then transition well and do it with pride.
So your pizza is cover all its bases pizza?
Well, yeah, because people enjoy League of Legends for various reasons.
Right.
So I had to make sure that both people can have a slice.
Okay.
I appreciate, playing to everybody, but my fear is that if I'm a North American fan, I don't want half my pizza to be Go Airport Fast.
Well, we have Vedius here, so he's going to eat that part.
I'm not interested in sharing with him, though. I want a pizza all to myself.
Listen. Remember, in chat, you can vote for either Jat or you can vote for Dash. You don't need to do that. You can start spamming Vedius right now, because I'm going to introduce you to the Rogue Pizza, okay? Now, it's got a solid base of what I call Odo Omne sauce, okay? A very solid foundation of Odo Omne sauce, sprinkled on with the Malrang cheese. That's what you can see on your screen right now. That level 2 gank that you weren't expecting, boom. That's that extra kick to your pizza that you needed. Now, where's the flavor coming from?
Bananas?
Hang on, we'll get to that.
Okay.
Where is the flavor coming from? That's Trimby. It's wholesome. It's like eating happiness when you have some Trimby on your pizza.
I like happiness.
But coming with Trimby is that extra bit of spice, that sauce, and that is the Soraka. That's why the bananas are there, you see.
Okay.
Trimby is so wholesome, but he adds that
Rogue's
spice.
right
He's
there.
like the sweet and sour that you always wanted on pizza. And then, of course, to round things out, any good pizza needs pineapple, so I also put pineapple on the pizza as well.
Hey, I'm not against
So,
pineapple on
Vedius,
pizza
in the
necessarily,
chat, we all know you want the Rogue Time pizza.
Make sure
it's
you're
coming to
spamming.
New York right now.
Because, yeah, absolutely guaranteed, whichever one is voted the winner will be made.
Will be made?
Yeah, and available online for order. I actually think we should get it made and we should have to eat it on the desk.
No, I don't think we should do that. But
You don't want to?
the suggestion.
Oyster pizza, that's all I'm saying. Oyster
Big fan of the auto omne sauce, apparently. That's why
I love auto omne sauce.
Let's see if we can get those results up as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Yes! It's because he asked for votes.
you.
Get those
Yeah.
results down.
That's
Screw
trash.
that. Nah, move on. This
The
was
Rogue Time
that's
pizza.
trash.
This was a bad segment idea.
What time is it?
I fully regret coming up with that idea.
you,
So
fans.
we're going to
Yeah.
move ourselves right along. Today, our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz will see two titans of league history clashing in a battle for regional supremacy and a shot at owning Group A. It's T1 versus Fnatic.
T1 versus Fnatic. Two organizations that have put their names into the history books. However, both of these teams are in the middle of a new chapter and are not content to rest on the successes of previous rosters. Instead, they want to make their own legacy. In our featured matchup, sponsored by Mercedes-Benz, T1 are back where they won their last World Championship.
SK Telecom have overcome every challenge. They are the undisputed best team in the world.
예전에도 메디슨 스퀘어 가든에서 우승했던 적이 있었기 때문에 이번에도 굉장히 좋은 느낌을 받고 있고
And have their eyes set on number 4 with the help of the terrifying topside duo in Zeus and Owen.
Hunter just walks in and takes it. It's so casual. Now Viper's in trouble. Viper's been locked down. They've got the Ornn, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Instantly, Owner into the backside, looking, fishing for a kick. He will not find it. EDG running for their lives, getting cut down. The Yuumi empowering the carries. Faker with the double. EDG falling apart.
Fnatic will put their faith in the carry from the play-in stage, as Humanoid has proven time and time again that he's able to get consistent leads in the mid lane.
Nature's Grasp, roots up two. Shelly gets off the charge. Here comes Call with the Forge Guard. Throws Berserker flying in the air. He's looking for the bullet time, but the damage being done, and Sven is killed. Emperor's Divide, slide and glide. Humanoid takes down Blabber.
Will he be able to repeat the same performance against the unkillable Demon King himself?
I guess we will see how we compare. It's really hard to say, but I think I can take Faker on.
Keep your eyes on the mid lane in this exciting face-off that could set the stage for a stacked Group A.
Obviously, a lot of focus on the mid lane there, but these two orgs have run into each other many a time on the international stage. But I will admit, I'm a little fearful for Fnatic's chances when I consider how dominant T1 looked just yesterday.
Yeah, T1 beat EDG in 22 minutes.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Yeah, they played, to me, full solo queue. Like, they were just completely out there trying to style on people, taking any fight possible. Very different from what people would have expected the last time SKT was in New York when they won the World Championship back in 2016. So going to be a very interesting matchup.
I mean, it's crazy to think that every time these teams have met internationally, it has always been so close. Back in MSI in 2015, we went to the full 5 games. That was back in the Reign over Huni era. And then when they met at Worlds in 2019, as you can see on your screen, they went 1-1 in the group stages with Nemesis getting his solo kill onto Faker as well. But when we think about specifically Humanoid, he was on that Splice roster in 2019 that had to go up against SKT1 in the best of 5. He was only able to take a single game off the organization after winning 3-1. And there is a bit of a rivalry starting to heat up between these two players, because while their history is not very long, in terms of the pedigree, Humanoid has risen to stardom domestically. Last year, he was by far and away considered the best mid laner in Europe, and after joining Fnatic, this was supposed to be the super team. Whereas for Faker, it's that young rookies built up around around him after, yes, last year making it to the semifinals, now really representing Korea as one of the best. It looks like that we have two teams in form, ready to go head-to-head.
Without a doubt, and look at those statistics. Obviously, this is just from day one of the group stage, so both players putting up very solid performances. For Humanoid, it was so much about the laning phase there against Jensen, completely shutting him out and being able to take over. And that, too, was a lot of their play-in storyline, Humanoid being the major carry for the squad.
And that's been what Humanoid has completely excelled at since joining the World Championship here, is destroying people in lane. And I know Faker, when he first arrived on the scene back in 2013, was solo killing everyone, but he's definitely evolved into a player that moves a lot more. So I think that is going to be contrasting styles, where Humanoid really tries to dominate the mid lane, and Faker tries to take over the map.
Now that, of course, is our third game of the day. So let's take a look at our schedule and see what else we have on the docket. We kick things off with Rogue versus DRX. Our first look at both of those teams here in the group stage. Obviously, DRX sprinting through the play-ins to get to this point. We follow that up with EU versus NA in the Evil Geniuses versus G2. Then, like I said, Fnatic T1 in that third match for the day before we get to Edward Gaming Cloud9, Top Esports versus GAM, and Damwon Kia versus JDG to close things out. Now, from here, we got to talk about the fact that we'll see all three teams, EU teams rather, in action here in the first half of the day. And to set the stage, here's what Jankos had to say after the loss versus Damwon Kia.
Hello, I'm Jankos, jungler for G2 Esports. I think that both of us had a draft in mind, as against Damwon, and I think that they outplayed us. I don't think it was much of a draft difference. It was just like pure play difference. I feel like we could have played much better the first 8 minutes of the game. The main strength of Damwon is mid-jungle, Canyon, and Showmaker. I feel like they have to play around them, right? And this time I think they outperformed me in caps, so hopefully next time we can step up. I think the mentality is still there. We like to joke around about our losses because it helps us to cope with them, and I think that's completely fine as long as we still learn from mistakes and take them seriously enough to be able to realize where they lie and kind of work on fixing them. I feel like we are actually quite good as a team, and even though we couldn't show it as much against Damwon, you know, that game was very one-sided, so I'm looking forward to actually have an even game so we can show what we are capable of.
We wait for that second match of the day to see them clash against Evil Geniuses. But our first game here has the team who beat G2 in the LEC Finals, Rogue versus DRX. Let's start by talking about Rogue here in 2022.
I mean, so at the beginning of the year, people had very little faith in this Rogue organization. After losing Inspired and Han Summer, and with the addition of Malrang and Comp, people were like, there's no way that this roster is even going to be comparable. But they surprised many. Malrang came out with this hyper-aggressive jungle style. Comp individually was outclassing many other AD carries, and in spring, regular season, they were surprisingly dominant, falling short in playoffs. It was already in summer where the regular season wasn't that good for them, where they seemed to show weaknesses, where they seemed to show inconsistencies, but then really showing up in playoffs, really finding their style and coming together to win the organization's first ever title.
Such a good year for them, and I think they're a huge example of how growth isn't always up and to the right. Sometimes you have a good spring, then they struggle a little bit in summer, but then they were better than ever in summer playoffs and now here at Worlds.
Yeah, and along with the org storyline, of course, is the man on the left side of your screen, Odawamne, picking up his title. We went through the graphic yesterday. So many times has he, you know, been second or third to somebody else's first, but for him to be able to snag that and move into the World Champion as the 1 seed, that's got to feel good.
It's for many European fans, it's great to see him finally lift the trophy, because he has always been the bridesmaid rather than the bride. The man that's always come so close. He was kind of like the king of third place matches for the longest time. And the fact that he's always had this great energy on broadcast of someone who's just so tired and hates all the young people. People have just come to love him over the years. And seeing him lift that trophy was very emotional for everyone. Whether it be G2 fans or Rogue fans, the sentiment was, it's so great to see Odawamne lift that trophy. But now they need to prove it on the international stage, because when we look at their international results, it's not been pretty for Rogue.
And not only do they have to prove it on the international stage, they now got to do it here against DRX. So now, while they are the 4th seed out of the LCK, they kind of smashed through play-ins, Jat, and that's something that I think a lot of people are trying to now figure out. How strong is this team really?
And it's going to be interesting. I think if we're talking about the history of this team, though, we got to talk about that first.
Yeah, because back in 2020, this is the first time that we actually saw DRX, and it was a roster with both Chovy and Deft on it. They really were the superstars, and many people were frustrated that we didn't really get to see their full potential, because in the quarterfinals, they ran into Damwon. They ended up getting 3-0'd, and we didn't really get to see much of them. This roster then dissolved in 2021, and the organization struggled. Back then, this year, they reacquired Deft, and they were on a bit of a resurgence, actually securing 4th place at the end of the regular season last split. But overall, it's been a challenging year for DRX, better than 2021, of course. But the fact that they qualified to Worlds and the way that they did, I think was a surprise to many.
Yeah, it's actually two conflicting theories. I have one of the theories is the teams that were good throughout the whole year will be good at Worlds. That's not DRX. But play-in teams and also LCK teams at Worlds have been hugely successful. The player I want to focus on right now, though, is Zeka. Because when a lot of people think about this team, they just think Deft, Deft, Deft. But for me, Zeka was the top performing player in all of play-ins.
Agreed.
These are his stats just amongst the mid laners from play-in. You can see huge KDA damage per minute as well as laning phase stats. He just was so huge in allowing space for them to have two big carries. There's a lot of complaints about the top side of their map still, switching between two different junglers throughout the play-in stage and throughout the summer split. But having Zeka and Deft as their carries, I think, makes them a very formidable foe.
And I think that when you kind of look at how they approach the game, it's going to be super interesting, because I think a lot of what made DRX successful, especially in their climb towards the actually qualifying, was the jungle. There are a lot of question marks around Pioshik, and would he be able to perform? Could he actually perform in the playing stage? He definitely looked better, but now that you have Zeka also performing, Deft continuing to be consistent, makes this team a much scarier team fighting team than I think that they were before. The big question is, do they have that consistency in the early game? Because Rogue as a team have been very well known for dominant laners that Malrang is very quick to enable. So this early game power of we're going to oppress you from the moment that the laning phase starts is something that DRX is going to have to find a way to weather as much as they can.
I mean, playstyle conversation with these two teams is interesting just because anytime you hear Deft is on a roster, I would immediately go, well, that's a bot side focused team, right?
Yeah.
Or at least it should be. And when a meta is maybe Zeri Sivir focused, I'm like, yes, this is perfect for us. But now with things kind of opening up a bit and with Zeka putting up a play-ins performance like he did, I think it makes this team so much more flexible, right, than maybe people would have initially thought. And I think it's going to be harder to approach a game against DRX because they don't feel as one-dimensional maybe.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see the AD carry matchup, Comp versus Deft, and just also how the bottom lanes work in general, because Comp's resurgence, or not necessarily resurgence, but performance in playoffs was so impressive. Their ability to just take control of every lane while still having huge team fight presence. Somewhat Deft-like in the way he was carrying DRX.
I mean, it's a bit of a Cinderella story for Comp, because he was on a 10th place team for 2 years, and then he was benched. He was benched, and people would say it wasn't due to, well, the organization said it wasn't due to his individual skill, it was because they needed more of a vocal voice, but his addition to Rogue was not seen positively. And the fact that this split, he was ranked 2nd in All-Pro. For me, he was by far the best performing AD carry during the regular season. And the way that he performed during playoffs as well, this man is looking to perform in his very first international event ever. So he will be a rookie to the international stage. To have his first game be up against the legend that is Deft as well, how could you not be excited to see these two superstar AD carries go up against each other?
Yeah, and I think when you see the kill participation from Comp, it shows you how involved he is in everything that Rogue does in terms of actually generating kills.
Yeah, first in the league for 80 carries there, it looks like. And so, yeah, definitely expect him to be a part of all of the big plays there on the side of Rogue. 2 minutes to go till we dive into the games. It's time to put you two on record. Rogue versus DRX. Let's get to some predictions.
So, a lot of people are going to call me biased, but it's hard not to predict Rogue in this situation. It is Europe's first seed against
hard? DRX. That doesn't seem very hard to say. DRX.
No, I'm saying Rogue. I'm saying it's quite comfortably a Rogue win, I feel. Rogue's early game has proven to be extremely dominant. I'm confident in their consistency in their draft, and I feel like that they just have more lanes to play through than DRX. I'm hoping that I'm not digging my own grave here, because I know that LCK versus... I mean, Rogue internationally as well has not been the powerhouse, but statistically, they have always won their first game at Worlds. So I'm feeling pretty confident, Jat.
Jat, bring some sense to the desk.
I mean, it could happen. Absolutely. It's 1 versus 4, right? But you know what else could happen and almost always happens?
What?
LCK's total dominance of Worlds group stage. Of 26 teams to approach Worlds group stage from the LCK since 2014, 25 of them have advanced from the group. Rogue's never advanced from the group. So DRX, I'm going to predict them in this game, even though they are the 4th seed, just because the LCK's overall dominance in group stage, just people, they see them play against other top LCK teams and they imagine them to be weak. But when they show up on this stage, they are so locked in, and I think we've seen that during play.
Well, the good news is this isn't a must-win for either of these teams to get out of the group. But, of course, it will do a great service to them to start off the group stage in 1-0 fashion. When it comes to the way in which, or the lane that you think is going to make or break this matchup, Bedius, what is it? Is it going to be the mid lane? Oh, it's going to be bot lane.
The bot lane.
Okay.
I think that when you look at how Rogue have played, it's very aggressive bot laners. They are happy to lock in things like the Kalista. They will prioritize it. They will look to try and kill you. And Marang is a player that will enable his laners to get those early kills. So keep your eyes on that bot lane. I think they're going for Death's Head.
Well, there you have it. A split death to kick off the day. 10 seconds to go. We're going to dive into our 6 games of the group stage here on day number 2. We're heading down to the stage to meet Rogue and DRX.
일단 저는 항상 매번 월즈 때마다 새로운 다짐을 하는데 이번 월즈 때는 또 다시 저 자신을 증명하려는 무대라고 생각하고 있습니다.
I'm super excited to play against T1. When I think of T1, I think of League of Legends, I guess, and of Faker, of course. He's the greatest player of all time.
항상 유럽팀 상대로 저희가 이길 거라고 자신하고 있진 않아서 충분히 경계해야 되는 팀이라고 생각하고
We will see how we compare. I think I can take Faker on.
They got us in MSI, but Worlds is the only tournament that matters. We have a score to settle.
I was confident playing against G2 already at MSI, and now I think we are better than we were before. I think they're probably the weakest team in our group.
Evil Genius is the weakest team in our group. Biggest advantage was just our team play. We did beat Evil Geniuses before, and we have to do it again.
We already sent Matt home. G2's next.
일단 담원기가 되게 잘하는 팀인 것 같고 근데 하지만 저희 팀이 더 잘하니까 내일 꼭 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
징동은 전체적으로 약점이 없고 운영을 잘하는 팀이라고 생각해서 저희가 잘 준비하면 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
일단 20년도에 담원기아랑 저희랑 이제 1대1 조별리그였는데 이번에는 저희가 2대1을 이겨가지고 복수하고 싶었고
뭐 제 닉네임대로 쇼메이커답게 쇼를 많이 보여줄 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Raise it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm heading to the stars, ready to go far. We'll start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Raise it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm heading to the stars, ready to go far. We'll start walking.
Welcome back for more group stage action here on day 2. After finally conquering the LEC, they are here to take on the world, presenting Rogue! force to be reckoned with by taking down the reigning MSI champions in Mexico City. From Korea's LCK, please welcome DRX! Kick off day 2 of groups here at Worlds 2022. Let's hear it, New York, one more time.
Oh, baby. Let's get straight into it. Day 2, day 1 was already so exciting. Worlds is incredibly stacked. We saw the analyst test talking about 93 unique champions already. The record is 94, and we're only on day 2.
We can break it right here.
Probably could, I think, you know.
Beryl was actually, last year at Worlds was tied with Fudge for the most unique champion picks of any players. Both of them had 12.
Really?
So he is one of those really flexible players.
And I mean, I don't know how you get more flexible than us seeing Singed. I'm personally a very big fan of Senna lanes. Didn't work out so well, prior. But I'm still looking to see a whole lot more fun out of this one, of course. Rogue making their Worlds debut. DRX, who 5-0'd in play-ins. First time seeing them here in the group stage, of course, as well. And let's see what we get into this draft, because last time we saw, they were stomping.
First ban is going to be the Jarvan from DRX up against Rogue, denying Malrang, of course. We saw him in the LEC playoffs in the finals, especially. Just so much early game action. He has a very, very low CS kind of difference against the main jungler. He's always down in creeps, so he looks for those active plays. Want to shut that down.
A lot of targeted bans so far as well. Comp taking away his Caitlyn, something that he's been confident to play. I do think you really have to take this Comp Trimby bot lane very, very seriously for the side of DRX. It had been such a strength for them in playoffs.
And with this Kalista Caitlyn ban, Maokai first pick gonna come in for Rogue. Gonna get that jungler rolling. Level 3, of course, really good gank setup and team fights, of course, with the ultimate. MF is something that I'm thinking about for DRX here with the AD carries being down. Def's already played 2 games with it. We've also seen things like Tristana coming out of him, so it depends which route he wants to take in terms of aggressive AD carries. Of course, Rogue will have a little bit more information on DRX because of that play-ins. Rogue, of course, have been quiet for the last month or so.
Absolutely, and I'm just so interested to see what DRX's approach is going to be against Rogue. When I think of them from the LEC, I think of team fighting, I think of incredible individual laners, team that builds advantages through their 1v1s, through their 2v2s, and then takes that to the team fight stage where they can really take over. DRX, I do think, can get aggressive early, though, and it'll be interesting to see if they want to push the pace of the game.
Wow, we've got a Lucian Nami insta-lock for Rogue. That's so interesting, because obviously with the changes, the Electrocute doesn't proc on the E anymore, so gonna go for something like the Airy. You have to imagine, what does Zeka go for? We've seen his Akali, we've seen the damage this mid laner can do in play-ins. Azir would be more of a range champion, but if Lucian's dashing in, I think Akali could work really well.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't think it was gonna be a little long because Maokai's already locked in.
Yeah.
We know this guy is so good on the Akali. Is going to make it dangerous for Lucian potentially here. And you already have Sejuani, you have the Akali, you have that range threat of the MF ulti. So Comp is going to have to position, I think, incredibly well, in these team fights to really be able to get it done.
I really wonder what Larsen's going to pick here. If you think back to the LEC finals, he was playing a mage meta up against Humanoid and Caps in semis in the finals. We did see a little bit of his LeBlanc as well. That's going to get taken off the board, but I'm expecting a control mage coming out from Larsen, and then some kind of carry blind top here from Odoamne along the lines of a Renekton or a Gnar.
Yeah, it's so interesting. With the Lucian Nami coming through, do you think that we're going to see Rogue going more towards like full-on early game, mid game skirmishing, playing more heavily for the objectives? Because that really was not their style at all, I would say, in the LEC. They were really a team to focus more on just increasing their gold leads and then looking for team fights late.
I think they'll use their bot lane push and the aggressive plays that the bot lane can make as a bridge to the mid to late game. They'll probably pick a scaling mage alongside something like Renekton taken away. You have to wonder what the top lane picks are for Odo. Gnar, GP, or things that kind of come to mind here, but it's just a question of how Larsen wants to match up against this Akali.
Unless you really like your jungle picks here and you just say, hey, safe tank at the top side. I feel like so frequently we see blue team save the Maokai Flex for last. Ultimately, they still have to show whether he's jungle or top lane as DRX to make sure Kingen can answer whatever comes through for Odoamne. Lux mid, probably not the option, to be honest.
Yeah, Bit of a tough call here for Rogue. I think Azir is a no-brainer, just a bit annoying into things like the Akali and the Amumu diving on top of you, but really good scaling, really good range. Is that going to be... Odoamne is a very high-prior Maokai player. He loves Maokai, he loves Rumble. If this is a Graves, that wouldn't surprise me if they flex it. Vedius was talking on the desk about the power of the flexibility of this champ. I do think it's more of a jungle pick for Malrang because of the amount it can set up, but Trundle's locked in, so that's going to be a Maokai top. Wants to have that 80 damage in jungle to mismatch his mid laner.
Now I'm just so interested to see what the answer is actually going to be here, you know, for Kingen. Is it going to be actually Juhan playing the Sejuani, or is it going to be a Sejuani top as the answer? Because you can go to some of the really aggressive counters, some of the melee matchups that can be very, very difficult. But it is looking like if Lee Sin gets locked in here, it would just be Sejuani top against the Maokai, much more of a farm lane. It would feel like DRX are playing more heavily down towards mid and bot. So very interesting. I was kind of expecting more of them trying to look for a counter to that Maokai and actually just slam that Sejuani into jungle. But going Lee Sin here, a focus on playmaking. It is going to be a lot of threat on this mid-range Lucian here between the Amumu, the Akali, the Lee Sin. All of these abilities he's going to have to be watching out for, because if he gets locked down, the MF ulti will be there to clean him up.
Yeah, I suppose the logic is just the Trundle's so good into Sejuani jungle, right? You're forced to go things like the spellbook on Sejuani jungle that we've seen. Can't remember who it was, but it just avoids the aftershock proc to give the Trundle the stats, right? So the value is there, but they value more having Lee Sin, Akali, a lot more kill threat, a lot more level 6 spike onto this Azir to try and force mid push to help out their side lanes, most notably bot. But if you look at both comps, tanks in the top lane probably going to be very quiet this game. This game's going to be heavily about keeping mid push for Rogue and making sure their bot lane can dash forwards.
This is going to be a fun game. I think bot lane's going to be spicy. I think there's a lot of pressure back and forth. If you do misstep, honestly, Amumu can lock you down long enough that MF gets the kill or the jungler shows up. On the other side, Trundle either has natural escapes. Those ganks feel pretty decent as well, depending on how pressure goes. If they're low, maybe you dive. As you mentioned, bot lane, mid lane, probably going to be the place where a lot is going on. This is going to be so much fun to watch. Does Rogue continue on the domination they had in the LEC? Does DRX continue the domination they've had at Worlds so far? Not only beating RNG, but 5-0ing their group, and now to see if they continue on the era of Korean domination. Only one team ever from the LCK since 2014 has ever failed in the group stage. DRX, they've had some tough competition, but they have looked so far pretty amazing here at the World Championship. And our first game today is going to start right about now. Rogue versus DRX. We are on to Summoner's Rift.
Oh, baby, let's get into it. And just small talking point before we begin with level 1's Aery on the Nami. Not a surprise. The electric changes will help out in that lane phase a little bit more.
We get some DRX chants from the crowd.
And there's actually a lot of fans cheering. Okay, now we got the TSM.
There you go.
You can't escape a day of Worlds without the TSM.
Run from it. But TSM chants always arrive.
They always arrive indeed. So looking at this early game, interesting ward from DRX. They've actually decided to ward over the Dragon Pit, to spot Malrang. So this will early spot a late invade if they decide to go for it. No one from Rogue knows that that ward is there, and Trundle being in that vicinity makes DRX think that if he's going to start on the bot side, they will know. But it looks like he's going to run up towards his blue buff. I think that ward there is just avoiding any kind of level 2 gank. Red to bot, they'll see him a lot earlier than if it was in Tribush.
I mean, I think that's the thing, right? It's like these guys do not have natural escapes. Amumu burning his flash level 1, that's going to suck a whole lot. And I mean, honestly, land a bubble after pillar, that's going to be, of course, flash. They'll kill the ward, but at least information is known that Trundle's starting top side. And there's no info you're going to get other than that in the first place. You'll see him go blue, then run towards Gromp, and, you know, inventory is off at that point anyway, but at least in the path start.
And actually very, very interesting. So DRX, with that ward over the wall there at Dragon Pit, tracked where Malrang went with his pink ward and saw that he spent his pink ward. So they noticed it must have been in bot lane Tribrush. So level 1, they go straight in the bot lane Tribrush, they kill off the pink ward. So no value gained there from Malrang. Despite going for that early ward to try to cover his bot laners. They know Lee Sin likely is going to be clearing down towards bot side, you know, meeting up with that Amumu, and now they don't have that additional coverage.
Early trade looks pretty good, though. Aery pretty helpful when those trades go a bit dicier, though. And ultimately, the shield helps him a little bit. Trimmy gets a second hit there as he attacks back toward Deft. And honestly, heavy scrapping is generally going to favor Nami. The healing's going to feel pretty good. So unless the pressure keeps going, eventually the health difference just goes to the blue side.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The sustain is going to help Rogue out. They need to be careful not to get all in too much. Yeah, Deft not in range to follow that one up. The wave's slowly coming into DRX. I wonder if Rogue... No, they actually... Not level 2 yet on comp. He lost... Yeah, he must have lost some experience there, so they're going to have to give up the push in this lane for now.
Yeah, and you can see Lee Sin already level 3. He is just on the blue. But Malrang moving down towards bot, knowing he may have to potentially cover here as the wave is pretty neutral.
Yeah, just looking at all three lanes here. A lot of trading in all three. Odo has the top push. Larssen has the push into Zeka. We saw this matchup from Scout versus Faker yesterday in the EDG T1 game. And despite T1 dominating that game, the level 1 to 6 was really rough for Faker in this Akali matchup. He had to TP back pretty early on, even got chunked out after TPing back, so the Azir should be able to control the wave. Comp now level 2 can start to walk up and contest. Yuhan is on the way down, wants to get this bot crab up in 3 seconds. Malrang actually skipped his Raptors, so he won't be in time to contest this crab. Also won't ding over to level 4 either, so they're going to meet each other in Tribush. Lee Sin loses very hard in the 1v1, so he's not going to take the face check, and Malrang might level up from the ward. No, he's extremely close.
Gets the ward kill all the same, though, so vision not great on that side. It means the chance at a gank is going to happen. W, a little bit of vision, a little bit of damage, chilling down there. 15 to 22 in CS, though, and in top side. Needs his passive back up. I don't know when it's coming back. Kingen does not go for more. If Odo had the passive in grasp, he probably heals through it.
Yeah, Kingen must not have had his Q back up there. You know, if the Q is off cooldown there, you're definitely going to go in for it. But you do have to be careful in these matchups. Early on, Sejuani does have some pretty good power. The Ignite coming up there is going to be dangerous.
Damage across, first the flash, the foe! And first blood for Cop. Welcome to the World Championship.
2v2 already going in Rogue's favor. Great bubble there. Deft actually falls and Comp gets the kill. Larssen having the mid pressure. There might be a cross map here from DRX to look for a dive on this top lane. Look for Odo Amne if they can look for that kill. It's going to ward the Tribush. Has TP, has a cookie as well. Do they go for it? Kingen has the Ignite. He might have to be the one to start this pipe up.
Gonna get the heal. Here comes the dive. Gets in the shield, and now Odo. Can he survive it? Flashes up, jumps to a minion. Drops the aggro, running back. They have to drop the aggro. Kingen, 120 health left on a hand, but Juhan, full energy, full health bar. Odo, E flashes the jumps back to a minion, though. Still forced the flash.
Good, very well played by Odo, hanging on in that 1v2. And DRX will have to back it up. Rogue looking really solid so far, you know, in these early minutes, all the way there, still there for Odo to actually farm up.
Yeah, and Larssen and Zeka still trading. Larssen hasn't TP'd back just yet, neither has Zeka, but the CS is really in his favor. Dive a little bit scuffed on that top side. Odo will be able to catch the wave.
Tribby shadowing in case there is a play. Obviously, it looks like Zeka would like the lane to reset. Larssen has enough mana to be dangerous, but Zeka's health bar is low, doesn't want a bad recall as the wave sits in the middle of the lane. But no gank to be had. Lee Sin not doing anything here, so Trimby gives him a little bit of damage. It goes, never mind, nothing else happening. Zeka goes to the trade, a little bit of damage. One auto back in. Larssen once again out of mana. Again, heavily trades.
Yeah, I mean, Larssen really wants to get out of this lane now that he's out of mana. They want to be able to actually reset this, but you can see Malrank walking through mid. Didn't actually help him fully push it out because I think he's, again, nervous about potential plays down towards bot. This will mean a pretty easy reset for Zeka, though. You know, in this Akali versus Azir matchup, it's often not about health versus health. It's actually just like health on the Akali side versus mana on the Azir side. And if you can actually get him out of mana in these situations, then there's not really that much more threat, and the lane really starts to stabilize for Akali.
Yeah, Malrank's been a little bit quiet so far. We saw Yuan going for those early top dives. Hasn't really been able to contest too much in the river. He's been shadowing his bot lane majority of the time. Of course, path down here on the second respawn, covering Rogue on this bot push out, making sure the waves can crash safely and there's no threat of an all-in. The Amumu still has flash, right? So there's always that threat, that looming threat of an all-in where Lee Sin can gap close. But we talked about the level 6 power spike. Zeka's base, he's going to TP back with the alternator, Amp Tome as well. And on that level 6, he will have kill pressure onto Larssen. Yuhan just needs that level 6 as well so they can start contesting this mid 2v2 and impacting both side lanes.
Both sides has a stun, but it's still going to hit Nami, though. Trimby could be in danger with the bubble down. Does not land on the 80 carry. Second bandage shots, I believe, missed, so Barrel's nothing. But the Q's going to land Juhan on the board now. Comp force to run back to his tower, taking a shot from Deft.
There's the power of the Amumu on the setup. The Lee Sin can just come through lane because he has two forms of gap close the Amumu, and no flash on the Nami after the initial one means the second one will land and Lee Sin can follow up.
And with Glacial Augment, it's actually so difficult to actually even disengage from that as the Nami. You know, even if you're able to get hit by that first one, try to flash out of there. You know, getting slowed down is going to make it very, very difficult to disengage. It's a nice lane gank there from Juhan. And without flash on Trimby now and no flash on Comp, it's going to make it very difficult for this Rogue bot lane to continue pushing forward. Beautiful timing there, though, from Odo Amne, immuning the E on that travel time from the Sejuani with the Twisted Advance.
Yeah, definitely really good to stop the damage coming through. Of course, the mana bar is really in Odo's favor. A little bit down in XP, but should level up. We see this again here. Beryl just doesn't even aim for Comp, just goes straight onto Trimby. Despite Trimby having the flash, like you said, Azael, the Glacial Augment just makes him so slow. And despite not having the second charge, Yuhan can gap close onto it. Fight on the screen there on the bottom right. Looks like Odoame's found Juhan looking for that top crab. No flash from earlier.
Ulti land, Q back, the pillar there. Juhan does not have flash. That was beautiful. Ward hops back away. Damage to the bottom side barrel, nearly dies. And now we got a bit more going on. Juhan collapsed on by Larson. Went back down the Riverton of his own jungle and gets killed for it. Double not going to land here. So trading with Trimby, who feels safe.
Comp has the level 6. There's the MF ult. Won't get the kill, but Comp's very close to having mana for culling. I think DRX know that, and they're going to back away after the wave crash. I think Deft was just aiming at the wave there.
Exactly. That was just a wave clear ultimate there from Deft. He does chunk out Rogue a little bit. This is dangerous, though. They are going to stay around. They will spot this ward, be able to clear it out, but the wave is now neutral. They do have the mana advantage pretty heavily, though. So we'll see if they want to try to push in one more wave. It looks like they will, and I don't think Comp can stay around. He's just too low and has no mana at all.
Kingdom's going to start up their Herald, and Malrang's channeling the recall, so it looks like they're just going to give this. Despite killing the enemy jungler with Herald up, they're just going to hand off the blue buff and take a base. So just setting the stakes for the game right now. A lot of trading in bot. Top side goes in Rogue's favor, but they end up losing the Herald. Yuhan just greeting a little bit for this crab. We saw him use the flash on bot side, and Malrang going forwards to make sure that he can follow up on this play. Yuhan, nice dash over the wall, but Larson has the mid push to collapse.
Yeah, exactly. There's just no real way out for him. Nicely played here, trying to escape as long as possible. At the end of the day, it would have been better to actually just go back and give it to Odo or Malrang instead of to that Azir, because that could cause some problems in mid lane. Larson already scaling up very, very nicely, has the Lost Chapter here early on with that kill gold, so he's going to be feeling good.
So where's the focus for both these teams now? Rogue, you have to imagine looking for some kind of bot plays. Odoamne no TP is going to struggle in this top side, but Dragon's up, and they are winning out in this bot 2v2 in terms of all-in potential. Lucian with the culling. MF ult is down, that's why Malrang's in the bot side river. What does DRX want to do is the question.
This is actually so interesting, though, for Deft, the build. It almost looks like he's doing like a Bloodthirster rush or something. Like, he has BF. Is he going towards multiple items at the same time here? Maybe he just wanted to vamp for sustain? Like, because this is so atypical.
Here's the weird deep cut I'm going for. Essence Reaver.
Essence Reaver plus vamp for a shield bow later or something?
I'm not even sure Essence Reaver has a BF in it anymore. Actually, I'm trying to think about it. But I don't know. I mean, I know Bloodthirst was actually a relatively common.
It doesn't.
Yeah, so Bloodthirst is a relatively common misfortune item.
But not as a first item. You legit never see that. It's almost always Mythic Rush.
If he's stacking raw AD, he's like, I'm just getting as much ult damage as possible. I'm just going to build AD items and then go Mythic. It's sort of like those early Sraederdurk builds where you're like rushing that with a power spike. That's the only line I can see where he's doing this.
And this used to be something that, this is many seasons ago, MF1 Tricks would actually do this multiple BF item build. They'd do like triple BF buy early and then build them into, IE, BT, etc. back in the day. But not something I've seen in a really long time.
Yeah, I think the logic is the enemy bot lane has sustain and no ignite, so innate healing is always better to just rush something like the Bloodthirster to make the lane phase a bit easier for him, I presume. I wonder if he will finish it. Looks like the components he will, but regardless, DRX will get the dragon.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting, right? Because he has the extra longsword and he doesn't have a crit cloak. So, it's like, is he even going in towards it, or is he just building that and then going to something else? But either way, doing pretty well on the DRX side. They get the dragon, they get the Herald. We'll see where they want to actually look with this next Herald. It always feels like when you're playing against an Azir, trying to open up through mid lane with that Herald is a pretty good idea. Get Zeka moving around on the map, try to take Larson out of his comfort zone, because the longer he's just chilling, farming 10 CS per minute in mid lane, the better things are for Rogue.
And we've seen what Zeka can do in planes already. Outstanding performance, huge step up for DRX. Now playing with Yuhan over Pyosik. Yuhan did play 2 games of Maokai. What now we're seeing is Lee Sin, still a little bit ahead of Malrang. Has the XP advantage, has the farm advantage. Here comes that mid contest you were talking about. They do want to drop it around here. Rogue will push out bot lane, and they should know something's up here because MF and Amumu aren't showing on this bot side. Larson playing relatively safe. Yuan's just going to help Zeka clear out the wave, and this is the mid lane contest that both teams want to do. Are Rogue want to keep the push? DRX want to threaten kill pressure, so it's just even.
And right now, Larson's going to sit there and tank the wave. No big problems for him. Going to try to keep the lane on his side, make it uncontestable to kill him as Wave goes into the tower. Worth noting that the 1 turret plate was not gained for gold. It died to mini with no one around, so that 160 does not go into anyone's pockets. Comp comes through on a Gale Force, so 2 Mythics now in the inventory as the Gale Force finally comes through for DRX's jungle.
And the Gale Force is where we see the Lucian really come online because the all-in is just that much stronger. DRX do have summoners in bot lane, so they shouldn't be under too much threat. Odoamne has been under his tower the majority of the game. Unleash TP in 2 minutes, but we need to see where this Herald's going to drop because it's about to expire.
It's going to be mid. Juhan just went straight down towards bot side river, moving in towards mid here again. His camps are up top side, but he's just going to straight drop the Herald. They're pulling down Kingen as well. They want to try to threaten here, and if Larson doesn't spot this Sejuani on the wraparound, things could get a little bit dangerous. There's already 4 members here.
Flashes us, so that might not have landed, but now it's going to be the jungler stuck in place. Marwan gets his stopwatch in time, immunes the Amumu stun, and King without flash. flash simply could not live. The shuffle guarantees it. They hand the kill over. Larson 2-0.
I really like what Malrang did there. He just instantly stopwatched, didn't use the ult, didn't use anything else. He just made sure that he was avoiding more CC, so they had to back off the dive, and Kingen, obviously with no flash, just gets collapsed on very easily there by Rogue. So they got the plates, which is what they wanted, but maybe overforcing a little bit there, DRX, with that top prio.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just don't think keeping track of the fact that he actually had a stopwatch. I don't think you actually look for that sort of a dive there. If you know that Malrang has a stopwatch available, trying to hard force onto it. You know, Kingan's there on the wraparound, but of course Odo is going to be coming in with the follow. You can see on the mini-map, you know, Odoamne was already moving down from that top side, was going to be there very, very quickly. And with the stopwatch in place, there's no way you can continue the dive. Odoamne arrives behind Kingen, this flashless Sejuani, and he's just slated to go down. They can give another easy one over to Larson, who's been the beneficiary of a lot of these early scraps. He's got 2 kills already.
Yeah, 2-0-0 on the board, has the mythic picked up that we saw a little bit earlier on. He's gonna look to solo out this blue buff as Malrang clears out his bot camp. Shouldn't have a very hard time doing that, but with 1 minute on the Herald, that's the next objective that both these teams will be looking for. Taking Herald as the RX is so pivotal because you crack open mid-tier 1 to stop the Azir from being able to wave clear so effectively. So Rogue will try to deny that, you have to imagine, when the mythic gets picked up. There's a Sunfire for Odo, so I think they're pretty happy to take the next fight. Question is, who can set up first? Who will arrive to the objective first? Because face checking into both these comps is pretty scary.
Well, Bloodthirster is, of course, done here, as we called out. That is actually what Deft is going for, just the full sustain. It is a pretty good attack damage stat stick. And if you think you're only team fighting with ulti, the only set you care about is raw AD. Attack didn't do anything. The crit chance is the same as like a Kraken Slayer or whatever. So, okay, he's going for the biggest ulti as possible. The ability to not get one shot, hopefully, by, you know, Lucian fighting him in the lane. So we'll see what pays out for him. Of course, cooldown boots are, of course, in for the Lucian, and now in the top river, fighting for vision.
Bit of an awkward scenario here. So Kingen used the TP a couple seconds ago, and Odo is in bot lane with the TP. So now it's a weird situation. Does Deft go top here and contest the Herald, or does he just drop, or does he stay bot and then they have to play a 5v4 on this Herald, right? Does he really want to give up this much creeps just to arrive in a fight that Odoamne can TP in anyway? So I think the RX are saying, let's give this up. There's no real way we can contest this. Deft's not here, unless they can look for a steal. Our Rogue don't have that much lockdown. The Nami bubble, the ult, it's all skill shot based, so he can play a little bit on limits here, threaten Rogue as Deft is on the way. The more time they can buy here, the better.
When does Odo TP to make it a 5v4? Here comes the first engage. Sun's gonna land, but will it even kill? No one is in range. And finally, Zeka comes in, knocks down Trimby. A trade of support for support. That costs an ultimate.
Deft is almost here.
Good smite comes through from Malrang. Ulti's not gonna do a whole lot there. Zeka back out to safety. Full time on to 4. Juhan builds some space, stays alive.
Battle lines drawn, both teams gonna back away, support's full, but Rogue get the objective, DRX get Odoamne's TP, so now they're gonna look for this mid tower because Rogue have to take the long way, but with only the range champion being the MF, Deft doesn't really want to walk up and hit that tower. Dragon up in 10 seconds.
And Comp actually has Herald. I wonder if he'll just even drop it top, and he's up top by himself. He's just gonna use it for the fast recall. Potentially save it for later, but DRX staying out on the map here, starting up this dragon here on spawn, looking to take their second dragon. Larson does not have TP. He cancels his base, so it looks like Rogue are thinking about trying to contest this, but they still need about 15-20 seconds for Comp to get there.
Very similar situation to earlier where they need to stall and wait for Comp, try to buy time, but look at Deft's mana, it's incredibly low, no ultimate either, so he's just basically saying, I can't fight this, guys. There's no way we can take it. You're gonna have to take the 5v4 if you want to contest, and DRX just pull away and look for this top tower. Comp is on the way up, Trimby's mid. This could be a little bit risky for Comp, but I don't know if DRX have the information as to where the Nami is, so it would be a bit of a risky dive. Is it worth going for? Wave extremely small. Barrel's just gonna blast cone out. Rogue get the dragon.
Honestly, really well handled by Rogue. You know, even just Larson, you know, showing, canceling his base, coming back out. You know, the threat of him being there meant that Juhan wasn't able to actually finish this off.
Yeah, I think Deft was here a little bit earlier with the bullet time. They could have done a lot of work on top of that Amumu ult, but they're using their cooldowns that pair so well with the MF. But by the time Deft arrives, the ult is good. It's onto 4 people, like I said there, Freak, but there's no real CC to lock them in it. They can just kind of step out of it from the sides. Comp dashing away. Nice kick with a double knockup there from Juhan, but not enough sustained damage to continue the fight.
The rest of that fight looked interesting because it felt like this would have been DRX with control of the map, but went for the waves and went for the recall, and it was indeed Rogue who got the second Drake of the game, so no one's in pressure for losing a Dragon Soul. As we are towards the best Rift, objectively. I will not be taking any questions. It is Hextech Rift, it's the best one. As wards go down, hand it over to Larson. Oh, come on, dude, he was next to you. Steals 30 gold from Larson's pockets.
Stonks
lights
going
it on
there.
fire.
Yeah, Stonks going down. Malrang's trying to contest his wards, get a little bit of vision. That Herald still on Comp, like you said there, Azale. Where is he going to put it? It looks like he's moved from top to mid now. They've swapped the carries here, Rogue. They're putting Larson top. He's got a tower behind him. They're putting Comp in mid to contest his mid push. But Larson is very vulnerable on a side. And if Juhan can gap close up here and try to get a sneaky angle into Larssen with a kick, he will fall. That's why Trimby's hovering. That's why Malrang is unsure whether he should go towards mid. The support jungle of Rogue trying to cover.
Yeah, and you can see that Kingen is not confident to even walk up. You know, they haven't had eyes on a lot of these Rogue members for quite some time. So even though it is just this 1v1 between tanks, Kingen has no idea. They really have very, very little forward vision. You're looking at the map. Their forward line of vision is literally that. They don't have anything else. They have no deep wards whatsoever. So just now that Malrang shows, he knows he is safe to actually step forward and start contesting the wave as DRX are moving in towards that top side, trying to maintain vision in this area. And I think use this to try to make what Larssen is doing on the top side feel dangerous. If he can control vision through that top side river and then encroach into that blue side jungle there, deny some of the vision there, it becomes a lot less safe for Larssen to be pushing out top. And that's why Rogue is contesting so heavily for it.
Yeah, looking for that top side grab now. Malrang Comp staying in mid will help them keep the mid push to help Larssen on this top side. That's where both these teams are focusing because Larssen is so vulnerable. The mid jungle can collapse with Beryl next to them and they can actually make the aggressive play first. Rogue's always going to be on the back foot, but Zeka right now, level 13, exact same as Larssen, with the Proto Belt complete, with the needlessly large rod, will do a lot of damage. Rogue needs to be very careful in how they use their CC because they only really have one lockdown and it's the Maokai, and if Odo uses it on someone else, then the Akali can take over a fight.
Herald summon mid lane going to be a target. Nice ulti, good pillar though. Trundle is very good at misfortune as well because he has very quick access to knocking her out of that one turret. Remains at about 40% health. DRX not really in danger here in mid, because that push does almost nothing.
The Lucian really hasn't gotten that much done in the early stages here, but I do think Rogue have shown some real foresight in enabling Larssen and always keeping him safe. It's going to be a TP here onto Zeka. We'll see if they can actually get him. He can just R to safety, I think.
Got a flash, gets knocked out first. Doesn't have a good target just yet. Dealt around. Ulti in for Amumu. Is it first kill going to come across? Larssen attacked and down. Killed off. Both junglers with one kill on the board. A safety hop for the Lee Sin, but now Beryl doesn't have an easy way out. Jumps down to one, but he is surrounded and he will die. Koff, his third kill of the game.
It looked good there for DRX because Zeka can live, but Larssen pushed him out of the shroud so Malrang can finish him. Good follow-up by Yuhan to take down the opposing mid laner as well. It makes it a 1-for-1, but Comp can collapse first. I feel like Deft has never really gotten involved in these fights, and by the time he shows up, he's always a bit too late.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think it's a product of taking the longer path. You know, Rogue had vision in that topside river. You're going to be a lot safer moving up there as Comp. You know, even with the strat from MF, which traditionally you are going to have an advantage on these moves, he's having to take the longer path, and as a result, he's not really getting there in time, but they do trade back.
See the TP comes in here. We were a bit skeptical as to whether they could pull this off. I think if the Azirul doesn't hit, DRX run away with this fight, but because the pushback lands onto Zeka's R1, that means they get vision to actually do damage to him and dish out a little bit. Larssen gets hit by a lot of the CC though.
Yeah, and I thought Odo actually played it really, really smart. He didn't walk out of the brush until Zeka was in range so he could Twisted Advance, because if you step out of the brush, then you just R1 on Maokai and you're basically gone, right? Even if he follows you with a Twisted Advance, you create too much space. So really smart team fight there from Rogue, and with Comp arriving, Beryl was always slated to fall.
30 seconds on this Dragon, though. Rogue all set up on this bot side. Top tower is extremely low, so we're looking at a cross map here. DRX will get this top tower. It's going to fall, and they can also TP in to contest this Dragon. So Rogue, 20 seconds left, will play on mid and bot waves. They'll get the push. Question is, does DRX want to walk in? Do they have any good wards that Zeka can TP on?
I mean, they got no vision in the whole area, right? Like, it does look very, very difficult for them to enter. And it will be a tough one. Zeka is going to take this down, but with him stepping forward and not actually basing here to spend gold, I don't think they're really going to heavily contest, but he is going to base now. They are trying to work their way forward here, clear out some of these wards, but Malrang is already on the Dragon. Zeka would have to TP now.
It's so hard to walk in. One Nami ult in either of these chokes, and that's it. The fight's basically over. Maokai ult as well can just cover so much ground. Zeka's TP'd in. Level 14 will get spotted out. Beryl!
There's the ulti on the two. Front line, they'll kill Beryl, but will they get one back? Trimby just stays alive. Front engage comes across again. A kill for the Lee Sin. Deft low, flash to safety. Juhan low, doesn't die either. Gale Force does not find the kill. Odoamne wants to walk forward. The Hex Tech Dragon slows them. Locked down. Kingen running for his life. Comp wants it. The shot's still coming through, and he gets them. 9-4 in the scoreboard. A rampage now, 4 in a row. And they're going to get the second Dragon of the game for Rogue.
Massive fight for Rogue. Yuhan's kick there onto Trimby actually saved him. He kicked him out of the bullet time. A little bit of miscommunication or misplay coming out of DRX on the execution. Beryl's flank initially looked good, but it's a win team fight for Rogue. Malrang's up in 2 seconds, and he has the Hex Gate, so he could get to this Baron quite quickly, but they're just going to call it off.
And that force from DRX, to me, felt a little bit like desperation there, trying to get in at a very difficult angle.
You can see, again, Beryl on the side here. The initial engage is pretty good, but by the time the bullet time comes in, Juhan arrives and tries to get the execute kick onto Trimby, but he survives on the backside. And then Comp moving forward, the Sejuani throws in the backline. It's on to Larson, but the peeling with the Azir ulti there, knocking Zeka out of the R. They all pile forward, and Comp has been largely ignored. He can just crush through the fight.
Yeah, Zeka had his eyes on Larson the majority of that fight, and Comp was dishing and dealt so much damage, just dashing forwards off of cooldown there. Trimby lucky to stay alive. Smiles coming out of Comp, of course. Won the LEC, got a pentakill in game 1. DRX looking a bit confused, a bit frustrated, probably dissecting in comms. How do we win these fights? We got a flank on the Amumu, but we still couldn't lock down any of these carries.
Well, and it just doesn't feel like they've been super coordinated on when they're engaging. When the Amumu ult comes through, you need everything that feels like landing at the same time. The bullet time has to be there. Akali has to be diving in on the back line. You have to have Lee Sin arriving, but it's kind of feeling like it's coming in piecemeal. The Amumu all arrives, then maybe 1 or 2 things come in, then the rest of the people are arriving. They're not really all on the same page, and they're not really perfectly set up for the fight, largely because Zeka TP'd in pretty late. By the time Beryl engaged, he wasn't really even in range.
Larson completed the Rabadon's death cap now. Doesn't really have many defensive tools. Flash is off of on cooldown as well, so knows only has no real self-peel. The Nami's going to be focused on the Lucian as well, so kind of has to play very self-sufficient in these fights. Should be stepping up with no flash. Confident enough to clear out this pink, and I think DRX are trying to hold this top push as much as possible.
See, the split push could matter with no defensive tools and Larson to save for the Merc Treads. Maybe Zeka feels comfortable to go for him. Of course, on 2 items on this Akali herself. Mythic passive on the Rocket Belt is Magic Pen plus the Shadow Flame itself could look good. But just pushing the wave in. Has a level lead for now over Larson. So the 1v1, not terribly important. 2, 1, and 6, the Azir ult. Peeling Akali in fights, the part that matters.
Definitely does, can interrupt those dashes. We've seen it aggressively when he just stops Zeka from escaping, and we've seen it defensively on the Dragon fight. Question is, when Rogue has flash on Larson again, do they want to force Nash? Do they want to bait DRX into them? Because Death's Flash is such a long cooldown, and you have so much good zone control in these chokes, like the entrance red with the Nami ult, with the Maokai ult. Does Odoamne want to push out this bot wave, join his team, and then force DRX into them?
Yeah, I mean, it becomes very, very difficult for DRX even entering in these fights, through the Maokai ult, as you're saying, through the saplings, through the Trundle pillar. If the front line is actually hard engaging, you can even just pillar out the back line, pillar out someone like Def, and actually just kill off the front line, as Rogue has often been able to do in these fights. Then, as the front liners start to fall, the carries can push forward from Rogue, and I just think that they're playing out these team fights so incredibly well. They're maintaining the vision advantage almost throughout the entire game, it feels like. There is one ward that they missed here in Pixel, but overall, Rogue doing a great job through these first 25 minutes.
A lot of pings, Comp stashing forwards.
Jumping in, gets this done though as Beryl flashes into a 3-man ulti. And they're going to shut down 2. Finally, DRX get the ult combo together.
Comp just disrespecting Beryl there so much. Cleanses the Q right into the ulti. Everyone is there. And Comp is going to want that one back. DRX are onto the Baron now. Rogue are positioning here to try to contest. Larson does still have his cooldowns, but Zeka still has ulti, and that's what we have to watch out for.
DRX know they don't have Smite. Juan must have been picking this one. It's like 15 seconds away still, so they cannot flip it. They have to get Malrang out of the pit, get him away. And right now, Vision is spotted. They know where he is. Pingen might just in for it, but no, they're going to go for the fight instead.
Oh, you want it?
He gets the kickback, but will it be enough? Larson scoops. Larson stays alive for 1 HP. Def gets the kill, but he had to dive in to make it happen. So now he's surrounded, trying to live. Will he finally drops down? Odoamne,
look at Odo go!
Is the Sunfire Aegis enough? He's punching. He's doing what
That's
he
a scary tree.
Being helped by Trimby. He will burn them down as best he can. The TP comes back in. Zeka is there. Beryl is low. Is his Q up to jump to Krugs? It is. He's got to stay alive. He'll just barely live. He's got no turret, but no one's in the chase anymore.
Spider-Man on Amumu there. Beryl makes the miracle escape. Odoamne as a tank, just 1 versus 3ing the rest of DRX, but this all came from a massive blunder from Comp. DRX could have gotten away with a Baron there. Their turn took a very long time to find Larson. Eventually he fell so they could win the fight, but the base damage coming out of this Trundle and Maokai was what kept Rogue alive.
And the fact that they actually had no heal cut for the Sap Magic there, Odo is just drain tanking the whole team. Here it is one more time. It's all about Zeka on the side, and that's why Odo is trying to mark this as he's looking to come around here. He wants to get in on the
backline there. Warthog, kick flash onto Larson, but again, the Azir ulti to peel pushes Zeka back. Deft going forward to try to finish him off, but we're back to live, and Malrang is on the dragon here, trying to move Rogue to Soul Point.
Rogue's third Drake, if it happens there, Juhan spots it, know what's going on, be careful, they're gonna dive in here from the Maokai, just locked up, pops the shield, will it be enough, dives into Comp kills him. Ulti doesn't do a whole ton from depth as everyone else gets back to safety. Comp is down his flash, but will it matter? Zeka gets nothing from the ulti. Kingen now forced out. Honestly, 5v4 just feels like Rogue owned it. And it's going to be 5v3. Larson gets the final kill into Kingen.
This Maokai is a really big problem for DRX. He's doing so much work in the fights to lock down the carries. You know, the Lee Sin and the Akali have so much mobility to gap close onto Comp, and Odoamne knows that. He's keeping his eyes on those two players, the mid jungle of DRX, and stopping them from being able to reach his team.
No one can kill him. MF cannot deal with a Maokai like this, just running at her. And when Def peels back, he's just locking down Zeka, locking down Juhan. They don't have the consistent damage to actually punch through the tree. And now it's Rogue here, bursting down this Baron very, very quickly with the Azir, and it's DRX making the call to just give it up. Rogue now on Soul Point with Baron. 3,000 or so gold ahead here, and they are looking so damn good. The initial engage, great there. The pillar knocking back Juhan so that Odo can get in range. They try to turn it around onto Comp. The kick comes through, but Comp is able to just flash over the wall out of the range of Deft, and then now, where's your damage?
Yeah, very decisive from Odo on the initial engage, just calling his team to chase onto the Sejuani, flashes forwards and gets the kill. But you have a very good question there. Where's the damage really from DRX? They can't take down Comp. Maybe if they took down Comp, they can turn, but even if Comp dies, Larson's just such a big threat. They have to use this gap close to get onto one carry and then figure out how to get the other one down, because Comp is very mobile.
And I mean, it's actually so difficult because when they're committing so much to trying to take down Comp and Larson, if you're ignoring Malrang and Odoamne, their damage is not insignificant in these fights. This isn't Divine Sunder or Trundle, and Odo is just in the mix.
Yeah.
Slapping people with the base damages that on Maokai that are actually very high.
Comp has the Infinity Edge complete, doesn't have Flash though, but if he dashes forwards with the Gale Force, he will delete anyone that walks up from DRX. Even Beryl in these fights is just getting absolutely melted after getting his ult off. With this Baron, it looks like they're playing a 4-1-4-man mid. Malrang's the one split pushing. That's how much Rogue value the lockdown onto the flanks. Odo will group up, Malrang will split push, Odo will mark Zeka.
I think it's the right call, and I mean, do you see how annoying this is for Zeka? He's constantly trying to move into that side brush, threaten the flank. Odo just has it perma-sapling, because with these high CDR Maokai builds, it's like a 5-6 second cooldown this late into the game for that sapling. You're always going to have the brushes covered. You have map hacks with this champion. He's going to keep you safe on those side angles, and Odo is not afraid of mixing it up with the Akali.
Spirit Visage complete as well, only one healing reduction onto King, and ult's coming out to zone them away. DRX, maybe they can look for a turn here.
Oh, good stun. Oh, Barrel into 3. Is it going to be enough, though? Scoop into the wall, buys some time. But it's still, it is mid laner down. There's only one carry left in this one. Odoamne holds the front line. Zeka dives in, but he can't find the kill. Brings a stopwatch. He's invisible. Q won't push him out of it, but DRX cannot follow through this huge front line of Rogue.
Well, and again, DRX are not on the same page here. Deft had already committed his ulti, then Beryl goes in, and Malrang had already pillared the ulti from Deft, so he had no ultimate when Beryl went in and found that huge engage. If the bullet time is there, they can actually crush through that fight potentially, but DRX just not seeming to have the communication down in this game.
Yeah, it could have been a miracle fight there for DRX to turn the entire game, but they do get Larson, they do stop the siege, and they do hold on for a little bit longer. The problem is they're down 5k gold. Rogue have a Baron and Dragon spawning. That's the sole point for Rogue.
But just watch Deft. He actually lets the ulti rip here very early on. It gets pillared immediately. Then they go in. This is the communication that needs to be there, that Beryl's saying, I'm going to go. You wait for it to go in, then everyone piles in over top. And you look at how low some of these members got. If you have a full channeled ulti on Odoamne, he's dead.
Yeah, and they use all their spells to take down Larson, so you can see it's really hard for them to gap close onto Comp, even with no flash. The peel is just so strong. Odo tossing his ult there across the jungle, looking for a singular pick. 1 minute 40 seconds on this Soul. Rogue want to keep control around mid and bots, keep control on these waves, keep DRX in their base, so when this dragon spawns, they can turn and burn.
100 gold to the Red Bull Baron power play, and worth noting, Zeka also now down a stopwatch. Larson saved his, still has it. Zeka on the overchase, burn a stopwatch to not die, but didn't get anything for it. So down resources here is DRX.
And Deft is about 1,000 gold away still from that IE, which he desperately needs, but it's very unlikely, unless a fight breaks out, that he's going to have it for the Soul fight. And missing that IE at this point in the game really is devastating. He needs that spike because he is their only true consistent damage to threaten the front line of Malrang and Odoamne that are just completely out of control for Rogue.
Rogue still holding this vision line. Anyone dashes forwards, Comp goes on top of them. Uses the culling, doesn't find a kill. There's the Maokai ult to zone them away again, but this could be an angle for DRX. If Kingen can base and look for a TP, they might look for a fight. Two ultimates down on Rogue. Do they stay longer? Do they wait for these ultimates to come back up? 40 seconds on this Dragon. Kingen rejoins his team. Rogue needs to hold this vision line. They need to keep control of DRX.
Only Odo could TP back in. We'll see if he wants to take the recall, but right now they're just going to start just crushing this right side jungle, the path towards this Dragon Soul.
And the cooldowns are just so short at this point in the game. You know, Odo Omne on his ulti, they're going to try to look for a brush camp, but it's only a 45-second cooldown here, and there's no vision in the area at all for DRX.
Big items complete those. Zhonya's on Zeka, Infinity Edge on Deft. This is the fight that they've been looking for. 4 items on this Misfortune. Can they find the angle is the question. They see absolutely nothing, and they need information fast because this Dragon will die so quickly. Deft's going through bots with Yuhan. He has his flash, level 16 MF, 4 items. How much can they get done? Azael's been wanting them all game long to have some synergy with the Amumu. This is their chance.
5k health, the ulti's there. No way you can make it happen. Beetle set up by Rogue. They've got all the zone control they need. DRX go too late, too slowly.
I mean, they have the items, but it just takes so long to clear every brush, and then you're slowed by the Maokai saplings. You can't just blindly face check into a Nami bubble. The game will end at this point if they get that big pick. And this is the punish here that we are seeing on DRX for time and time again, losing out on this vision game. Rogue has been just relentless in denying the vision, cutting down these wards. Kingen now very far out. They're going to TP for this. They want this.
Yeah, Pillar may be down, but I don't know how he has a way out. No flash available. He got the turret, chooses to stay, and Comp finds his 6th kill.
I thought they would let him live a little bit longer there with 50 seconds on the Baron. He's going to match the death timer of the Baron spawn, so he should be able to TP in. It's a good pick. Investing a TP into it won't hurt too much because Rogue will force the Baron when it spawns, but Kingen will be alive just in case they do decide to start it. DRX will get some vision in Rogue's jungle on the top side as they commit members on the bot side of the map, but we should see Rogue sweep that out very soon.
And this is where it becomes so important for DRX to actually get some vision. They're trying to establish some sort of vision control. They have a pink ward deep. They got the scuttle. They got that one additional ward, but Rogue is going to come in and start to clear all of this out. And as long as they can clear out that vision, again, the pink is already spotted. That's your only flanking ward that was really on the map. Now that's very difficult to actually find a good angle here.
Baron's up. Defensive items for Larson and Comp. Guardian Angel on Comp. Larson's gone for the Banshees. Wants to avoid getting that one proc. DRX don't have too many spells to do that, so he should have it for when they commit. DRX trying to get some vision in their own jungle. Rogue pushing them out. The Sapling's doing work to give them vision with that Hextech Soul. It's just so annoying the second a Sapling lands. You're just slowed for so much. They're actually barreling down mid.
Gale forces in. Zeka's at a half HP right there. Minions block the rest of the Golem, but still diving forward as Comp feels so safe. With the Guardian Angel, full items. No one's going to stop him. Middle inhibitor goes down.
I actually love this from Rogue. You know, they get full mid prio, just run it straight down. They push Zeka back into the base. Now they know there's no way that DRX is lying in wait here, so they can fully clear out any and all vision and make this lights out for DRX. There's no eyes on anything that Rogue is doing.
They can start Baron over the wall and have people zone like this. This is what the best setup is for Rogue, with Odo Amne just being in the face of DRX, showing pressure and slowing them down, exactly the same as the Dragon. How does Yuhan get past this? He's trying to find an angle, but it's already gone.
Time. Ulti comes down for good measure. Kingen will just simply die. No one's even around him. They rest from leave, and it's his 5th death of the game. 15-9. The time went in for Odo Amne. Sets them all up. Ulti. It's going to mean absolutely nothing. Comp finds a double, burns a stopwatch, resurrecting now as Zeka runs away, but no one is left to watch the fall of DRX, who will drop their first game of Worlds. Mad Lions couldn't do it, RNG couldn't do it, but bet your ass Rogue can. They will find their first win of the World Championship, their first time winning the LEC, and so far, 1-0 at Worlds. The Nexus falls and Rogue is on top.
The first team to take down DRX here at Worlds, undefeated through play-ins. Rogue played a beautiful game here, and DRX had no answers for the Bash Bros from Rogue in the front line there. Odo Amne and Malrang going crazy in these late game fights. They could not get through the front line. They could not approach the objectives because Odo Amne was untargetable. You cannot even go for him. He's keeping them out from every single objective. There's just no real answer to it. When you're keeping Larson and Comp this safe, they're always going to succeed in the 5v5s.
Yeah, as much as Comp was doing so much damage and playing with so much confidence, did make that one mistake, barring that exceptional performance from him, but it's Odo Amne who's just in the face of DRX constantly. It's Odo Amne who's just shutting down these carries, not allowing them to enter, and just kind of saving the game next to Malrang. So much frontline for DRX to deal with. It's so hard for Misfortune to ult every time she does. Pillar, anytime she's in range of auto attacking, she's rooted, she's knocked back, the ult comes out from the Maokai. It's so hard for DRX to navigate fights up against this Trundle Maokai.
Absolutely. I mean, between Nami Wave and Trundle Pillar, and you have a limited window when you actually can find that engage. DRX was never able to get vision, so they couldn't actually pull off these pincer plays that you want to with this style of comp. You know, they really wanted to be the ones maintaining vision, and having Zeka on the side coming from one angle, while Barrel's coming from the other, and everyone's collapsing at the same time, bullet time over the top. But Rogue never gave them the in to do it because they so masterfully denied their vision and made them approach through a sapling minefield that was denying every angle they wanted.
Good showing from the first seed of the LEC, but let's not forget that was the 4th seed from the LCK, right? That was an expectation that I think LEC should have actually overcome in a best of 1. Vedius was saying it on the desk. Now it's a bit scary the later the tournament goes on. We got Fnatic up against T1 later on. But I think it's just a strong showing from Rogue, who have always struggled in the World's group stages, but they've kept their trend of winning the first game of Worlds.
That's true. That's good to see if they can do more than just the one game, of course. Yeah. You know, that's the big thing. I mean,
look at Odoamne's damage.
Oh, yeah, no.
What?
I mean, it's Bruiser versus Bruiser. Sunfire Aegis is a damage item, let's be clear, right? It's practically demonic in place.
Here was a late game carry.
Down. It's the
tree, baby.
It is the tree. He did incredibly well, honestly. It's cool to see. By the end of the game, you're talking about how Rogue had all the cards. You got to walk through saplings, everybody got soul, everything's locked up. I feel like the first half of the game, though, was DRX just were not together. You think back to when they beat RNG, DRX came back in that game off decisive team fighting, making the right call at the right time. This one wasn't there. So, hey, there's 5 more games to play, maybe more tiebreakers. DRX are better than what they showed in this game.
Yeah, and Azael was highlighting it all game wrong, how the synergy just wasn't there in the fights. They needed to be on the same page.
I mean, I think we've seen that, a number of times throughout the World's group stage so far. Some of these compositions, can work, but the barrier of execution is very, very high. I think we saw some of the NA teams falling prey to that with C9 and 100 Thieves. Those compositions can work, but it's really tough to pull it off because everything has to be so well coordinated. You need to find the right angles. We're seeing so much success with champions like Maokai because it's way more straightforward.
To me, he's actually the new champ of the tournament. Like, Maokai, I think, should be 100% from here on out, and it should be banned red side if not first pick.
Well, and I've got to say, how much more OP did it look when it actually had income from top lane?
No,
right? It was crazy.
We've seen Hilly play it supports, we've seen it top, we've seen it jungle. It's just so flexible.
And no one built to kill frontline, right? Just press the attack, no attacks, but a misfortune. It's good. It's what it's going to look like in a lot of those fights. So if you cannot make it to San Francisco for the World Finals, do not worry. You can watch on the big screen with friends and family at select theaters near you. Use the QR code below to grab those tickets. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited to watch Worlds, and I got to say, I've watched a lot of World Finals from like a viewing experience, big screen, people around. It's actually really fun still there.
Oh yeah, especially when you're like with a crowd of people, and I think everyone's
cheering.
Popcorn. You throw the popcorn in the air when someone makes an insane pill, just stand up. It's just loads of energy, and I feel like
you
can have energy yourself when things happen and sit up in your chair, but when the whole audience next to you is cheering, you feel so obliged to just join in, right? The atmosphere is just so powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to get an interview soon, so this is why we are still up on camera, but we will be talking with some of the winners, I assume, very shortly. So stay tuned for that one before we toss over this one. So, I mean, at this point, LEC greater than Asterisk based on world performances.
Well, they've got 3 games today, and they're 1-0 right now, so at least they're not going to go 0-3.
Yeah.
The one thing I want to talk about is just the way you just talked about Maokai and how strong it is. And I feel like there's a couple of meta-defining picks. First, it was Aatrox. Now it's Maokai. The question is, can teams find counters to these champions? Can they find something like a Kayn into Maokai? Can they find something like the Trundle that could work into Maokai in terms of taking the resistances? The problem, I think, in terms of shutting down this pick specifically, is it's so flexible that even if you pick a champ to stop it, if they're on red side, they're just going to flex it away.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was interesting, though, because on red side, they actually had the opportunity to try to counterpick this Maokai, knowing it was going up towards top, right? And they decided to go for the Lee Sin instead of something more like a Fiora, or you can go to even like a Darius or a Camille, things that really can try to punish in the 1v1. They went for it, didn't work out.
Yeah, Trundle taken away at, on a relatively early draft spot on the blue team as well there. So we are ready for this one. We've got Shox on stage with Odoamne for a Verizon postgame interview.
Yeah, I just had to talk to Odoamne, aka the raid boss Maokai. That was so annoying for DRX. First up, congratulations, Odo.
Thank you. It was a great game of Maokai. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that. I mean, we know it's a super strong pick right now in the meta. How much did the value go up also because of some of the interactions in their comp, like the Akali and whatnot?
I mean, I don't know. We went into 4 or 5, and there was like a lot of top lane bans, and then it was mostly, we felt like it wasn't really Maokai that was going to be OP top. It was more like Trundle had a lot of value into their comp, and we were like, we kind of had decent top lane bans to facilitate, tank top or whatever. So I was like, yeah, I mean, it's going to work, and especially top, I'm going to get a lot of gold with it. But I don't know, I felt like even though I'm kind of blinding it, there wasn't really like a lot of real counters versus it, and there's a high chance they put Sejuani top. I was thinking they're going to go something else than Lee Sin in the jungle, and then, I don't know, like the matchup top was going to be always fine because I could just dodge his E always, but I don't know, I felt like it was a monster value for top lane Maokai this game.
Yeah, it absolutely was, and also the way you played it in some of the tricky moments, I guess, but did you feel like you were in danger at any part in that mid to late game?
No, because the way the team fight dynamics were, I was mostly concerned for my backline, and I was most of the time just trying to keep an eye out on everything because I know that they want to dive a lot, and at the same time they can also burn me if I misstep a lot. So it was in a way hard because I was trying to not go super deep in those engages, but most of the time I felt like I was going to be okay. I just wanted to provide as much CC and peel for my backline.
I love that you say you didn't want to go too deep in those engages, but I did see you at some points just absolutely going forward with no backline. Yeah,
I mean, at some points I was like, everyone was like, no, don't go, and I was like, bro, just come with me, I can do this, you know, because I don't know, I was out. I felt like I got to a point where I was out of control this game, and they just cannot do anything to me.
Okay, well, a great start for Rogue, but obviously only one game. There are so many left to play. When you guys were in Sweden, you ended up winning the title, and you said so much was attributed to the fact that you landed in Sweden and seemed like you were a different team. You were all on the same page. Has that continued into Worlds?
In a way, yes and no, because in Sweden we didn't really get to scrim, Here we had good morale at some point, but then scrims happened and it went down a bit. But I mean, the boys are motivated. Everyone's super motivated. Everyone's super happy to be here. And yeah, I mean, scrims don't really mean anything. We'll see. I mean, we still have a lot of games, you know. We cannot just be super happy after we beat DRX. We still want to make it out of this group. And I'm not going to let the boys relax too much.
Okay, I think that's fair. Final question. 2016, you were also here in North America. You made it to the semifinals. I think you made a lot of fans then. And I asked a similar question to Faker because he actually won his last World Championship in America. Is there similar good vibes for you playing again here and bringing back those memories?
I mean, I do have Greek ADC and Polish support again, so I have that going for me. Yeah, I mean, that would be the goal, you know, if like, we're US first seed, we cannot just have, you know, just some lame attitude or just like we're just here to compete and all of this stuff. We have to show up because, yeah, I mean, it's in a way heritage, I guess. If you take the mantle of US first seed, you have to show up.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you had such a great showing in your first game. Congratulations,
Thank
Odo.
you.
Great start for Rogue, and it feels like he still has a couple of fans from last time. Back over to you.
Thank you so much, Shox. Odoamne says, if you're going to take up the mantle of EU's first seed, then you better show up, and show up they did here in their first game of the group stage, taking down DRX. Vedi, I'm sure that's got to feel good.
Yeah, it does feel good. There's always a bit of concern whenever it's EU versus Korea, and I talked about how first seed versus fourth seed expectations should be high, and there were a couple moments in the mid-game where I was a little bit concerned, but when I saw this draft, the first thing I said in the green was, this is a Rogue draft.
I was going to say, I was only concerned for Rogue until I saw that first pick.
Like this,
and then I was like, oh.
Oh, Maokai.
Okay.
Yeah, they did get their hands
Rogue
on the
wins.
Maokai, and like as Odoamne was saying, like they had a pretty traditional front-to-back team fight comp, and we saw how it played out a lot in the games. The only scary thing was how quickly this front line could potentially die. And I think that the way in which they played the team fights was impressive to see. But I think that DRX had the agency required in order to make the outplays happen. The question is, could they actually do it? And unfortunately, they weren't quite able to pull it off.
Caps' dad is currently heckling us and yelling at you, which is pretty great. But I agree with you in terms of the draft. To me, a winning draft is 2 pushing lanes and better scaling. And that's what they did. Lucianami was pushing, Azir was pushing. Maokai was even arguably pushing. It was almost 3, so just a total outdraft by Rogue.
I mean, yeah, you heard Odo say, like, happy to take the Maokai given the bans, was confident pretty much no matter what the response was from the other side. And yeah, I really do like the diversity in the comp that Rogue brought, having a little bit of early game pressure and power in the bot lane. A lot of people talk about how maybe Lucianami doesn't belong anywhere in the meta anymore, but this Rogue bot lane proved otherwise.
Yeah, I was really surprised to see it locked in. And as you rightly said, we talked about it earlier, right? I was expecting Rogue to actually go for Def's head in the other game. I wasn't expecting there to just be a straight-up 2v2 kill from Comp and Trimby. But I think that this showcases to the international stage why so many Europeans are excited to see Comp here, because mechanically he is incredibly talented and he has earned the right to call himself the best AD carry in Europe right now.
Yeah, I think with the Misfortune locked in, that's what enabled they kind of activated the Lucian Nami, because they can run down Misfortune at any point in the mid game when they are able to land that first Nami slow. And then you can also just see a little bit of the Maokai difference. Die for Crab.
Yeah, I mean, disgusting performance on the Maokai. The other interesting thing that I want to just harken back to in the Odoamne interview is kind of how he talked about the beautiful thing about Maokai is it can kind of fill two different roles, right? In the times when he needs to push forward, be the engaged, be the aggressor, he can be that. But he also mentioned that as they got to the mid and late games, more of his focus was around peeling for his backline, playing the protector.
Yeah, and I think that when you also watch how Larson played this as well, they had so many great disengage tools, right? You think about the Maokai, you think about the Trundle Pillar, you think about the Azir Wall. It was very obnoxious for DRX to play this game, and while on paper you look and like, oh, Zeka's on his Akali, you've got Deft on a Misfortune that's going to be able to dish out a lot of damage, paired up with the Amumu, and a lot of their engages look good.
Yeah.
But in reality, there's so much disruption, there's so many things that get in your way, it ends up becoming very difficult for DRX to play the fights. And it was actually great to hear Odoamne saying, like, there were times where a lot of these fights were quite hard, and I think that that's the respect you need to give to DRX, because they are still a representative of the LCK, and their individual talent is something you still have to fear.
Yeah, the only thing that gave me pause in the draft for the side of Rogue was letting the Akali go through based on the performance that Zeka had put up in the play-ins, but they dispatch with that in pretty solid fashion. One other fun fact on the Misfortune, BT first, found out that that's because BT shield plus over shield or overheal allows you to maintain your strut as long as the shield is active, because you yourself are not taking damage. Fun little note there, that's why he didn't go for a Mythic first. Now, we're going to a break, but on the other side of this break, we got Evil Geniuses looking to redeem their MSI record as they face off against G2. But as we go, check out our OnePlus cam for behind the scenes look at our first day of groups in New York City.
Yeah, that's the most I can give you.
Fine. Then it's time for the ace up my sleeve. My beloved squishy pig with
original holographic cover art.
Hey, Ash, what you selling?
Save the references, Jake from State Farm. I'm saying goodbye. This little piggy went to the game store.
You don't have to sell your favorite games. State Farm has coverage options, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Thanks, Jake. Hands off the squish.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk in New York City, and where we are gearing up for another EU versus NA clash between G2 Esports and Evil Geniuses. We're going to kick things off by going straight to the fans to see what they think about this matchup with our MasterCard fan predictions. Let's fly those up. Let's see where the community at large stands when it comes to determining the winner of this matchup. It is a substantial vote in favor,
you
rather.
You can boo all you
G2
want. The fans know the truth. G2 greater than EG.
So, look, even myself as an NA representative can understand to a degree when you have a 6-0 historic record from just a few months ago at MSI, that it seems logical that a lot of fans would go the way of G2. But Jack, I'm going to turn to you for maybe a little bit, a semblance of, you know, a counter argument, or maybe you can stabilize.
Jack. What is your rationale?
So
for
listen,
reality check.
Normally I'm against. Normally I'm against.
They're all saying let's go EG. This is your time.
Well, listen, I kind of realized that what am I doing with my life? Like, I predicted against Rogue, I was wrong.
It's a bigger conversation.
Yesterday I predicted NA teams to win, I was wrong.
Right.
Like, I think I'm just tired of going against this grain.
What are you doing, Jack? What are you doing, Jack?
Who needs a headset?
I'm sorry to the NA fans, but like, I would like to be right every once in a while.
What does he do?
So I had to rip this. I had to do this during the break, guys.
Oh my God! You
G2 8-0. 8-0 already
G2 8-0.
He's doing.
Not only is this man predicting the first matchup,
I just want to be right for once.
He's predicting the second one as well. He's calling for the shutout across the year.
I made it in between games.
8-0 G2 over EG.
We saw Rogue already.
Okay. Well, Vetty,
I was
kind of hoping for a little bit of an argument.
Okay, well, let's talk about why G2 is so great by looking back at yesterday's game. Oh, no.
All right. Yeah, but I think that's an important thing. Let's talk about yesterday, because while I do think a lot of people clearly have faith in G2, it's not all roses.
And it's one of those situations where yesterday, it didn't look great for G2. And we heard Yankos saying in that small slot at the beginning of the day, it wasn't actually due to the draft, it was actually due to how we played. And I think, to be fair to him, it's hard to evaluate the strength of your draft when you really are just straight up outplayed within the first 8 minutes of the game, because Darwin really put on a masterclass performance yesterday against G2, and we really didn't get to see anything from that roster.
Yeah, and I do think this draft for G2, I bet it worked great in scrims. I bet if they ran back this draft today, because a team is going to show less early game aggression like EG, they'd be able to get to the scaling point when Seraphine can be a good team fighter. It doesn't matter that they can only play through bot lane, and I think they'd actually do okay in team fights. Even in that game, when they were down 8,000 gold, they were still actually kind of close in some of those fights. So I dislike that draft versus that team, but I understand why they went for it.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about early games, though. I saw Caitlyn Lux there, right? Typically, that's going to indicate we're trying to get something done in the early game.
So domestically, G2 was never really known for their early game, and you can see these are some of their summer stats. Even though they finished first at the end of the regular season, they weren't known for their early game dominance. They might get a kill here and there, they might find a pick, a couple of early objectives, but really it was the mid to the late game where we really saw this G2 shine. The problem is, internationally, they had these same problems at MSI as well. You all remember what T1 did to them into the early game, and this is what Darwin did to them in the early game as well. So while I think that domestically, G2 have found ways to transition small leads into massive ones as they move from the early into the mid game with incredibly powerful team fighting, the early game is an area with which I think G2 can look to be exploited, but I just don't think EG is a team that is capable of doing that.
Yeah, and Vedius, I'm a man of history.
Right.
Right? And if you actually remember the last time I was on an international analyst desk with you for Worlds, everyone on the desk predicted G2.
Yes.
And what happened next is they got 3-0'd by FPX.
I do remember that.
You have actually fallen for the trap. I appreciate everybody. I would never do this. Let's go! EG! JoJo! He's taking it down!
There it is. Let it be known, nobody beats EG 7 times in a row.
Not gonna happen.
It won't happen.
Don't
here
need
today.
this G2 shirt.
Oh, Lordy. All right, well, there you have it. Another split desk. I wouldn't have it any other way as we prepare for an NA versus the EU, a battle to the death. With that, I'm going to get us back down onto the stage so we can meet the teams, meet our players, and get ourselves into this battle.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the caster desk. Listen, I think it is time, not only for the casters such as Jat to be biased, but I would like the crowd to be biased here towards EG. So first of all, can we get another cheer for Evil Geniuses, please? Okay, now.
That was good. I like that.
As we get into champ select, can I please get a boo for G2?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Surely there must be some G2 fans in the audience. Is anyone going to cheer for G2? Not bad. I'll take that.
You got
I'll
some
take
pity
that.
claps.
A little bit.
A couple pity claps there.
Yeah. Just remember, you know, do the right thing when the kills come through.
There we go. G2 fans in the audience.
You know what? I have a lot of respect for that guy. He's surrounded. He's an enemy in territory, but he's holding it down for G2.
Behind enemy lines.
Respect
Indeed. We're into draft. Aatrox, Kaiten taken away. Yuumi taken away on the side of G2, trying to deny that from Vulcan. Akali taken off the board against Jojo Pune. I feel like Akali's been kind of permabanned against Jojo Pune. The question I have is Maokai after that game one, right? We've seen teams heavily prioritize Maokai in the group stage so far.
Well, yeah, and we've seen some NA teams actually passing it up, right? I do think we saw priority towards Sejuani for 2 of the NA teams yesterday. EG, I do think, has very high Maokai priority. They're going to be happy to play it for Inspired. I think they'll be happy to play it for Impact as well. Vulcan, I've seen practicing in solo queue, so I do think it's a 3-way flex here if they're not going to ban it out. You know, it's interesting to see they are waiting quite a while here for this final ban.
So,
okay.
EG haven't taken away Senna. And G2 are big fans of things like the Senna Seraphine. So I wonder if that's something that'll slip through in the draft.
Fleckett has one recorded Senna game post MSI. I assume there is plenty more. Maokai comes through, I think. A very good option to me actually is the champion of the patch. Yes, we know other things like the Kalista, the Aatrox are banned away, but I think he's still absolutely huge.
Well, Targamas has also played a number of games. He has 4 games. I think he's actually won basically every game on it. They've played Yasuo Senna. They've played Senna Seraphine. They've played a number of different... Senna Swain. So there are a number of different styles that they can play, but I still think prioritizing Maokai here does make a lot of sense. Maokai's so strong, and I do believe it is a 3-way flex there for EG. We'll have to see what the response here is. This is going to dictate a lot of the draft. It is going to be an early Sylas. It's the cap special. I believe this is his signature champion.
So they've gone for Sylas Sejuani, keeping the Sejuani flex there. It could go top jungle. But Sylas into Maokai should get a pretty good ultimate there. I feel like Akali, Sylas are the kind of mage bruisers that we see at Worlds right now.
Do you think we might see like an AD melee top for Broken Blade, like a Yone or something, and try to go triple melee topside with a Sedge?
Well, yeah, Jankos is very famous for his Sejuani back in Europe.
He
loves
that in the Nidalee, I would say.
The Sejuani is Nidalee his go-to. Now, the question is, EG, what do you do here? Do you pick up your bot lane? They're going to go for the Varus, or are we going to get the Tahm Kench as well?
Yeah, we are getting Tahm Kench.
Kaori and Vulcan 2v2 kill, hope and missing with things like this Varus Tahm Kench.
I think it's got to be Tahm Kench. When they already have shown the Sejuani, I feel like it's a really good answer into that pick, and it is a strong duo. If you don't grab it here, it will be banned out. EG may just be using this draft time to actually talk through what they want to do after, but I think it's Tahm Kench guaranteed.
Yeah, the only problem you have here is you're sacrificing Jojo Pune just a little bit. When the blind picks Sylas, they're going to be able to ban those things away. Now, the question is, do G2 go for that Yone now, that AD top and ban away top laners, or do they pick up something like the Senna here and have something deep in their pocket? Do they pick up a Philios and counter pick support later on in the draft?
I'm such a fan of triple melee topside with Sejuani that I would like that for them. I think that is really their style, allows them to play up towards top lane very heavily, and I'm going to be interested to see if we get it.
There's the Aphelios, so they're actually going to leave that top pick for now, keep the Sejuani flex, pick support on 4. I think I speak for not just EU fans, but all fans across the world that Caps isn't playing Seraphine, he's playing something a little bit more agency, and can maybe look for those highlights.
Seraphine was delightful.
Oh, you like the Seraphine?
I liked it, yeah.
May I remind you that Sylas could flex top, and there's still an option. We got to keep up hope.
True.
Sylas jungle as well.
I mean, Caps back on a carry, I think spells good things for G2. You definitely want to have him as that threat. This guy has done it so many times internationally, so many times regionally. We know that he can dominate, and let's be honest, G2 has crushed EG so far this year. 6-0 at MSI. EG definitely hungry for some revenge. We want to see if EG, even as the individuals, yes, there is no Danny here. Yes, it is not the intended starting roster, but we want to see if that improvement can show against a team like G2 that is truly world class and has been around the block so many times when it comes to these big events.
Definitely have one of the most successful and storied orgs in European history. Next to teams like Fnatic. There's the Renata ban, so targeting the support picks, trying to take them away. Things like the Lulu, the Braum, I feel like G2 will have options. GG just removing the strongest ones.
Yeah, very interesting though. G2 also with the Graves ban, obviously their read would be then that means it's an impact tree. And I do think that would pair well with a carry jungler like the Graves, so I think it's intelligent. LeBlanc is up and does feel like a JoJo special, something that he is pretty comfortable to go towards, but it does feel like EG are building more towards straight up 5v5, so I feel like maybe you want to go more towards just a control mage.
That Darius ban tells me that this Maokai probably is going towards the top side, and I feel like with G2 seeing that, they should probably pick a support here and keep the Sejuani flex.
And I actually really like the ban, even though we haven't seen it, because when I see Maokai top, that is the go-to I think of in solo queue, and also does pair well with Sejuani for the triple melee top. So even though we haven't seen it yet, I do think it's a smart respect ban. Broken Blade is the kind of guy that would be willing to bring it out. Rel AoE CC against Tahm Kench, I think, is always really, really strong. You're not just targeted CC on one person like the Leona that's more easily denied by the TK. This makes it more difficult, and you can poke off the gray health as well on that Tahm Kench.
Do they go for things like the Trundle here into the Sejuani and then just basically run back the Rogue comp in a similar vein of the Maokai, the Trundle, having something like a Victor as well to fill the role of things like the carries? Is that something you think EG would run?
I think it is. The only concern is just that, are they going to be... JoJo
set.
It is set mid, baby. Now I think we're going to have a higher damage jungler. I don't think we're actually going to get the Trundle anymore. It's possible they go towards Trundle, but I think you're too low DPS. You need AP from jungle for sure here with set, so...
I feel like they really need AP damage in the jungle right now. Unless Kaori goes some kind of AP Varus build, it must be... Inspired Nidalee up against G2. Now, Jankos has that option of counterpicking this, going for something like the Lee Sin if he wants with more dueling potential, or just taking the bullets, playing the Sejuani and giving the counterpick to Broken Blade.
Man, you gotta give it to EG. They don't lack for confidence here. Going in with the set mid, there was a massive game from JoJo in play and looked really, really good. It's Fiora though, another melee topside. AD melee champions, we're talking about it earlier on. I think triple melee topside, when you do have that Sejuani, is so strong for your skirmishes in 2v2s, for your 3v3s around Herald even. Even though Nidalee is really well known for her early game power, it's so tough when you're fighting against Sejuani plus a melee in a lot of these skirmishes.
Let's just look at these comps because we have 8 melee champions right now. The only ranged ones, well, also 7, and Nidalee will go in a little bit in melee form when she dashes forwards, but it's only the AD carries that are going to play on range here. Fiora, Sejuani, Sylas, Rel into a set Maokai, Tahm Kench. There's going to be so much fighting. It's going to be so scrappy. It's just a case of finding the right targets.
Well, and honestly, I just worry for EG, if there is that threat, which it feels like there's a lot of dive here and AoE CC potentially coming through from G2. If you can even just pressure Varus, even if Tahm Kench is there to save him, they don't really have a lot of damage there remaining, right? But set ults can be massive here when it is those 4 melee champions. If they're all getting clumped up, if you can hit multiple people with the Haymaker, multiple people with that Showstopper, it can be really bad. I wish League of Legends was real life. All right, let's go. He's having fun.
What would Mojo in there as well? What would League of Legends look like in real life? All these spells, TPing around, dashing, blinking, invisible.
You're just getting your ass beat all day. You're just fighting to the death.
I'm just looking at the game right now, looking in all chat. Jojo Pune is taunting Caps. He's writing Caps, Sylas, oh my god. Oh my god. So this will be a banger game. The set, of course, is something we see into things like the Akali, the Sylas, the Galio, melee AP champions, where he can just pull them into his Haymaker and just look for the damage.
Well, and one of the things that I always love is when I'm playing a Goredrinker champion and I look across the rift and there's 3+ melee. When you have 3+ melee, Goredrinker always seems like you have insane value with the heal there. And when we're playing against a 4 melee comp, if you can get in the mix there, get a good ult with everyone stacked up, clap them together, get the big W off, get that huge value from the Goredrinker, it can be pretty powerful. But I do think if EG fall behind it all, they are going to be so light on damage, especially if bot lane does poorly here. I think this comp is a disaster.
Could be. They need to get ahead, and EG doing a 4-man point in that brush with Jojo baiting it. JDG did the exact same thing yesterday against EG and got first blood. Maybe they were trying to find a way for G2 to walk in and punish. G2 don't fall for the bait. They're just going to drop a ward there, EG, on their entrance. And I think the biggest problem that G2 have in the early game is the Nidalee. The clear speed is just so much faster than Jankos. Jankos needs to keep track of a jungler that's just faster pace and can invade a lot easier with these lanes earlier on.
Well, we're going to have to see what he can get done, because it feels like it would be a look towards topside unless maybe Blackhead and Targamas are way over pushed. But it feels like you want to play heavily here, with the set. JoJo starting E, very standard in these melee matchups. Get the clap in, hit him with the 1-2, hit him with the thumbs up. Oh, he's doing sit-ups!
You gotta love Jojo Pyun. Even as an EU representative, EU fan, I'm a huge fan of Jojo Pyun. So much confidence in such a young player. He's gonna pull caps back again, so some nice early trades coming out here from Jojo, and I have to say big props to the players that use emotes to taunt and, you know, the in-game character emotes just to have a little bit of fun during these trades.
He's denied all the CS so far. Caps actually not. There we go. Gets his first bit of gold in the lane. Caps on the board. The defenseless, helpless minion gets cut down. Has a quick fight in the bot side. First wave in, and Targamas W's back out for the shield.
So yeah, G2 mid and bot losing the push right now. Broken Blade will need a few more levels before he can start really hard contesting Impact. Gonna have the grass procs and the vitals, but again, level 2 first. These lanes for EG going very good in the early stages. You talked about it, Azale, having to snowball this early game. Nidalee, of course, just finished her top side. Cam's gonna move it.
Oh, he's done. Oh, he might just die. I mean, 200 health left. He's gonna keep waiting for grass proc, but the same will happen through for Fiora. New vital coming up soon. Passive comes across. Q's him out of the queue. He had to get that timing right.
But the wave is screwed. He needs help here, and Nidalee's clearing from top to bot, so there's no help here in sight to actually reset this wave. How close is Impact to 3? He's a couple minions off. He really wants to get 3 for the level up, but Broken Blade could look.
So Impact had a cookie there that helped him out so much in getting a little bit of mana. Does have a little bit of regen coming in now as well, so he can trade back with this level 3 advantage. I think the second Broken Blade dings over to 3. He will start to look for those vital procs when they arrive. Jankos now pathing back towards his top side to help out Broken Blade, and he's not spotted. Crucially, with this wave pushing out, Impact could be in trouble.
Yeah, with the next wave coming in, there's no way he actually gets this reset before Sejuani gets top. I think Impact is going to be dead unless he backs it up right now. He's got no ward. He's dead.
Yeah, that's the bot. He won't find the first stun, but here we've got the 2v1. So Impact, how do you live? You know Jankos Q is going to land, and actually, he's dropping the farm in the meantime. Try to deny some as well. Flashes. Stun's still going to land. First blood through for Jankos.
I have to say props to Jankos for backtracking up there. That's the thing with jungle, identifying lanes and making sure you're there in time. Impact had a bad wave. He could have called Inspired and said, hey, I need help, but Inspired was full clearing towards bot, and Jankos just gave up camps to do that. We'll see what Inspired can get done, though, because he's now walking into Jankos' jungle, ignoring the crab and taking away the Krugs. Then Nidalee needs to prioritize farming over covering.
Absolutely, and at the end of the day, that is Impact dying even with the flash there. The only small silver lining is that Sejuani got the kill, and the wave did get reset during that, so the wave will slow push out towards him, but Inspired gonna have to be careful here, pay some respect over. The buy, of course, for Fiora, much better. When you're laning against these early Sheen buys from that Fiora with the grass procs, it's so frustrating to deal with. Just the Q poke that is going to come out here from the Fiora in these matchups makes it very, very difficult. And if you get behind as a tank into Fiora, it feels really hopeless.
Yeah, so much % HP damage and true damage coming out of the Fiora, so it's really hard for the tank to deal with. Wave in a good state there for Broken Blade. There was a lot of trading bot lane all the meanwhile, and G2 with the longsword 3 potions just trying to sustain. Every time the camera pans down here, it's EG the ones stepping up. I think this kill on top lane helps Jankos out a lot in this jungle matchup. You know, the Nidalee exponentially gets quicker and quicker in the clearing, and it just gets harder and harder for the Sejuani, but a Abomi's on the first base will help Jankos out a little bit, just clearing through his second spawn right now, as Inspired has already taken that base, but Jankos has not.
No, first buys are in, as he's going to start his recall before too long. Maybe the Gromp will go down, and bottom Scuttle still up as well, it looks like. Looks like Kaori and Vulcan never try to get the sidestep over to it. Impact now going to farm under his turret. He's going to be acclaimed, no problem. Targamas takes a bit of poke, not going to matter. Jankos is going to be safe to knock down the Scuttle Crab, and that is a double crab here for G2. Cloud9 fans, avert your eyes.
He's not even playing, you gotta go do him like that. Yeah, Inspired's gonna walk in here and realize that this is gone. He's got double crabbed, but he managed to take away the Krugs. Not a huge camp lead yet for the Nidalee, so Inspired really needs to get this ball rolling. He has mid-push. Jojo's doing a fantastic job in this lane with the small CS lead, and Jankos could be in trouble. We'll get the Grump. Vulcan's on the way. Targamas can jump over.
3v2 possibility. Dives in, and Jankos, he's gonna be okay. Actually, still held his flash when he getting top, so a little bit of poke doesn't really matter. Recall will come through safely.
Yeah, and maybe an option to start up the Dragon here for the Nidalee. Like, you need to snowball. You need to put pressure on G2 to contest you while you are still in the advantage as this Nidalee. So he will start the Dragon. That should be his relatively uncontested, I do assume. Though Caps is cheating down to at least get a little bit of vision on the area. But it should be too late for G2 to really have any sort of an option here. So first Dragon will go over to EG.
Yeah, pretty easy for them. No real contest from G2. And you look at the gold right now, it's 200 gold to lead to EG. Despite G2 getting that first blood, that's coming from mid and bot CS. Cap's gonna dash away from the true damage, has the ultimate, but doesn't decide to commit. Support and jungle right behind him.
Yeah, 3 men here. I think he's hoping that Jojo will go aggressive on him, and Jojo definitely does have the propensity to do just that. Yanko's waiting on this side. Targamas has been here for quite some time. Jojo paying respect to, though, the fact that we have not seen Targamas for quite some time, but he's not playing to the side of the map.
Flash stun comes in, a flashback to safety. Stun, puts up the shield, wants straight over the tower, but does not get the angle correct. The sidestep from Yanko's guarantees no safety. 2 on the board for G2.
Pretty clean insect there from Caps. It looked pretty easy for them to just put the Jojo P on top of the support jungle despite his flash. They managed to use the CC layer. I wonder if Jojo could have ulted someone instead of flashing initially and then flashed afterwards. We'll have to look at the positioning of the champions.
Yeah, it's very difficult. You know, maybe I would have tried to been able to find that angle. As he lands, it's hard. Maybe he could have tried to, you know, get an ulti onto Jankos and then flash back towards the tower, but G2 wasn't really giving him any sort of an easy angle there. Good setup from Caps. But the jungle and support making all the difference in that 1v1. And this is a matchup that Silas is going to outscale very, very heavily. So Set needs to be playing with that advantage. And he was in the 1v1 until that point. But now things looking better and better for G2 here.
Yeah, Kill's going to pay for that CS lead pretty reliably here. As a wave of the bot side is going to be claimable. No, Killer stuck at the gold. So there's around 68 gold lost.
Caps no flash though. So EG's mid jungle should be able to pressure the Danish mid laner out of this lane a little bit more because you do have so much setup. And, you know, the Maokai in the set, this top side of EG has enough setup for the Nidalee to find the kills, but right now they're going to contest this blue buff. All of Jankos' camps are up here. He is level 6. I wonder if G2 are going to collapse on this when they get the information that he's there. Jojo Pyun stepping up, lets Jankos know that they're on his blue. How does G2 dissect this play? They could look for an engage, but Inspired has the flash, so good play there from EG to get the blue and get out.
Yeah, nice little bit of aggression, but it just hasn't felt like the Nidalee has really paid dividends. He's not playing that aggressively, you know, as far as looking for actual ganks. He's playing pretty heavily for the farm, but he's only up really 1 camp, or camp and a half, I guess I should say. So things looking really, really good for G2. It is farm advantages, you know, in mid and bot and jungle, but they're slight. And the couple kills going over to G2 more than even it out. And the compositional advantages as you get later, I think, are going to be feeling really good for G2.
Caps dodges all the wards, can steal Varus ult and probably seal the Doom. Vulcan not level 6, that would have been crucial. Yan goes over the wall, spotted, flash into safety, flash gets out, but they're going to catch Vulcan. Will it be enough damage though? The root not going to be enough. Flashes forced though, EG down both those summoners.
Not enough gap close there from G2 to kill the Tom Kench, but they both have no flash. Kaori has the heal, Jankos has the ult though, no level 6, like you said, Freak on the Tom Kench.
He's gonna go in for a big stun to start this one out. They're gonna find a whole lot here. There's the CC chain, and they're gonna get all of it. Vulcan gets the shield, it won't matter. 2 for nothing in the bot side. Flacket gets the kill.
Good ult there from Jankos. He stunned Kaori and then ulted Vulcan instead to interrupt the W to escape. Jojo Pyun will get a lot of plates. Inspired will get Herald. Yes, G2 get 2 kills and they even up this bot deficit, but they're gonna lose a lot on this top side. We'll see how much Flacket can get in plates. He has good guns to shred through this tower.
Honestly, G2 gets so much more from that. I mean, Flacket, you know, that was kind of the last losing lane for G2. You know, he was behind, but it has been the team play really making the difference here for G2. Some of the individual lanes were going well for EG, but it's, you know, the mid support, you know, moving around together. Jungle support go mid, they get a kill there. Then jungle mid go towards bot. They're just spreading the advantage around the map here. It's just really good team play from EG.
We see it again here, no flash on both, and then Jankos uses the E stun here and the ult over to the side to make sure they can lock both down on the minimap. You can see a lot of pressure topside from EG. How can they use this Herald? Where do they place it? I mean, with that mid tower being so low, they could Herald that mid tier one and get it taken down. Caps enjoying himself right now. G2, of course, have really good kind of team synergy behind the scenes when it comes to joking around, always making fun of each other. So after this early game lead, should make them pretty happy with Caps sitting on 2 kills. But like I said, that mid tower really low. I feel like EG have a very clear play here. Just get their bot push, go towards mid, herald this tower, and play for the next dragon.
Yeah, the gold lead is functionally tied. If that crashes, then you get the local gold from the plates from the first turret going down, everything else. Inspire gonna get rid of a ward. Maybe a redive here on the bot side, but Targamas with the ulti. Flacket has all summoners. Not a likely fight to be had. Jojo Pyun walking over, spotted by a ward, can't kill it himself. Just knows he's on vision.
I mean, with them that healthy and Targamas level 6, I just think there's no way that dive goes well at all, especially with Jankos and Caps now moving down to actually cover. They're going to drop Herald bot, so they really want to get Kaori ahead. You know, this is a situation where we're talking about the Varus. The Varus is your damage. Varus needs to be doing well. And after that last play down towards bot, lost flashes, end up both dying because that roam, you know, the advantage was really erased that EG had on that bottom side. So gonna drop the Herald there, trying to get some more gold here in the pocket of Kaori.
Yeah, I think it makes sense because the set innately just becomes more of a supportive champion the later this game goes on. He's just there to buy time for the Varus, so the Varus needs a lot of gold, needs a lot of items. Do they transition this into a Drake though? It just spawned Inspired's going to start it up. Caps is hovering to this top side and looking to take a base. No Unleashed teleports. G2 could try to stall this. I think Caps is calling that he wants to base for his Mythic here and TP back. So the longer this goes on, I think the more willing G2 will be to contest. 5k HP, Inspired jumps out. Yeah, looks like they're just going to drop it.
I mean, it's just dying way too slow. And with no flash on Cowrie or Vulcan,
I
mean,
Vulcan's
he's
gonna
dead.
land. Tom Kent, she can put up a shield, but will it even matter? It, of course, does not. Flacket on the board for a second. 5-0 G2, nearly matching the game score.
I mean, after they actually bail out on that initial play, nice parry. Now he's going to turn around for the engage.
Fourth Vital landed. Does have flash, but not going to be range for the rest of the kill. So ulti down, Impact lives, but can he regen and stay in the lane? Broken plays out of mana.
Yeah, EG just didn't bail out quick enough. As soon as Inspire goes over the wall, you've got to get out of there immediately as the EG bot lane. You know the Caps is TPing down towards that bottom side, but Vulcan a little bit slow to exit there, and G2 do punish. They're getting so much more out of these early stages. You know, Nidalee, 12 minutes in, you're up 3 camps, down 0-0-0, 1 dragon is your advantage. It has not been worth it, or even close to worth it, for this pick so far for EG.
Yeah, that's the question. Where's Inspired this game? The only real plays made in terms of team play or teaming up with his laners is taking away that blue buff. Flash in on mid, though.
Flash stun, but he doesn't get the ulti off because I think Caps landed his stun from... No, I don't even know how he didn't get behind him. Caps, no Merc Treads, just didn't walk behind in time to land the ulti to get the kill.
No boots on Jojo either, so it makes it a little bit tougher. Yeah. It looks like EG will get this bot tower. Flacket can clear out the wave, though. No plates falling off just yet. Jankos might be in trouble.
There's a fight. Is it enough? Inspired not in range for the damage, though he hops, doesn't get anyone. Of course, this Drake is still up. The wards have been killed. Bot lane pressure pretty much retained here by Varus. Can shove the wave in, and Flacket always has to answer or he loses the tower.
I think EG's play is stacking Drakes right now. They're just finding it pretty hard to start it up because G2 are constantly getting mid push or bot push, either one. And no matter where EG commit numbers, G2 are getting pushed on the opposite side. And now they have this awkward situation where they're around the river. Flacket will push out bot now and rejoin his team. EG have a lot of pressure right now, though. They could look for this dragon window.
Well, I think that's why they were trying to go through mid, right? You know, flash on Caps, try to get a kill on Caps, then move over towards that dragon. But as soon as that fails again, they are once more on the back foot. Cowrie, though, does have the Mythic here completed, and at a certain point, EG will have to force. It's not okay to just play slowly with this style of composition. They're not going to have any threats in the later stages.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised Vulcan took that base. They basically own the river and pushed Caps out a little bit and chunked him down. And now Flacket's going to get plates for it because their bot lane took a base. I mean, they will have a little bit more tempo, but it's a mythic match right now, and G2 get a first tower bot, so all of a sudden it's Aphelios 2-0-0, 1,000 gold up on the Varus, and no dragon for EG. We'll see if they can find that proactivity that they so dearly need, as Vulcan going to sweep away some wards from G2. Jojo's coming on a base. Has the Unleashed teleport? Does G2 start this dragon up?
I mean, they're going to start it. I feel like this game has completely fallen out of control of EG. You know, this is all G2 now. The gold lead may be relatively close, but the game state is not whatsoever. This is G2 running away with this game in a landslide.
In isolation, it's just Broken Blade versus Impact, right? No one's really visited top lane, barring that level 3 gank from Jankos. And ever since now this Sunder is completed, it's just going to get harder and harder for the Maokai, really. So I feel like EG, time's running out, but Impact is such a good form of engage that maybe they need to bring him into the equation and try to force these fights while the Fiora's trying to split push.
Unleashed TP finally here. The cooldown's going to be back up in around 3 minutes or so. Big Raptor take, and Jankos going to find a stun pretty soon. Wants the auto attack. Won't get it. Won't throw the ulti out either, as his team is nearby, but so is EG's bottom lane. Back to the mid lane they go. That plus 610 already went to Flacket. He is huge. On his way toward Lord Dominus to cut down the Maokai. Gonna build for the single target. Gonna build for the tank busting when he can. Probably wait till 3 items until he's really a huge threat, but he's on the way.
Yeah, no, I think it's relatively smart build here against the set, against the Maokai. You know, going to be in a pretty good position. Mythic now finally completed there for Inspired, but 15-minute Mythic completion for the Nidalee, not very threatening. I do think EG have got to force, and have kind of got to force now. You know, they have their Mythics pretty much across the board. It's only Impact that doesn't have his, but of course, now he's going to complete it. This is their window, and I feel like this is kind of almost their last window. It feels funny to say 15 minutes in, but you've got to get something done before G2 starts hitting 2 items, or this game is toast.
I don't know about you, but this just reminds me of the C9 Fnatic game where they're just on a timer to force something. Maybe this is some kind of meta that NA's been developing in scrims where it's actually been working in scrims where the games are a lot more faster paced and bloody, and you can get these advantages, whereas on stage it's just a lot slower paced. And the game's not as messy. But yeah, their windows are running out. Dragon's up in 3 minutes. Herald to spawn, though. That's something that they can use to help snowball this game and get that mid lane tier 1. But G2 right now holding the mid push. And G2 are happy the slower this game goes down. I mean, they've got a Sejuani for engage, the Fiora will win out on the side lane, the Aphelios is ahead of the Varus, and they're the ones who are going to start this Herald up. I wonder if EG drop it or Jojo can TP in here and look for the 5v5.
I think that could block down. They're doing it on top of Scuttle Crab, and they're going to get some poke coming through. Javelins, spears, all looking pretty decent. Cap's going to take a bit of damage, walk back out. Now on to the second Rift Herald of the game. EG mentioned they're on a timer. This is a fight they can actually take. Eye opens up yet again. Gets closer to smite range, nearly resetting the aggro, but not quite yet. Inspire keep the damage coming across, still poking towards Jankos at half HP. They send the front line. Is that the fight they want? And so Vulcan brings them to safety, and it's one for nothing. Jankos is down. Stun comes across. Targamas has to get out. Huge damage out of Aphelios, though. And the gold leader Flack, it means so much. Caps dives in, finds another. Dives away now for Vulcan, the flash over the wall. Will he find the kill? The shield is not going to hold up. It's 8-1.
G2 wipe EG from the map, and they are not done yet. Caps on the wraparound here, looking for even more against Inspired and Impact.
May not find it. Looks for the stun, doesn't land it there. The poke's still coming through. Targamas around. I don't know if he has what it takes to finish his kill. Dives on in, could be stunned. Heal comes through, Javelin. This one's sidestepped. Everyone's out.
Very messy fight, and we can see so many melee champs in the game. It's just a bloodbath in the center of it, but it's Flackett dishing out a lot of damage with the blue gun, in front of him, just doing so much work in the front line. I think the reason it's so good for EG at the start is because Jankos uses his ult onto Jojo, and then Jojo gets this big W in a second when he comes out to zone the rest of G2 away on top of the Maokai ult, but then the turn was just fantastic.
Absolutely, and critically, it means there's no Devour here for Kauri. Caps actually tagged him, I think, there with the stolen Varus ult, and then just alley-oop to himself there, hits him with the chains, locks him down. Vulcan can do nothing to peel because he had to spend the ulti there on set, and as soon as Kauri goes down, he knows that there's no shot for them in that fight.
Frustration there. Unsure how they can get some damage out, but EG will get this mid-tier 1. They picked up the Herald as well. Inspired is slowly getting a little bit ahead of Jankos, has the Night Harvester complete and is up a level. Need a lot more than that though, so yeah, maybe this Herald's gonna go on that top tier 1 or maybe a tier 2 on a side lane if there's some kind of cross-map shenanigans going on. TP back top here from Impact to catch the wave, and the game will slow down a little bit for the next 30 seconds as the Dragon will spawn.
It's the classic Caps there, buying the Mage Eyes already, feeling confident here. 10 stacks in the book, 4-0-2. Caps from ahead. I've seen this game before on Silas.
Oh, did it just spotted him there, I think. Did it?
I don't know. Either way, the ulti is on. Jankos coming around as well. There should be a stun. It means what he can, but now this is going to be that first stun. In the second stun, into the last vital being popped. Will he tank it at this point, though? Next cooldown's coming relatively soon. Lands a Q. W, auto, heals up. Under the tower they go, and Broken Blade finds his kill. In the mid lane, it's on the Vulcan. Cap's going to get his next one. A bit low, though. Kauri does not get the rest of the damage needed and can't go back for any more. Auto still coming through. Flackett gets whatever he wants, set up by his lane mate. And a killing spree for the Aphelios.
G2 winning out top, they're winning out mid as well. Flackett had so many chakrams. I don't think Inspired could jump in there as much as he wants to take the Magi stacks off of Caps and try to turn the fight. He would die if he jumped in. G2 get the kills in mid, the kill in top, and they're going to get the Dragon too.
There's the tower. Sejuani contests the red buff. Not sure who got it, but ultimately doesn't matter too much because the Drake is going over. G2 going to have their second Drake of the game. 11-1 now the kill score, picking up where they left off at MSI. No games have been close. They have crushed EG all year.
Yeah, it's another stomp it's looking like here, and we can see, did he actually spot him at all? Oh, he did.
He did for a frame there.
But I guess he just wasn't that worried, wanted to get the last little bit of farm, but Sejuani comes in.
I think he saw his HP bar and probably assumed he was about to recall or something, so he just wants to crash the wave. Maybe Impact even thought in a 2v1 he had enough to live. He almost made his way out, but then Broken Blade and Jankos managed to find that kill. All the meanwhile, there was a fight happening in mid, so Targamas just jumped in with the Hex Flash and the ult, pulls them all in with the Magnet Storm. Caps gets the initial kill, dodges out on his Varus Q, I believe. No, it hits actually. Inspired wants to jump in, but he knows if he does, Flackett will just melt straight through.
Yeah, just no real way through, and you can see how powerful the AoE engage there of the Rel is when you're playing up against that Tahm Kench. Find the Tahm Kench. Grey Health is not going to save you because you can actually crack that with the Q on Rel, so well played there by Targamas. It was a good draft. Now we're going to try to find Broken Blade here. Good parry.
Post into the ulti and getting away. Beautiful. Broken Blade just honestly guesses, mind reads the timing on the stun and gets it right.
Yeah, let's not forget this group. Very, very tough on Damwon, JDG, the other teams. If anyone wants to stand a chance from EUNA to get out of this group, they have to beat the opposition in a 2-0 to actually have a chance against the other two top teams.
Well, and it's so heartbreaking for EG, you know, coming off of a game yesterday against JDG where I know they felt they should have won. They felt that was a game that would have been theirs. To lose that one in such close fashion against one of the world's best teams, against one of the big tournament favorites there, and then coming in here against G2. And gold still relatively close, but the game feels completely out of control here for EG. It will take a miracle for them, I think, to pull back into this one.
Yeah, they need some overextension from G2, and they need to get caps down and get those stacks off. G2 are baiting Baron right now, but they don't have the quickest Nash. Not so much damage from champs like the Sylas. But G2 probably looking at the next Drake in 3 minutes, get on that soul point, look for this mid-tier 1 there. Those are the objectives. EG on the other side just finished second item onto Kaori. Maybe want to look for a defense. There's the stolen Maokai ult to allow G2 to walk forwards and take the tower. But EG need to look for skirmishes soon.
Dinner 2 in turrets. 4,000 gold lead here as well.
The rough part about games like this, though, is you know you need to fight early because your team is getting outscaled, but you've already been outscaled. Like, there's no fight looks good because you don't win any of them. So it becomes very, very difficult, right? And I think EG is kind of caught in this loop where they're hoping, well, we need to have an odd number fight, or we need to catch someone out in sides, or we need to wait for a G2 mistake. But G2 is not giving it to them. And time in this game is quickly running out for EG. You know, they already have been outscaled, I feel. Second items are already complete for a number of the players on G2. This next dragon may be the last dance here for EG.
EG just need to group up, get mid-waves in, put a little bit of vision in this topside river, get some pinks down, and hope that G2 walk into them and they can pounce while Broken Blade's in base, or he's late on the arrival with the TP. So a little bit of setup right now, but that one ward on the Baron will give G2 all the information that they need. They'll be very cautious in this phase check because, of course, they're not on this Baron. They're just going to try and push and flush EG out of this topside river. And I think for G2, it's just a clear game plan. Keep Broken Blade in the side lane, wait for Drakes. It's on EG to start the fight.
Absolutely, and I mean, Flathead looks like he's going towards a BT third, so just trying to play it safe here, make sure he can't be poked out at all by the Varus and the Nidalee. I think is intelligent in this game. And G2 don't need to do anything except what they are already doing. Only take fights when you know where EG is. Only take fights when you have the vision advantage because they are scaling comfortably into the later stages of the game here and have been maintaining the objective control for the last quite a few minutes.
Really nice ward there, actually, across the wall, not getting spotted by the pink. Just gives EG all the information they need as to when they'll start it up. And Targamas just used the sweeper, so that'll stay there for a very long while. But EG need to use that information. Look for a pick. They found caps.
Yeah, bit of a fight towards the top side. Will it be enough? The question, when can he find the ult? He's already stolen one from Maokai, so he doesn't have that one yet again. TP's coming in to start reinforcing. Caps gonna flash, gets the re-Maokai ult. Jojipan caught out, but for how long? Puts it across, gets stunned, should still have the shield. Gordinger for a second. Shut that into Caps in front of the Magi stacks. Jojo staying alive, he flashes, gets up towards Tom Catch. This needs to be the fight that EG wins, but Targamas is too tanky, and Broken Blade finds the kill. It's 2-1 so far. Impact left alone with his own kind, cut down, turned into mulch, and it's G2 taking everything.
Caps falls, but Flacket and Broken Blade stand strong. The next carry's in line when he does die there. Loses the Magi stacks, but now it looks like G2 want to start up this Baron. 10 seconds on Caps' respawn. He can TP in. It's uninspired and Kaori. They have a little bit of poke to work with. Targamas a little bit scared right now to walk up. Initial spear is going to miss. Can Inspire against this pit. Where's Caps going to TP? Oh,
EG
big spear.
in the Baron pit. Is it enough? EG in the Baron pit. Inspire dives in and he goes down far too early. Baron is claimed. Inspire drops and G2 are slaughtering.
15-2, 6,000 gold lead here for G2. They are crushing EG in this game. And EG do look for the pick here onto Caps, and they do eventually find it, but they just have so little damage. It takes them so long that G2 has easily responded in time, and Jojo's getting beat down on the side.
Both mid laners kind of struggling in their skirmishes. Caps falls initially, so it's a 5v4, but Kaori arrives a little bit late, and look at this ult from Flacket. Gets so many shurikens so he can dish out damage on the Aphelios, and then Broken Blade can start to step forward and kill the backline of EG. His impact goes a little bit too far forwards. Kaori really can't hit in this fight. The second he steps up, he's just going to get engaged on as well. And it's the meat grinder of Flacket. And now it's a Dragon started up by G2. That'll be easy to secure. That puts them on the Ocean Soul point. With the Baron, they're going to start sieging down these tier 2s.
Now, EG may have already eclipsed their timer, but it's going to get even shorter here as we're up for a 30-minute Ocean Soul, and G2 absolutely crushing in this game. Looking at a maybe 30-minute win, to be honest. Caps looking for someone in the brush, not going to be there, but soon Jojipan in a 1v4. Inkos will not take the engage with Merc Treads. Set is not an easy target. Mid lane under fire. Broken Blade can always riposte the ulti. doesn't have to care about that too much.
Interesting that G2 are playing a 1-4 rather than having 4-man mid. I guess it just covers off flanks a lot easier because they can only come from your top side. So Impact's now collapsing down, but they can see him coming through this red side jungle. Broken Blade just spotted him out, so how defensive do they want to play this? Broken Blade doesn't have the TP, but it looks like they're confident enough to step up. As Corey goes back towards base, that means Broken Blade can take this mid tier 2. Impact spotted. G2 waiting for the next cannon wave.
Caps takes Devour. Even if you wanted to fight an engage, it's not going to happen for much. Broken Blade happy to keep hitting up against Maokai here, but wants to pull in for a Jojo gun. Will it be enough damage to kill Fiora? It's going to be tough. Pops the ulti, gets some move speed, gets some healing, hits 2 vitals already. And now Impact will run away. At least trays down the ulti, but bottom inhibitor turret has dropped. 1 minute left, 3,000 gold to the Red Bull Baron power play. Inhibitor now gone as well.
G2 going to move towards mid. Another cannon wave coming in. They don't have that Fiora ult, but maybe they're confident enough to step up. A massive damage there from Broken Blade onto Jojo, and he gets engaged on.
First stun comes across. Will get chomped up. Stays alive for now. Caps dives in for more. Has to burn a stopwatch. Will there be a re-engagement? Will it land? They find a bit of damage, but Caps stays alive. More damage across Jojo must shield, and Jojo will drop. Flacket stays up, saved by his mid laner, and they're gonna get Kaori now as well. Everyone's gonna run away or die, maybe even both. A 4-for-0 team fight, make it only 3. Vulcan had gotten out a little while ago. 18-2 though, looking to get their 7th straight win over EG, and it's gonna happen through the middle lane. Double inhibitor down on a Nexus turret number 1, but a poke not gonna mean much. Pushing for more, finding that stun, finding yet another kill. You have to believe. Inspired stuck inside the fountain as his turrets drop and die, and he'll be left 0, 1, and 2. A CS lead, but not one for the game, as he will sit there hoping for the regen. The minions come in, the Nexus falls, and G2 gets the win.
Really well played game there by G2. To me, this was all about the team play from G2, how they work together as a squad, enabling each other to move around the map. It's the first visit towards mid lane from Jankos and Targamas, getting up towards mid lane, helping out Caps, who was having a bit of a tough time, understandably, in the early levels against the set. But once they get him that kill, then he can pay it back towards bot lane. Caps roams down towards bot lane with Jankos. They bail out the G2 bot lane, who was behind in that 2v2. And once G2 started to really erase all these individual advantages that EG had, it didn't really feel like there was a way for them back into the game. Inspired really didn't get much done on the Nidalee to justify the pick. Was mostly just farming, but it was a slight CS lead in the first 15, 20 minutes. Nothing to really write home about.
G2 never really dropped the pace. They were always there first in the skirmishes, matching numbers every time, and you hit the nail on the head there. Team play was everything there for G2. You saw in the first couple levels, EG had to push in all 3 lanes. They actually had tools to work with. They had the Nidalee pathing bot. They got the first Drake, but from that point onwards, it was just Jankos teaming up with Caps, getting those roams down towards the bot side, and the cross maps just weren't there for EG.
Yeah, I mean, they had pressure, they got the first Drake, they got the first Herald. They chose to put it bot lane, which I thought was interesting. They could have said, okay, here you go, 600 gold, right onto you, on the mid lane on the set. Yeah. I know he's not the carry, but like, hey, crack up a mid, get the roams, go there. They chose to put the money towards Varus. He could never finish that bot lane turret. That turret actually died to just minions. So a lot of money was there, almost claimable, but EG never put the rest of the resources down. It was at 5%, and they never finished, just put 3 people there. Plus 610 on the Varus. He's ahead of the pace. Cool, next team fight. He's an item and a half. You know, that never came over the line. He never got to like the Rage Knife for the second Dragon fight or anything. And so it felt like there were those small things where you can get a bit more over the line. You make that a little bit cleaner, and you probably could have the play happen.
Yeah, I mean, they had that one fight around the Herald that looked good initially, but the turn came through from G2. You can see the damage there on your screen. Jojo just not dishing out as much as he might want. The Maokai, again, surprisingly quite high on the damage. Charts can get a lot done with his base damages in the team fights, but I feel like even though Caps fell every now and then, it was Flacket that just carried the weight on the Aphelios. There was never a threat on Flacket. You know, you really want to get a settled on the Sejuani, land on top of the Aphelios, and then have follow-up from things like the Varus or the Nidalee, but that never really happened.
Well, and that's actually why I really liked how G2 were playing out a lot of those fights. They were actually primarily engaging on Jojo, right? And actually pushing Jojo back. They were forcing out the ulti from Vulcan onto him, and if Jojo isn't actually enabling that dive onto the backline, no one is threatening the Aphelios, because that felt like the only realistic way for them to get there. Sure, Maokai could try to flash rush in advance, but if he's the only one, he's not doing anything on the Aphelios anyway. So it all begins and ends, it felt like, with Jojo in those team fights once they were not snowballing the game. So G2 focus him down, push him back in those fights. Aphelios is free firing, and it's going to look for good for them.
Definitely was. A lot of melee champs, a lot of bloody fights, but G2 are the ones coming out on top. The Magi's eventually fell off, but Caps was stacking that up quite quickly.
Well, playoff buffs maybe ending here for EG. For the most part, like a lot of these play-in teams were doing well. DRX, we saw them drop. EG, of course, now 0-2 as well, even though yesterday had looked pretty good. And hey, if G2 are scaling up, you know, going back to that sort of magnificent form, right? The one international trophy for Europe belongs to G2. We'll see how the rest of this can go for them, because I think obviously their ceiling is so high. I mean, it's great to see their bot lane do so well with so little experience, these players. Like, okay, aside from the one split on Giants, a double rookie bot lane, they're just so good down there. And I'm excited to see more of them, because they are kind of shaping up as time goes on. Now, we are joining Shox on stage with Caps for a Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much. Yeah, indeed, Caps here after, I guess, the win streak over EG keeps going. A bit of a rough start yesterday to the tournament, completely different look, G2 today. Yeah, what were the changes made overnight to make sure that you could get the dub over EG?
I mean, I think seeing the first games of the day was good for us. I think that coming into the groups, we were like the only team in our group who just came off a loss. The other 3 teams came off a win, right?
Yeah.
And the momentum is always very important. And we were a bit worried, like at least I was a bit worried about like the beginning of the group, but I think now that we have a win, I'm just looking forward to snowball that to more wins.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great point. Of course, if everyone has the momentum going for them, it might take a little bit longer. Interestingly, today you had the Silas. There was a lot to say yesterday about the Seraphine, and it wasn't the best experience versus Damwon. Could you give us a little insight into why kind of the drastic differences in the drafts and why yesterday the Seraphine?
I mean, the biggest difference is like obviously we play like different teams. Red side drafts might also be a bit different, and then just seeing the game 1 games and how they were going, we were going for like a bit more aggressive comp, and I'm just happy that we managed to pull it off.
Yeah, it was really great to see. You say the other teams were coming off a win. Obviously, the last time we saw G2 was on 4 patches ago, and was also in Europe when you got the worst end of the stick there, of course, versus Rogue. So where was the practice focused specifically in terms of what you guys had to workshop coming into Worlds?
I mean, so we learned a lot from the final. I think especially like losing games and then keep losing games was not the way we wanted to go. We wanted to at least, like, if we start losing, we want to go down with a fight, right? And I feel like that's why I'm happy today as well. Even though we lost yesterday, we came in today and we still played confident, we still played aggressive, and if we can keep it up, then I'm sure we'll go far this tournament.
Yeah, final question to that. It is still a really difficult group, of course, with the likes of Damwon and JDG in there. If you want to make it out, you'll have to pick up a win, at least one against those teams. What is it going to take for G2 to get in the right mindset to be able to get out of this group?
I mean, I think just getting the confidence to to challenge them on objectives, get a challenge on them on waves, right? And I think, yeah, today goes a long way. We saw both Rogue and Fnatic gets wins, and of course we don't want to be the only team without wins, so we're just going to look to get even more than them.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much, Caps. Congratulations.
Thank you.
A first win for G2 here at Worlds. Over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Shox. G2 Esports dispatching Evil Geniuses with ease here to move the head-to-head to 7-0. No, because 7-0 doesn't mean that the shirt's untrue yet.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, like they got to get the 8.
And also,
they got to get the 8.
I don't know why you think I'm going to be sad. Like, the West is still 2-1. Like, we're still going towards, like...
On the day, the West is popping off.
It could be a 4-1 day for the West. Yeah. And that's the best possible since they had to play against each other.
You really do have a positive outlook on life.
See, look at us. We're all on the same team.
We're in this together.
We're all on the same team. I will admit, if this game is any indication, Vedius, we could lock up that 8-0 right now, because this was just utterly disgusting what G2 was able to do.
It's great to see, like, we heard from Caps that they wanted to come into today being aggressive. They felt like that they weren't really able to challenge Damwon, and when you look at their draft, it was very much about, we want to be able to skirmish. They had a really great engage on the bot side of the map. They gave Broken Blade a winning matchup. You guys are very familiar with the man in the top lane. He used to be a North American representative, and these are the type of champions he's incredibly comfortable on, and it looked like he came into today's game saying, Impact, I've beaten you before, I can beat you again, and he did beautifully on the Fiora.
Now, on the topic of draft chat, a little bit of a curveball thrown out here from EG. The Nidalee picked up, of all things, in the jungle.
Yeah, I think Nidalee set Nidalee Maokai. They were hoping to play a lot through topside, get a lot of lane prio, and then hopefully snowball the game, win in about 22 minutes. I actually understand the draft, especially since they've lost 6 games in a row against G2.
Yeah.
They think, like, how can we be ever in a winning position? And I would also say that the 3 LEC victories so far have been when they have more scaling. So this is definitely kind of a comfort zone that they're being able to find on stage, have enough laning to then be able to have team play and team fighting, and it worked great against EG.
Yeah, again, strategically, the Nidalee, along with those two champions, makes sense. We talk all the time about how Nidalee pairs well with Renekton because of the CC setup to land the spear. Same thing can be done with a Maokai root or a set pull-in. Unfortunately, they weren't given the opportunity to pull any of that off, but I do want to go ahead and update our champion pick ban presence graphic here at Worlds, because with the Nidalee being picked up, and we can flip over to that second graphic as well, you will see that we are now at 95 champions because of a Darius ban as well. So we are now the most unique champions at any World Championship with 95 on only the second day of groups.
A world record.
A world record.
That's really cool.
Gotta love it.
Considering we've had, so many, this is the 11th World Championship now. Like, the fact that it's taken us this long to beat that record, I feel like League is in a really good state right now. And I feel like that these teams, they're constantly looking to bring out something new. And I respect what EG wanted to do. You talked about it, how it seemed like that their approach was to try and attack the top side, especially when they've been going more for this Varus, Tahm Kench, very defensive, very weak side. What I don't think they were expecting was the level of aggression from Jankos.
Yeah, because normally Nidalee, I'm like, cool, the goal is get ahead, right? In fact, the exact opposite happened. G2, we showed those early game statistics against Damwon from yesterday. Didn't go great for them. This time around, though, they reversed it. They flipped that. Look at those early stats.
And G2 always managed to have a numbers advantage, which is impressive for them since they didn't innately have lane prio from, especially in the mid lane when they had the counter pick set. But this was just a really good redive. At the time, Inspired was up at the top side of the map taking Rift Herald, so absolutely no one can cover this dive for EG, and G2 capitalizes.
That was a sick rail stun to stop the Tahm Kench.
Yeah, Kadro highlighted it very well on the cast, where he talked about how EG just weren't successfully cross-mapping. Every time that G2 did something, it felt like that they weren't really getting punished elsewhere on the map. And while you talk about, yeah, sure, they secured the Rift Herald, G2's like, well, we just got 3 plates bot. We don't care. Our dive is going to equalize this Herald, and we're going to be totally fine with it. And as you rightly said, Jack, it just felt like that every single play, they had the numbers advantage. But to me, a lot of that credit needs to go to Jankos and his early aggression. He was making so many great early game ganks. He was so good at setting up the early game aggression and kind of enabling G2 to transition from that traditionally weak early game into a very strong early game into a stronger mid game.
On the Sejuani, it's all about setup, but Jankos delivered, and that's why he gets our 1+ player of the game for his performance in this matchup here against EG. Ever the facilitator for the squad.
Yes.
When we were talking about how EG might want to be top focused, it was actually EG's top lane that got focused down in this way.
Sejuani duty deserves to be rewarded, especially for Jankos. He's had so many games on this pick and also was the person that was always in the right place at the right time. This was a particularly game-changing fight that we just saw at the very end, being able to close out that kill.
Yeah, ended up funneling the heck out of Caps, and then when Caps has a lead, man, he plays so confident.
Yeah, and I think that we got to see some of that beautiful Jankos-Cap synergy that many G2 fans have been looking for a long time. We didn't get to see it in the finals. We didn't get to see it yesterday as they were shut down by Canyon and Showmaker, but today we get to see a revitalized version of G2, and he's hoping that they can continue that with JDG being their next opponent.
Well, it was a new strat for Evil Geniuses, but unfortunately they fall down yet again to G2, who put a win in that column here in the group stage. Listen to Legends Never Die, though, on the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify. You can find that song and plenty like it on the LoL Music Hub on Spotify. While you take a listen, we're going to go to a quick break, and on the other side, we come back for a clash of Group A Titans when T1 takes on Fnatic.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll ride into smoke when the fire is fierce. No, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out
Welcome back to Worlds 2022, ahead of our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz between Fnatic and T1. Sure to be a banger. We're talking about the success of the EU teams today. We'll see if Fnatic can drive it forward here with another win in Game 3 of the day. But as we talk about their approach to T1 here, Betty, I think we should talk about first how they were able to take C9 down just yesterday.
Yeah, let's just get straight into it, right? Because Fnatic are clearly the underdogs coming into this matchup. But day one looked very clean for them, and in a manner that was uncharacteristic compared to what we saw from them during the regular season. During the regular season, it was about aggression, constantly looking for ganks on the bot lane, and we would even see Razork diving the tier 1 and tier 2 towers just to get his bot lane ahead. But yesterday, it was calm, it was controlled, it was a lot more about scaling and just buying time and playing more for the team fights.
Yeah, and if you look at that draft, there's Azir in the mid lane, Ornn in the top lane, Maokai jungle, Renata support. That's just a lot of big, wide lines moving towards you. So once they had the ability to set up on objectives first, they took the options away from C9. But to the discussion we've been having today, I think that works when you are convinced you are the better team and can make it through the early game. I don't think you can take these exact 5 champions Fnatic has and put them against T1, and it probably doesn't work. So I would more expect to see Fnatic draft more like they did in the regular season when they're trying to play fast, with Razork making a lot of ganks early game to try and not fall behind.
Because one of the things about this draft, in particular against Cloud9, was they had pressure in bot and they had pressure in mid. Humanoid dominating in the 1v1 against Jensen meant that Fnatic had 2 winning lanes along with the scaling, which is something
a superior draft,
right?
Yeah.
And so against T1, the question is, okay, can you do that same thing against this level of performance? Because yes, the team fighting looks great from Fnatic. You can rely on Upset to be that late game carry, Humanoid to help you transition from your early into your mid game. But against T1, after what we saw yesterday, this is where the big question mark comes in.
Now, by all accounts, a very clean game out of Fnatic just yesterday, but if we take a look across the rift to their opponents, T1, from my perspective, put up the most dominant game of the day to kick off the group stage against EDG. And so, again, it's just a total different level of opponent here that Fnatic is facing down.
And also, this draft just screams to me like arrogance, being impressive. Their top side being Lee Sin, Akali, Fiora, having no tanks, no hard engage, and then just winning in 22 minutes against the defending world champions who have a teamfight comp is pretty unprecedented. So the amount of style that T1 displayed was amazing, but it also calls your question to, can they that consistently outplay you that hard? Because with that team comp, it's all about just having a hand stiff, which they did have yesterday.
And this is really one of the big question marks for T1 and their split. Drafts have been a big topic of conversation when it comes to T1, and often it seems like that they draft in a way that does come across as very arrogant. And as Chat was saying, yes, they were able to outperform individually their opposition yesterday. The early game wasn't the most dominant. It was really in these team fights that you're seeing on your screen right now, where EDG were giving these windows of opportunity to T1. And then this is where it's like, okay, how much of this game was T1 straight up outperforming their opposition versus how many mistakes did EDG give T1 to capitalize on? And I think that you can have a lengthy debate around that. The one thing you can't question is that man in the mid lane, Faker. His Akali performance was amazing, and it's great to see this man who's been playing for so long still at the top of his game.
Just gross. Day one reminding everybody why he's the GOAT. Sorry, we're back in NA for a World Championship. The trophy's going to be mine if I have anything to say about it. But it's interesting to talk about this T1 squad and how dominant they were yesterday, because I'll remind everyone that they're not the first seed coming out of the LCK, so it wasn't like they were able to skate through their own region.
Listen, they had an undefeated spring split. They lost to the MSI finals to RNG, and then even though they were pretty dominant throughout most of the summer split, they fell off harshly in the playoffs, barely scraping by 3-2 in the semifinals before getting swept in the finals. And then they made a coaching staff change. So Bengi is the head coach now. And for me, when I see T1 make a coaching change, which they've done a couple times in the past years heading into Worlds, it actually unlocks the players more. Like, it's not like there's this huge shift of control. It's more that it feels to me like Faker, Zeus, just pick what they want. And I think they're good enough, and Faker has enough experience that that can work for them, but it actually to me, they look more unleashed now and playing more free with whatever the hell they want.
And I like specifically that you called out Zeus and Faker because yesterday, as we were prefacing the entire day, we talked about how T1 top side of the map is absolutely stellar. And if you were going to call it maybe any underperformers during the season for them, it was their bot lane. Of course, meta's changing. We'll see if that suits their bot lane a bit more. But I got to wonder, Vedius, from your perspective, stylistically and considering the strength of T1's top side, does Fnatic have what it takes to measure up against that?
Well, I mean, I think that Humanoid is a player I have the utmost confidence in to be able to match individually against his opposition. When you look at Wonder historically, he tends to level up, and he has an international title under his belt. We've seen him compete with the best of the best in the past, and Upset, while this is technically his first ever World Group Stage, he is still Upset, and domestically he is considered one of the best that Europe has to offer. So on the individual talent level, I have a lot of confidence in Fnatic's laners. Where I think things can fall short is Razork. He is a jungler that has been instrumental in Fnatic's success and why they're even here in the first place. But he is still new to the international stage. He is still kind of the quote-unquote rookie on this roster, even though he's been playing for a good number of years. And I think that playing at the international level against the caliber of junglers that exist at this tournament is really where he's going to be put to the test. Can he maintain control of his jungle? Can he enable his laners like he has in the past? This is something that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on because I think Ona is a player that at the second he smells blood, he's going to go for the throat.
Now, we showcased the drafts of both of these teams from just yesterday, and we're lucky enough to be covering the draft as it takes place here on stage today. But before we dive into it, I just want to get a sense from you two about what maybe we would like to see out of these teams. Specific champions we feel, are must-haves for one side or the other. We mentioned the idea that the T1 team comp of yesterday just felt like a challenge, an ego draft. Okay, we got to lease in a bunch of playmakers, no real, tanking or team fight engaged. Like, you just want to see them do that again until they're tested and taken down?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think that is what T1 is going to do. If they can draft like this and win a world championship, that would be like the most exciting world championship we've ever seen. So yeah, I want to see it. But from Fnatic's perspective, I think a really big pick for them, if it isn't banned, is Azir. Specifically because LEC teams, the three that have won, I think have won when they've drafted better scaling. And Azir is one of these unique picks, possibly because he's just overpowered, where you get lane prio and also have great scaling. So it can allow you to kind of cheat some of these drafts of not getting blown out in the early game and still have better team fighting.
Well, this was exactly the pick that I was also going to bring up, Jack, because one of the scary things about red side in particular is that third pick. So often we've seen, especially for blue side, things like Maokai priority. Often teams will even lock in their bot lane, and sometimes they'll pick that mid lane. But the great thing about third pick on red side is you can lock Azir and then ban LeBlanc, ban Akali. If you want to, you can also get rid of some of those scaling mages, ban Victor, ban Orianna, if you want to, depending on what you're more afraid of. But we know that both these mid laners love Azir and they love Akali as an answer to it. And they're both happy to play that matchup because they're confident in both their laning and how they can play the team fights. The question is, where will that Azir priority lie? Will it be a higher priority than something like the Maokai, for example? Like things like Yuumi. Who, in fact, is going to get rid of that? Because historically, Fnatic is not a Yuumi team. They tend to steer away from it. We've only seen like 1 or 2 games all year from Hylissang on the champion. But yesterday, we literally saw that prioritized for T1 as well. So, like, this is a champion that on blue side, is that going to hinder Fnatic's early game priority? Where does the Kalista fall in? Is something that will Fnatic want to try and prioritize a really strong bot side? Maybe something like Kalista Renata as an example to try and dominate in the 2 versus 2. There are a lot of question marks around the bot side, and then the big final question is, what will Wonder pick and how will Zeus counter it? Because we know it's coming. We know that Zeus is a phenomenal top laner, and the second you give him a winning matchup, you already have a scary point you have to deal with on the top side.
And that's where I would jump all the way back to Jat's first point, I think, on the desk. The idea of, an Ornn composition or a heavy scaling composition. Yeah, when you're the better team or feel like you're the better team, happy to jump towards that. When Zeus is your opponent, maybe you're going to second guess that decision a little bit more. Refreshing on the groups, as you can see just a moment ago, we have a small delay on stage as we're sorting out an audio issue, but we can see it with a couple more games under our belt today. Evil Geniuses drops to 0-2. It's G2 picking up a win and moving to 1-1. Of course, Rogue picked up that win at the first game of the day up against DRX, so they start hot. Later in the day, we'll get our first look at GAM Esports and Top Esports as well.
And let's now look at the context of how important this game is for Group A. Everyone believes that this is a hyper-close group. Anyone could, in theory, still definitely get out of this group, but a win for Fnatic or T1 would put them in a very comfortable position, especially moving into week 2. And I think that for both teams, cementing themselves already after the first day, or the second day rather, as top of Group A would be massive for the remainder of the group stage.
I completely agree. And what I'm going to be looking for in this matchup is when, just if we're talking about the draft, which is hopefully starting soon, when T1 picks top lane and what Fnatic holds counter pick for. Because I actually can't think in my mind right now, like if Zeus just blinds Fiora, what wonder is going to play against it?
He would pick Gwen, probably.
Probably. And then that'll be an interesting matchup to see. Just because, like, we've had this discussion about what generally happens at World Championships is the team that is perceived better will pick scaling because they don't want to have any mistakes to cost them victory.
Yeah.
Which, for me, leaves this opportunity space for the inferior team to try and pick early game, right? Because then maybe they can surprise them with a win. But T1 is just picking lane-dominant outplay champions. Because to me, they just want to be in control. Like, they are better in their minds, so if they play perfectly, they don't want to have an opportunity to lose. It's a weird flip that's happened, actually, with T1. If we think about the last 5 or 7 years of League of Legends evolution, they used to be the slow war machine.
Yeah.
That was what was so interesting to me in the EDG T1 matchup, because they were in the same group in 2017 Worlds. T1, C9, EDG. And there was that famous game where T1 was 10,000 gold behind.
Yep.
And then Wolf finds a Recon engage, and they just wiped them.
Into an Oriole.
That was
boom.
like no matter what, you'll never beat T1 because they'll always scale. And then China came back on them historically by just picking early game. And now T1's like, screw that. We're just never going to let you have a chance to win. And I think that's actually what they've been trying to work towards for the last several years.
It's I think part of it is due to the young blood that exists on this roster, right? It is a lot of younger players when you pair them alongside Faker. I'm sure if we looked at games played internationally, you'd see Faker with his many and the rest of them with not as many. But tying back to your point in terms of aggression, I believe that League of Legends, the best way to play is actually having the stronger early game team. Because by having agency and having the ability to decide everything, by having push, by having control, being able to invade, control your own vision, in theory, that is the better way to play. The problem is, if you at any point make any mistakes, you will be outscaled. And scaling is something that these comps can't control. So if you are, in theory, the better team, the debate then comes down to how confident are you in your ability to beat your opposition, because assuming that you don't make any mistakes, then early game aggression will naturally always be better.
This is such a rabbit hole. I love it. I know. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah.
But here's where the problem comes in. In theory, the fastest way to score 3 points in basketball is to shoot the instant you catch the ball.
Right.
Yeah. And if
from
you
the other side of the court.
You're going to make it every time.
That is the
but that is actually impossible.
Yes.
So it is actually impossible to play a perfect early game of League of Legends with no mistakes. So it's always about finding that gradient of how well we can execute for the difference in skill.
Say that. Yesterday, T1 did just that.
Did they play perfectly?
And occasionally, people make buzzer beaters. It happens.
And this is the thing. And this is the thing that's important to differentiate, right? Like, I would argue that in order to play a successful early game comp, perfection is not quite required.
Totally.
It's just a matter that, like, there's a line in the sand with which once you cross it, you can't really come back from, right?
Yeah, especially when you consider that neither team can play perfect, right? We are humans. We are going to make human error. And it is the nature of the game is that as you make moves towards one side of the map, other things are, left to be,
This is inherent the LS philosophy, right? Which is we are not robots, which means that the easier way to play the game is actually scaling. So why not just calm it down, pick stronger laners, and then just wait to scale, because then even if you make mistakes,
automatically.
You win automatically.
Well, right, and that goes back to, so for me, I've always classically thought of it more as, if I'm the better team, I want to go to late, because I'm confident that we won't give up too much early, right? And so that we will get to that point where we win out. But we're right into draft, and let's take a look at the first few bans. It's Caitlyn, it's Fiora, and it's that Maokai on the other side.
And what I love about the end of this discussion is the winner is the team that wins. The right theory is whatever ends up winning at the end. It doesn't matter, actually, what the correct theory was. It matters what happens.
I know you all came to Worlds for that level of analysis. So, welcome. Welcome, welcome. LeBlanc will be the last ban on the side of Fnatic. We'll see what T1 goes for in their third and final ban.
Yeah, and they're already banning tanks and Yumi. So T1 clearly sees Yumi as mega powerful champion and the most pick ban champion at Worlds so far.
Well, I was going to say, when you ban out the most OP champion in Maokai, you're left to go to the second most OP in Aatrox.
But the thing about this is we know, well, I still think that Zeus has answers, right? Yeah. We know that Jax is something that can happily play into this.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm curious as to what other direction Zeus is willing to go. They don't have to pick that in right now. Of course, Akali is actually another champion you can actually play into the Aatrox as well, and they're going to lock that in. The great thing about this pick is it can be flexed into both mid and top.
Major flex.
So T1 demonstrating their flexibility in draft.
Okay, so how do you approach this then as Fnatic? Because you just saw what Faker was able to get done yesterday, but you know in the back of your head, Vetty, that is a flex option, as Aphelios will be locked in second rotation here, second pick rather, for T1.
Well, I think that right now what you need is more crowd control to limit the flexibility and options of Akali, and I think Poppy is a great response. Razork, he is incredibly comfortable on the Poppy. This was one of his most played during playoffs. He is hyper-aggressive on the champion, and Humanoid is saying, you know what, we like our range, we like our scaling, it's a comfort pick for me, so I'm going to lock it in. So I think Fnatic's quite happy with the first three picks.
Yeah, we kind of said either mid laner would be happy to play either side of this matchup, so Humanoid jumps for it. He says, let's go toe-to-toe in the mid lane here. Akali versus Azir. Thresh will round out our first phase of picks before we dive into the next band.
Now, what I think is super fascinating about this Thresh is Carrier. A lot of discussion has existed around his performance during summer, and many have argued that he wasn't the best performing support during the regular season of the LCK. But I think a large part of that is this meta shift. When we saw Carrier at his best is when he had agency on the map, when he was roaming around, when he was able to make these plays, and Thresh is the perfect champion for that. Thresh Aphelios, a very powerful duo. Gumayusi and Carrier really set up for success.
Hilly pulls his Pyke ban, taking all the time they can on that first ban here for Fnatic in the second phase, and it will be a Trundle taken off the table.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what T1 ends up picking on 4. It'll likely be the jungle pick. I would say Lee Sin, but you don't want to play Lee Sin into Poppy, so the Poppy's a pretty good blocker pick there. Then you follow the Trundle, which was banned away by Fnatic right there. So I think so far the draft is going well for Fnatic, but obviously T1 still has comfort champions for themselves.
Kalista also removed. They want to take away some of the early aggression from Fnatic. One thing that did spring to mind was Kennen Nocturne. It's something that you could play the Kennen into the Aatrox. I think that the matchup is not as good as the Akali one can be, but in terms of engage, it would enable you. I think Nocturne also does very well into what's in front of you. It's just a matter of if they want to go in that direction. Instead, they're going to look more towards the Viego Vi. Vi can offer that same principle, that same lockdown. They're kind of just flickering through and showcasing what owner can play.
I think the Viego
really
make the most sense.
No way. That's an ego pull. Okay. I was like, that is the most ego if he does, but he goes for the Viego pick here. And a snap pickup on the Lucian Nami. So we do get a little bit of that early game focus, early game power in the bot lane for Fnatic, but I really like the distribution of their champions across the game.
So I can tell who's been scrimming who. A bit of a European meta has developed, it seems. But yeah, the Lucian Nami, a very powerful and present bot lane, something that, well, the entire world was playing domestically. At the World Championship, we thought that it would fall off, but it seems that it has returned. And it will be Zeus locking in the Jax. They kept that Akali as a flex pick. He's decided that he wants to have more agency in the top lane. Faker's going to be playing the Akali into the Azir, kind of as we expected. And I think that both sides are pretty happy with what they've gotten themselves.
Yeah, comps are locked in. Jat, which one do you like more?
I mean, I think I like T1 because they are T1 and they're going to play with ego. Based on what we talked about, I think Fnatic got what they wanted and they quote won draft.
Okay, in terms of where we should be looking, Vedius, where are the difference makers? Based on this, who are you looking to on each team to pull it out?
I think that this mid matchup is going to be really important. Can Faker unlock himself like he did yesterday and have an impact in the fight, or can Humanoid limit his impact? On top of that, the top matchup, I wouldn't be surprised to see T1 throwing a lot of resources there to try and shut Wonder down, and Fnatic are going to have to find ways to limit that. Alternatively, they might try to attack the bot side of the map themselves. So I think it's a bit of a cross map. Fnatic focusing bot, T1 focusing top. The question is, who can get that lead in the early game, and how will it transition into the team fight?
I mean, either way, it's definitely a different look for both squads. While we keep a couple pieces the same to what we've seen working for both of these teams at the tournament so far. Comps are locked in. Teams are ready to do battle. One of these teams is moving to 2-0 and setting themselves up for the rest of the group stage. Let's get in the game, and let's head back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello and welcome back to a battle at the top of the table here between Fnatic and T1. The LEC so far are winning the group stage by the most. They are 3-1. They are the strongest region so far by record of the group stage, and Fnatic and T1, the strongest teams in the group right now. Only one of these teams will be the only team at Worlds 2-0.
And it's going to be so interesting. Like, I'm really interested to see how the mid lane matchup is going to go. Yes, I think it's more about bot and top this game as far as stylistic, in champion picks, but Faker was amazing yesterday on the Akali, and Humanoid has just been smurfing in Worlds Low, it feels like. He is crushing play-ins. He crushed C9 yesterday. He has been on another level, so I want to see if he can really bring that level of pressure here against Faker.
He's going to need to do a lot of pressure in that matchup. And we talked about it before. We've seen this matchup second time today, EDG versus T1. Faker was under a lot of pressure from scouts. Azir, Humanoid needs to replicate that pressure.
Well, I'm going to pressure you to link your league account with Prime Gaming to receive free in-game content. Make that one happen. The beginning of the game setting up right now, though. Zace making sure no aggressive wards towards his top side. Spawns nothing too special going on, as that ward, we'll see if Viego goes for a invade.
Going to be really interested to see how this top lane does go. We kind of expected we're going to see more Jaxes and Fioras and whatnot, as we come into the group stage, given that the skill level of these top laners is just going up and up and up as answers to the Aatrox. But so far, Aatrox has still been pretty solid, and I want to see, if Zeus, who is thought as probably the best or second best top laner in the tournament alongside 369, if he can really punish it.
He had a fantastic game yesterday against Flandre in isolation. We'll see if he can replicate that again, but it looks like Razork starting on Raptors. We'll track his pathing for now. T1 warded out the entrance, so they know that he started there. He could go Raptors to red, but it looks like he's going Raptors towards his top side camps, maybe looking for some early action towards the Aatrox Jax lane. And the Lucian Nami pick into the Aphidos Thresh, a bit surprising. The desk was touching on it. Maybe it's an EU meta. Maybe it's something Europe is confident in pulling out. I mean, if Thresh can land the hook onto the Nami, she might have to blow her sums. But if they can play the range and they can keep the auto attacks going through with the sustain, they should be able to get the push in that lane. A little bit of trading across the board. Looks like Razork's on his top camps. And we get the 3-lane view.
Zays really stunned, level 2. Doesn't jump in for any more than the early damage, but doing what he can to deny the gold income is Wonder. Can't lane, he's gonna have a hard time to get anything good done in team fights as well.
Yeah, and generally in Jax versus Aatrox in these levels, it's not even worth staying in for the extra auto after the stun, because if Aatrox gets that passive auto back, he's gonna win out in that trade. So it is just about getting the counter strike, backing it up. He wants to have push here. So far, so good for Zeus.
Yeah, Gumuyushi had to blow the heal there. Upset dashing forwards on top of him, almost in tower range. Good bot wave stacked here by Fnatic, but their jungler's on the top side of the map. I wonder if Owner's going to invade the red here. It's a gamble in a sense that, did Razor go Raptors red? He doesn't know, but he does know that he started on Raptors. He's going to take the gamble and check the red buff, see if it's up. Could be early pressure. I mean, Fnatic has the bot push, they have the mid push. They can collapse quite quickly if he starts it up. He's going to go to Crux instead. No, he actually pulls the red.
He's hitting it. So now this is information known. I think Razor also knows the information. Stun's going to land 200 HP onto him. Could die, smites for health as he flashes the wall. Not just yet. And now out of range of the stun, is not going to be hit for anything more, but he knows now with smite down, there is no steal. Red buff goes over to Owner. Razor has to run back down to his lane, who's also a bit low on health.
But look at Upset. Upset has already had to spend both his sums there. He gets chunked out and pushed back.
Stun, a whole lot more, has to burn his own flash. Can he jump the wall? Goes for the stealth. Wants to get Hilly. First blood for a Fnatic. Trade it back now, Vicaria will be handing over double buffs to Upset.
EU with the early 3v3 advantage going in their favor. We saw Keria blow both of his summoners to get upsets, but Owner overextending there. Razork playing with a lot of confidence. Doesn't hesitate, doesn't burn his flash when he's under pressure from Owner on the red buff. Saves it to punish him later on. Humanoid trading really hard onto Faker there. Loses a lot of his mana bar, has the potions to tick up, but that's a Lucian with double buffs.
Yeah, absolutely. That is huge. After Upset lost both the summoners, you had to feel that this bot lane was going to start going really in the favor of T1, but Owner just not paying respect to the fact that Razork could still be around. It seemed like his read was Razork would have run all the way out, would be getting out of there, and he thought he could chase him straight through, but the big punish from Fnatic.
Is indeed now early serrated Dirk on this Lucian. No summoners though, so very vulnerable, and now Humanoid's trying to crash this mid wave. Owner is on the way. No flash, of course, with the flash W, but Humanoid might have to burn his.
He's gonna try to get past it, but yeah, he's too close to the tower at this point, so really no angle for that gank to actually land.
Nothing lands, and I would love to see the replay of how Upset lost his summoner. So this is the replay of the jungle 1v1. Razork doesn't hesitate here and just flash away instantly in panic. He just holds it, procs his passive, gets the phase rush smites. What happened bot though? Does Keria flash flay onto Upset when he dashes forwards? No, he didn't.
Oh, what a read.
Yeah. And they flash flays to cleanse. Upset has to match. Both summoners burn from the supports. Gumayushi from Carry and Upset. Gumayushi has no heal, the overchase, and then the punish from Razork.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Owner just doesn't actually think that he's going to be staying there, but that was a beautiful ward from Razork. He places the ward in the brush as he walks out, and then just waits hugging the wall so the Owner doesn't have early vision of him. And as soon as he steps in, it's flash, tackle into the wall, the follow-up is there. You already know Hilly's going to be down to flash in for that sort of a play. And that was just Owner going way too far and a beautiful turnaround from Fnatic.
Razork's up towards this top side. Zeus has no TP. It looks like Wunder got a really good trade on him while we were watching that replay, so there's a threat of a dive lingering here. Owner's on his way up to try to cover it. They can look for 100-0 now or a Hex Flash.
But yeah, I think seeing the strat come around, he's like, jungler's here, this is not a play. We don't get this dive off. Zeus still has his flash, still has dodge, presumably.
He's got to leave. He's gonna lose a full wave. Facing here with no TP means you're gonna lose the cannon and everything. So that is rough for Zeus. That is the difficulty in some of these early game matchups. As Jax, you don't really have any sustain. So if you are taking those Qs, that sweet spots that Wunder keeps hitting him with, it's gonna be a massive advantage for him. You'll lose the entire wave, you lose the cannon, your wave will bounce, and Wunder will get a plate. That right there is a swing of almost a kill's worth of gold.
Definitely is. So Wunder off to an early lead here in this top lane isolation. Razork hovering around to zone Zeus away, and side lane's going in their favor now. Double buffs have fallen off the Lucian. Upset has the cleanse up if Carry lands the hook, but Hilly has no flash, so Upset might have to play blocker here and try to help his support if Carry does a Hex Flash.
Hex Flash, Lantern got the sidestep of the hook by both. They both go upwards. It's not going to land. That could have been a kill, of course, with Summoners down.
And both junglers hovering around. Owner's just going to back away, gave information that he was there. Razork didn't show, but he is around on Krugs. Could look to shadow the Fnatic bot lane in the brush if they overstep here. Gumayushi has his heal back up. Carrier's flash still not up just yet. Wunder's going to run back to lane with that serrated dirt, going for an Eclipse on Aatrox here. Will be a lot of fighting in this top side at this level 6.
Yeah, absolutely. The early serrated dirt going to really help him to try to maintain that advantage that he has built for himself now in this top lane. Razork around, not been spotted just yet, but will be spotted here by the pink ward, Guma.
Oh, he had a problem.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
His mouse must have disconnected there for a second because he got Lantern, but he couldn't move. I wonder if his screen froze, his PC froze, his mouse broke there. Something happened there. Might have to look for some kind of chrono break because that hurts the lane so much.
Yeah, taking the bad trade, that looks so strange. So they will have to review it. We'll give you any information as soon as we do have it. But no, I agree with your assessment, Kadril. That's immediately what I was thinking there is something is going wrong. He's not able to take the Lantern.
Yeah.
It just looks too strange. And he loses a good, couple hundred health there. So you wouldn't be able to just play it out from that state if it was, in fact, some sort of bug.
Yeah, I'm looking at the in-game screen right now. Gumayushi just lost around 25% of his health bar. Razork's around threatening the dive. This would not have happened if the mouse or the PC, whatever happened, didn't stop working for a split second there. He would have just taken the Lantern. So we'll have to investigate what happened.
Yep.
And I'm sure we'll resolve whatever issue T1 have with that sequence of events.
Well, regardless, as that's getting sorted out, we can talk about how this game is going in the first place, which is honestly pretty magical at this point. Yeah, he was at 80% and gets dropped to like 40, so he'll lose a ton of his health in that one. But this is still Fnatic, that trade or not, doing incredibly well in this game.
Yeah, his character just stops moving. He's at about 800 health. We're just looking, we're in the client. Went from 800 health down to 371. So it took about 430 damage to 3 full potions, essentially, worth of health lost there. After the Lantern had already been dropped.
Yeah, just talking about the game state right now. Razork, we just saw him on the bot side. Upset, confident enough to dash forward. Side lane's going good right now for Fnatic. Early lead from that jungle 3v3 skirmish. Gumayushi can collapse in time. Overcommit from Owner and Carrier. And mid lane's pretty even. We saw this matchup go really heavily in the Azir's favor, but Humanoid hasn't been able to punish Faker too much. Both with base, both with TP'd back. Very even states. Dragon still up. Herald spawning in about a minute. But we'll give you updates the second we know them.
Yep, absolutely. Things looking all right there for Zeus on the top side. It's pulled mostly back to even as far as the farm goes, but I do think that Wunder still has more CS to actually pick up and does have that plate advantage. Of course, the early kills here for Upset, though, really going to make Fnatic feel a lot better.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, I think you're going to want to keep seeing the Lucian Army to have pressure on to see if they can get the first Drake. We are, of course, 7 minutes into the game. I haven't seen that one on the scoreboard just yet, but I'm always partial to see anytime you can force the bad recall and then you sneak the Drake in, and yeah, it takes like your turn. Like you shove a wave in, it's like, well, I can reset match items, or I can drag it and sit in lane and hope I can play the lane out down a Nuke Quiver, which obviously is tough to do. So that's why we often see, so rarely actually, is Drake taken super early. And it also, really frequently goes to red side. Like, for whatever reason, it's like a 70% so far at Worlds that red team gets first Drake, and blue team is like 70% getting first Herald.
Interesting. I think the word you brought up there, a turn, is actually a very easy way to describe tempo, right? Where you have an advantage in a lane, whether it's you have a first base, you got a good trade, you're up in items, whatever it may be, or you have more numbers on that side of the map, so you can actually make a play. It can be a Drake. Knowing the limits of the play is very important, though, because if you overextend and you lose that turn, they could get 2 turns in a sense, right? Where they have a lot of tempo and you have the base and you're getting your recalls cancelled. So, yeah, right now T1 bot lane getting a little bit pushed in, wave stacking into them. This is an option for Fnatic to look for Drake. Upset's really low on mana, though, after that dash forwards and that combo. But yeah, they do, in essence, have some kind of like a quote-unquote turn.
All right, well, as you can see on the screen, well, in a second you could have seen it, they are still reviewing what is going on with the pause, reviewing the footage as well. So as we wait for that to get resolved, we're going to toss it over to Dash and the rest of the analysts.
And we're back! A little sooner than you might have expected. As you can see here, game pause between Fnatic and T1. Refs are currently discussing with T1 as the issue is on their side. They're investigating. We'll keep you apprised of all the necessary details as they come to us. A pause very early on in the game. We already kind of had the benefit of breaking down the draft. So basically, I'm going to open the floor to you two. One, out of the couple minutes that we've seen so far, where are you leaning? What, if anything, have you gleaned? Obviously, we saw pressure into the jungle early against Fnatic.
I mean, I would say that Fnatic's pretty much already won the game. I would say that with the gold lead, we could probably just stop the clock here.
It's like about 200 gold lead.
Yeah, we could probably just stop it right about now and just call it, you know, it's good enough.
Fair enough. Okay, I'll petition league officials and see if they're willing to jump on that train.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, while Dash is on that, I will say that already from the early game, we saw a bit of aggression from the Viego. Invading onto Razork's jungle, trying to disrupt his kind of rhythm and flow in terms of his early aggression, but then that aggression immediately backfired on the bot side of the map as Fnatic tried to leverage their push. We talked about in the draft how with this Lucian army, they will have the priority in the bot 2 versus 2. Their health bars were very low though. Gumayushi and Kerry are doing a great job of kind of trading health bars, and that gave Viego the confidence to actually look for this type of play, but he ends up getting punished as a result, and it gives Fnatic these early few kills. And the biggest problem that T1 find themselves in now is that it was Lucian who is one of the benefactors of one of these early kills, which then only further enables this bot side 2 versus 2 and gives Upset and Hylissang the ability to even be more aggressive than they already are.
Yeah, I think if we can pull up the draft, thinking about it more since we've been able to see it, it is, to me, a decent-sized draft advantage for Fnatic.
Really?
Yeah, just because, let's think about one of the reasons Aatrox's first pick is so powerful, especially with the Fiora ban. Because even though Jax can work against it, and once you have gold, can win in split push against it, I think Aatrox still gets push, right? Even though Akali can have kill threat against Azir in the mid lane, I think Azir still gets push.
Fair enough.
Right? Even though Aphelios Thresh, as we saw, was winning that lane, they were winning it after getting pushed. So, like, literally Fnatic can achieve push in all 3 lanes, and when they're able to generate first blood as well through that nice ward and kill of Owner, it sets them up pretty well because it's not like their scaling is hideously far behind. So they've done a really good job of getting early game prio with a decent scaling draft, which I think puts them in a strong position.
So can I ask you for a point of clarity? Because when we watched the draft play out and I asked you which side you were leaning towards, you said, well, because of the players, because of the names on T1's side, I'm going to go that way. Is this point you're making now, is that player agnostic, or is that you just continuing to think about it?
Player agnostic. I still think when I first saw the draft, the T1 would still be favored to win the game.
Fair enough.
But I do, especially with how the early game has gone, with being able to get that kill on a jungle invade, and because of how well they push, I think Fnatic is, like, at this point, even though we're, like, 7 minutes in or something?
Something like that.
6 minutes in. It's closer to 50-50, way closer to 50-50 than I would have expected before anything started.
Okay, so we already talked about how T1 have been very controversial with their drafts, pretty much all split long.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that objectively, let's remove Fnatic's composition for a second. You just look at this comp, right? It's not easy to play, right? Let's say that you and your friends were playing this comp, right? And you've got
First of all, you're assuming that I have 4 friends.
Yeah, I know. But let's just say Steve is on support, and you're like, hey, Steve, you're our only engage. How confident are you in Steve to be able to do that?
I'm never confident in Steve.
Right, exactly. Now, that's not to say that Kerry and Steve are on the same level.
Right.
But my point is that, like, one of the things that I always judge in terms of ease of execution is if I put my friends on this comp, how reliable do I think they could pull it off? I'd be like, yeah, I think my mate Steve could probably do that.
Yeah, keep it up, Steve. You'll get there one day. Also, now I'm starting to understand why anytime I play with High and I play top lane, he just puts me on Malphite.
Right.
He's just like, you're going to play.
Exactly.
You're going to play Malphite.
The barrier barrier to entry is low. And this is the thing, T1 have a tendency to pick compositions that have a very high barrier to entry. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but let's have a look back at this replay. Jat, run us through it.
Yeah, so this is why we paused, and it looks, so Guma basically stops moving for about a second, takes a big chunk, and then grabs the lantern. And what we hear is they're investigating because they have basically the pro view of Gumayushi to see if it was his like mouse disconnecting or if he was just like missing his clicks.
Yeah, very officially, League officials are investigating the shadow play, which is exactly as Jat mentioned, the way that we can see what was happening on that specific player's screen or computer at that time. They're investigating shadow play to determine if Gumayushi freezing, or if his freezing rather was before taking the lantern, was a bug or user error. This will determine whether or not to chrono break or whether or not that will be offered, rather, to T1. They'd still have the opportunity to not take it if for whatever reason they feel like the situation they're in is advantageous. But all that said, you saw about a 50% health chunk onto an Aphelios, and given the fact that we're talking about how they kind of had control of the lane up to that point, you're going to have to imagine that if it's determined it's a bug, they would look to walk it back.
Yeah, you would imagine so.
To me, that's not a stutter that player makes very often. But I know they have to do their due diligence to make sure he isn't just making up for a misplay.
Oh, definitely.
If I had to predict, I would say that it was the mouse doing something wrong and that they're going to do a chrono break. That's my guess.
It's very rare, right, that you would see a player make a mistake to that degree, because it wasn't like, oh, I misclicked once. You know, it's like, no, I stood still for
It's so interesting.
Two whole seconds. Yeah, it took a big chunk of damage.
I've never really had this conversation on air, but it's so interesting how we have like game bugs and game pauses and like technical issues as part of the like competitive experience.
As compared to traditional sports?
Yeah, like I'm just wondering, like
you've never had a ball just freeze in midair?
I mean, I guess the best comparison, and it's not a good one, I'll admit, is things like is fouls, right? So or penalties on plays where you're kind of forced to stop down, reset, things like that, right? Where it's definitely not the same thing.
And then the ref does the TV and you.
Actually, that's what our league officials are doing right now. They're under the hood, right, rewatching over and over and over again.
Different angle. I can be different.
Exactly. No, I mean it is. It's a totally.
Because to me, this is like he shot the basketball and it just came out sideways, and they're like, "Well, we want to check that you actually shot it towards the hoop and didn't intentionally shoot it sideways."
Right.
Which is just, and I can see Dash getting an update right now.
All right, I'm going to jump in here because I have been delivered word that T1 was both offered a chrono break and they have accepted that chrono break. So the league officials are going to get that underway as quickly as possible. Takes a little bit of time for technology to do its work and get us back to that point. You know. Computers, our future robot overlords.
It's just in particular with that one, a fun story about Yamato, in fact. There was a period in time when Yamato was on our broadcast.
Yeah.
And there's this funny clip, it's like 11 seconds long, right, of this person just standing in the street with a sign, and then as people walk past, he just flips the sign up that says, "Technology!" scaring people with technology. And that's his whole bit. And Yamato loves that clip. So when he came onto our broadcast, right, he just kept saying it. He would do telestrator segments, it would break, and then he would go, "Technology, moving on!" And it was just the classic Yamato.
Technology, both a blessing and a curse.
Yeah.
Sport doesn't exist without it, but of course, sometimes it can get in the way. We'll get through this as quickly as possible. I'm told that we will be chrono breaking back to 6:57 in-game time, so that's 5 seconds backwards. So we're not jumping back very far. It's just to the beginning of basically that clip that we watched a moment ago.
Yeah, and it's a little tricky to find the right chrono break timing because in the rule set it says like dead ball state. So you don't want to go back too far, but they also know the general position of where the Fnatic junglers are. So it looks like they kind of took a place where they're still going to have to respect the gank and back off, but they know that it's there.
Yeah, it's actually a really interesting point to have to chrono break. Yeah. Because from one perspective, you'd be like, well, now that Fnatic knows, we know it's coming. He should just not do the gank anymore.
Yeah.
So then on the flip side, Fnatic's like, do we waste the time, that 5 seconds to go for the gank, knowing that they know that it's coming? Or do we just reroute? Or do we just reroute our jungler and send them elsewhere? I don't know. Do they know? That's the big question. How much do you know about what they know?
I don't know anything about what they know.
Well,
all I do
who
know
knows
is that I think that Fnatic finds themselves in a comfortable position right now.
Yeah.
I think that when we kind of take stock of the situation, the way I interpreted this draft was very much that the top side for Fnatic will inherently be the weaker side and the place that Wunder has to be the most cautious, as Fnatic will try to enable their bot side. And something you'll often see Fnatic do is Humanoid is very good at controlling his wave, especially into an Akali matchup, which means that as a stacking wave exists on bot, he'll get that slow push in mid, and then as the wave crashes tower, they'll group up with the Poppy, and then they'll look for the dive bot, especially with the flash gone. So this is something that T1 now has to start thinking about, and Owner has to prepare for. And I think that, like, as the gank, as we saw just setting up, like, we were just walking over towards the desk, so I don't remember the entire game state as it currently is. But I feel like that Fnatic found themselves kind of setting up for that future play. They know the current map state in the bot lane, and already we're back
in the game. We're heading back to the casters.
All right.
Thank you very much, and welcome back. And you can see Gumayusi still has his health bar, so crucial, important change there, but Upset lanes the Q.
Nice little Q there. Razork on the bottom side, but as his owner, so looks like they're going to be skirmishing potentially over this scuttle, and it could come down to who has mid lane prio. Looks like the push is pretty even for now.
Good damage though, hits the trade, dodges every skill shot. Now a flay into the bot side. Upset gonna burn his cleanse, but he's ignited right afterwards. Keria doing very well to time that summoner spell against Upsets. Cleanse does remove summoner, so important to always burn that afterwards.
Yeah, we saw the bottom right there, those fighting in top, fighting in bots. Junglers were having a scrap as well. Mid lane, a lot of prio contest here. Faker trying to dash onto Humanoid here, chunk his health bar to contest his wave before he tries to crash it and take a base. You expect Razork? Very deep.
Oh,
wow. A lot of respect there.
He thought he was stunnable. I mean, Hillsong lands the bubble every time and then Upset kills you, so burns it there. Owner gonna get, gets the plant in time, so Razork's gotta get away. Will immune the stun for now, but gets it once the W ends. Has to flash the hook. Goes wide.
Oh, I thought he was going to die there, Razork, but he manages to escape with the Nimbus Cloak from the flash. Has the boots as well, a lot of move speed on that Poppy. So in the end, it's basically a trade of flashes there for jungle support.
Yeah, and I think you favor T1 on that side of it here. You know, being able to get that flash down. Keria paying respect. He also knew that Razork's flash was back, so when you are hugging a wall and you see the Poppy, you really do have to respect the fact that he could be flashing and instantly tackling you into the wall there, and you would be going down. So I do think respectful flash from Keria. Couldn't quite connect on the hook as Razork gets out of there, but still, things looking pretty good here for T1. You know, slowing down the game a little bit after that early skirmish went Upset's way and got those kills.
Base is coming through from bot lane. You can see T1's bot lane going up towards this top side. They want to start up the Herald, and you can see pings from Fnatic knowing that they need to match that. Zeus TP towards bot gives them all the information that they need. The only question is, does Wunder take a base here and match Zeus, or does he stay around to make sure it's a 5v4 on Herald?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a hard choice to make because it looks like they're going to just start up Herald potentially. Wunder is moving down towards bot, so you might just try to hoof it all the way down, because if you actually go Herald and you don't pull Wunder down towards bot side, you're going to lose plates to Zeus, and he's just going to get too much.
Yeah, Zeus is already going to get one plate, you have to imagine, before Wunder arrives. He could have also just ran up river right now and then mismatched Wunder. Is he going to get two is the question. Wunder is on his way down, doesn't have the boots. He's going to try to collapse down. It looks like Fnatic on the minimap have started up that Herald. Pink ward over the wall gives T1 all the information they need, but it looks like T1 have already called the cross map. Owner's on the way down towards bot. Can they dive this Aatrox is the question, and will they commit into it? Zeus trying to chunk him out before the wave crashes. Owner would be the one tanking.
Wunder has ult, Wunder has flash. They're trying to get a little bit of poke down because the lower the health bar, the better, obviously. Q1, Q2, everything is now on cooldown. Gotta get the wave in. He's gonna kind of preempt it, but yeah, Wunder keeps the wave off his tower. Senses Owner's on the way. Maybe he saw him from that brush in the ward brush, but regardless, gets no dive.
That's exactly it. As Zeus was trying to crash the wave, Wunder was hitting Zeus and then holding the wave, so Owner couldn't walk into tower range without tanking it. So good presence of mind there to stop the dive from coming through. Razork now on this top side has the Herald. Needs to be careful though. No flash, a hook could connect, but there's no members of T1 around for follow-up. Gumayusi's just hovering to catch the wave.
Yeah, and Faker moving up to cover as well. You know, you can see him on the map moving up, you know, in case there was a potential dive or they wanted to drop the Herald here. Zeus just going to be heading back to base. Couldn't, in fact, actually get that second plate. Almost did. But it will be a T1 Dragon traded on the other side. This tower now incredibly low, and Faker has returned to mid, so they're just going to have to give it up. It will be first tower here for Fnatic, and Upset going to get a lot of the gold.
I'm going to walk in and auto it. He'll actually share a lot of the turret gold this way. He'll get his Mythic sooner, but it will delay up to its power spike. Now 2v1 on the bottom side. Stun will come across. Ulti's on, though. Needs to land Q3, and it's going to be just too much. Owner ult to disengage the stun as Humanoid's TP comes in.
So Fnatic defend the tower, they defend the plate, they get top tier 1. This Lucian is off to a massive gold lead. Upset should have the Gale Force in base, and Razork's around mid lane to catch the wave. Keria ran all the way down towards bot with these mobility boots to try to help out to make this play happen. T1 get nothing. Early gold lead now in Fnatic's hands.
Yeah, looking really, really good for Fnatic through these early minutes. You can see Gale Force done and Mandate done for Hilly. So both Mythics completed here early on. Both of them were the people that actually picked up those kills around Owner's kind of over-aggression on that bottom side, and they're going to be spiking like crazy.
And it's on Upset. Upset has all the tools he needs. You just talked about the amount of damage that they have, the champions as well, the amount of plays that they can make and picks that they can look for. Upset, of course, wasn't at Worlds last year. This is his first World Championship. He's had a very strong performance so far, getting out of groups as the first seed, got himself a pentakill on the Kalista. How much can he get done on this Lucian? Humanoid will be the late-game insurance, but it's on Upset to get Fnatic through this mid-game.
A bit of a lull right now, though, as the first Dragon Herald were both claimed. Those power spikes are huge, but there's nothing to fight for unless you're an LPL team, in which case the mid-wave. You know, just slap them down 5-on-5 right away, but this 2.3 thousand gold lead may hold the next 3 minutes to wait for the second Drake of the game.
And we have to see, you know, when and if Zeus can actually get any sort of a serious advantage, you know, in this 1v1 in top lane. You're chunking Wonder down very low. Wonder does have no ulti, so I think he wants to potentially stack up the passive and look for the dive.
Go for the dive, goes in, forced to flash away. Wonder does the exact same. Doesn't have the damage, looks like, for Q Auto, so we'll trade that back.
Nice attempt there from Zeus, you know, and it's going to be Wonder that actually has to base here, despite the fact that he does have a Vamp Scepter. He knows he could be an easy redive for Zeus, so Zeus may be able to pick up another plate on that top side. Would be another one going up to the Jax, but in fact, Wonder does have the TP, so we'll be able to cover this. And Mythic is complete.
Oh, good ulti, even better Lantern Carrier, already playing around the angle, what it could be. Plate shared, forcing the back step there for Carrier. And Owner killing the ward, feels safe to do so.
They don't have information on Razor. Carrier was probably thinking about a flash play there to help Owner gap close because Faker is on the way down, but if Razor's in lane, it just instantly turns straight on T1's head. Fnatic just maintaining this bot push. Upset used the ultimate to try to chunk out Gumayushi, and he still has the Gale Force dash forwards. Wunder just freezing this top wave. Will get a bit of a CS advantage up against Zeus. Of course, has completed the Eclipse. Mythic in his advantage. Gumayushi pops the ult. Upset.
Gale Force goes underneath the tower. Fnatic scream bot death.
Upset is just going off in this game, taking down Guma there through the heel, Gale Force forward, and just blows him up.
Owner manages to get the blue. It went on a mission there, got knocked away from Razork. Wanted to slow down the T1 jungler, picks it up, but you hit the nail on the head there. Upset. We talked about what he needs to do to get this team from early to mid-game. This is exactly it. I think this is the initial dash forwards where he gets Guma's ult, and this damage is absurd. Gumayushi even popping the heal just gets melted.
Yep, he gets the E from Nami. The mandate is there. It was E, Gale Force, auto, Q tags him as he's trying to get out. Oh. That's a big kill on the other side of the map because T1 now, it's kind of all eggs in the Zeus basket here. They're going to get some good damage down on this tower. We can see that Hillsong is heading up here, as is Upset, but we'll have to find out if they're actually there in time to finish the tower. I don't think they will be able to defend it.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to fall. That'll be an easy pickup for T1. They find their first tower of the game. They find a pick onto Wonder. I wonder if he just face-checked Owner there and just took a hell of a lot of damage. Looks like they're setting up for some kind of dive. It's Zeus that does the majority, you have to imagine now. A lot of power trading to deny this wave from crashing. Wunder just gets chunked out, then he looks for the ward, I presume, and then Owner just cleans him up.
Yeah, Wonder had the sense that it could be coming, but didn't know that it was already there, unfortunately for him. But now, Humanoid on the bottom side here, Guma very low, and is going to have to flash.
Flash away from most of the slows. Ulti has to get sidestep, gets his root. Upsets around, Humanoid gets it anyway. Flashes, keeping Upset from getting the gold.
Yeah, and they can look for this bot tier 1. Drake's up in 30 seconds too. That's a 24-second death timer on Gumayushi. But there's no wave for Fnatic to play on. It's all the way in base. No, it's not actually. It's coming from the tower. There is a wave. They should be able to get that tower, and they can look towards the dragon. Gumayushi getting caught there. Humanoid using the all-in, uses the ult. Looks like flashes were traded as well.
Flash in for the play. Wonder still without his own flash. The hook puts him in for a while. Now, will he be able to drain tank this one? Without cooldowns, it seems unlikely. Gets over the wall. Ignite. Sharks the kill. Carry a 300 gold richer.
But another kill on the other side of the map. It's really become the tale of two lanes here. It is about Upset and Hilly, you know, versus what T1 can kind of get done on the top side with Zeus. Now, the problem for T1 is that none of these kills are actually going to Zeus. You know, he didn't even get an assist on that one. He is being gifted, you know, additional time to farm, additional time to scale here with that pressure up towards Wonder. But Fnatic are getting so much more on the other side.
He's not yet up CS or levels on any of the other solo lanes in this game. He may be Wonder, but we know he's behind. That's not the problem. The problem is Azir is still going to be a big threat. 1-0, 140 CS, a big Lucian down there as well. Now T1 are going to be able to grab second Herald of the game, but Zeus doesn't have anywhere to go.
No ward.
Gonna put on the dodge zone, gets away from the bubble, but is there a way to live? Finally gets a ward down from his support, but Humanoid has the damage. Looking for a bit more. Razor gets the knock up there. Faker sidesteps, and he's going to find the lantern from inside the shroud.
Upset has flash.
Still chasing. Upset. Can't get in range. Gale Force already down. Cannot find it. Faker gets out.
Yeah, doesn't get in range for the damage. Burns his flash there, a bit wasted, but Fnatic get the kill onto Zeus. Humanoid with this Mythic already in the Sork shoes, just melting through the Jax. Will get the top push out. Not in time to contest the Herald, but it's a trade of neutrals. Still an early lead over to Fnatic. It's the carries of Fnatic that are so strong right now. And Wunder, I think, is pretty even up against Zeus, despite, like I said, Azale, only one assist going into his back pocket. So I'll take a look at this one again.
Yeah, we can watch it one more time. You know, the lantern is there to get taken out. Zeus looked back stepping towards it. Maybe didn't realize he didn't actually have a trinket ward available. Then it finally comes back on cooldown. He can actually go for the leap strike out, but Fnatic are already there. They're on the chase here, trying to finish off Faker, who's sidestepping as much of the culling as he can. The Gale Force was used there to finish him off. Couldn't quite get the kill. And it does cost Upset his flash, so maybe there's an opportunity to try to get a shutdown there.
17 minutes into the game, look at Upset's items versus Gumayusi. He has a Serrated Dirk, Rapid Fire Cannon, and a Gale Force. 2.5 items so early on. He will melt through anyone of T1 who lack a lot of frontline. There's no neutral objectives just yet, so T1 don't have to get pulled into a fight, but they do want to use this Herald somewhere.
And that basically means Upset is the entire gold advantage, right? Like, he's the entire rapid fire ahead of his opponent. That is the gold lead right now here for Fnatic. So he's got to make sure that he's positioning well, that he's playing safe. He did use that flash aggressively, so that is potentially a window of opportunity here for T1 to punish. And going to be interesting to see where Zeus goes with the build. When there isn't a Azir that's this strong, since you are discouraged from that Frozen Heart build that a lot of people do love, we can see he has a longsword, so it might be in towards something like a Asterix or a Death Dance if he feels he needs to be a little bit more generalist.
Yeah, lots of items for the Jax. Blade of the Rune King, another one, but then you're really over-prioritizing the 1v1, and in team fights, the Jax can get melted straight through the Poppy W, the Azir wall. There's a lot of things that will stop Zeus and Faker from being able to dash on these carries, but they are very squishy. Wunder fighting Zeus.
Doesn't know he's in a 1v2, but Razork on the way over here as well. Owner able to slink into the brush, and I believe he's not in vision on the way up here. But suddenly a rude surprise, Razork is there. Carrion now also behind in the Fog of War. It's actually now a 3v2, but the support is on the way now as well. Hillsong walking down the river.
Yeah, Fnatic have mid push and they're hovering down. Wunder's gonna stay. There's TPs on both solo laners in both mids.
They peel now. Guma quite low, but the minions are in the way to block the culling. He stays alive. Burns a summoner heal. Fnatic knocked down a summoner.
Throw the all in there, looking for the 1v1. Owner still on this bot side, and Fnatic are just going to hit this mid-tier one. Owner has the Herald. He could drop it bot here to try to trade towers, but it looks like they're chasing onto Wunder on the minimap, and Razork's covering him off. Bot lane of Fnatic so close. T1 can't commit here.
He's sitting in the brush. They'll see Owner before he sees them from that vantage, and it is no play.
Oh, they gotta get out of there. They're not respecting the roam at all. I mean, now it's gonna be a 4v2 down here.
Razork in behind Zeus. Will there be a fight? What's gonna happen? It's everyone around. 2 versus 4. Fnatic about to get even more for dinner. They're gonna be delivering all of it. Faker shows up, but you have to believe the reinforcement will not be enough. Faker shuts down the gold lead. Upset is down. The TP is huge, but Faker's locked in place. He's gonna drop Humanoid on a killing spree.
Gumayusi has flash. He's gonna have to. No, he Gale Forces out of the bubble. Nice try there by Hilly, but good reaction from Gumayusi. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Fnatic, but a massive shutdown onto Faker. No waves to play on, but Herald, Baron, spawning in 5 seconds. Neither team can go towards it.
Now it's the reset instead for the Dragon. This is the third minute of the game. 4,000 gold lead. Fnatic can just shop, be playing for it.
And T1 are going to get the mid lane tower here, so they get a little bit more off the back end of that. The Herald having to be summoned
behind,
in base.
Is that Wunder coming in behind T1? What's too far ahead?
There's nothing. The rest of his team is just way too far away. Yep. A little bit over-eager there is Wunder. I mean, if Humanoid was already in mid, and then you can kind of go for the pincer play there, but Wunder going in, hoping, I think, that his TP wouldn't have been noticed, that he would have had more time for the setup, but gets spotted right away. T1 will get the base, and they're going to try to look for a counter tower. Yeah,
they should be able to pick this mid-tier one up. Can use the Azir passive to put the tower here and look for the Dragon that's spawning in 20 seconds too, but there is a Herald still in that top lane. Will push in the top wave. No TPs on Fnatic. They could be at risk of losing a tier 2 if Zeus just TPs up there and tries to look for a cross map when they drop this Dragon. Faker might be caught though. Dashes over the wall.
Wants to go in. Goes in for the play. Stealth for now. Gonna be able to wait everything else out. TP coming back in for the Jax now. Does T1 find control? Razork not hit by the R2 out of Faker. Bubble gonna be sidestep. Dives in. Started to the wall. And Razork says thank you for the gold. Maybe you belong there. Is they're gonna get one back though. no wonder. Gets dropped. Humanoid stuck around, has to burn the flash. A flash in for the stolen body of Owner. Will it happen? Razor pinned in the wall, a 1-for-1. Owner holds the front line. 3v3 on the map right now.
Wow, extended fight, 2 for 2. Upset doesn't look like he's done though. He has the flash, needs to be careful though because Owner has the Poppy. Does transform out of it. Dragon started up. Herald has taken the top tier 2. It's going towards the top tier 3 here. Fnatic need to defend their base.
It's going to get a charge. Humanoid has to actually defend that, but it will get the charge off. You can see on the minimap, stop moving. There's the charge. So they actually almost crack that top lane inhibitor tower, and there's no jungler there to answer. So it's going to be a Dragon for T1. Even in kills or so, but they get the top tier 2. They almost get the top tier 3. T1 going to be pretty happy about that overall, even though Faker went way too deep on the initial play and kind of gave away a freebie.
Yeah, we're seeing the power of this Poppy pick. The second Faker goes in, it's the W, it's the stuns into the wall where Upset can look for the turn with the Gale Force. Very skirmish-heavy game so far. Even fight on that bot side. T1, the victors, you have to imagine, because they got the Dragon and that top tier 2. Fnatic now trying to retake control of mid. Baron still up. Will be quite a quick Baron for Fnatic with this Lucian in his ear.
All the gold, though, in exactly the right places. 2K gold lead for Humanoid individually in his matchup. A 2K, actually over 2K gold lead for Upset in his individual matchup. So that is the lead. It is on the carries. It's exactly where Fnatic would want it to be. It is, in fact, the Blade of the Rune King. You called it out as an option. I was disregarding it because I didn't think this is a game that Zeus can win through side. It does feel like Fnatic are pushing the pace enough that he's going to have to group at points. He's going to have to team fight. And when you do go for that sort of a build, you are so squishy. If you misposition at all, if you get CC'd up at all, you're going down.
Especially against Humanoids Azir right now. Yeah. Level 14 has a Shadow Flame and Luden's building towards Rabadon's third. No defensive items on this train, but the amount of damage this Azir will dish out will be enormous. Upset 3 items strong, has the Collector. This mid game for Fnatic is incredibly powerful. T1 needs to be careful in overextending and looking for picks and looking for fights. If Fnatic are grouped up, the carries of Fnatic will melt them.
Looks like correctly playing around the Baron. It is Fog of War in the Baron pit and nearly, basically no vision inside the top jungle. Bringing it down to 8K. Blue Trinket spots what's going on. They got to run in there and find the fight. Zeus
the knockback.
Side. They get rid of Viego. This is a guaranteed smite. It's got to be his. Baron's claim. The fight begins. Hylissang stays alive for now. They scoop back the Jax. Poppy interrupts him. And Upset sends him to his grave. T1 have 4 and they're against 5 in a Baron. Carrier just drops, gets nothing done. Viego neither. And Fnatic continue. European domination. They're gonna get absolutely everyone. Faker just drops again as Fnatic go to a 7-0 start at Worlds.
EU faithful stand tall. This could be a 3-0 day. T1 is falling apart. 5-0 Baron for Fnatic.
Fnatic are crushing in this game, erasing their opponents off the map. The beautiful knockout secures them the Baron, and then T1, it seemed like, felt that they had to go for the fight. They had to erase some of these Baron buffs, but the Force was not working at all. They are not ready to team fight. They don't have the gold on these carries, and they got destroyed.
This knockback from Razork was so clutch. The pink ward on the entrance instantly hits Owner to send him out of the fight. The reposition from Fnatic. Watch Humanoid here. Hylissang looks like he's in trouble. Pushes away Zeus from the flank. They reposition behind the wall. Razork peels away Faker, and then from there it's a front to back with Lucian Azir.
Exactly, and you see how quickly that Jax is going down. Owner is not even there. T1 see that the game is falling, and Keria looks for the turn with the flash play, but he's instantaneously dead. Owner tries to go in and get something, but he is blown out of the air as well. It's skeet shooting for Fnatic, knocking down T1 player after T1 player. Fnatic looking unstoppable.
Full of energy. Hylissang, of course, was late to the tournament in Plains. Had to go through COVID and jet lag and all these struggles through Plains, but now revitalized. Fnatic looking like they could go up 2-0 in this group. Look at Humanoid's items. The amount of damage he will do in this next fight is absurd. What does T1 have left? Their wave clear is so weak.
Nothing. They've got nothing.
Well, they're going to see what they can get. Zeus walking to the mid lane. We know top is at least low, but region's back to 1/3 HP. So top inhibitor, definitely a guaranteed claim. 6,000 gold when you count the ace on the Red Bull Baron power play. Fnatic still have 45 seconds to crush the base. Jax is hitting mid lane, so Fnatic will hit the top Nexus turret, but the wave is down for now. Reinforcements come in, they get a bit more time. Look at the Poppy ulti. Jax coming in for the TP flank, and they will send back Faker, no Akali, turret falls, 5v4. They can wait 30 seconds, but they might lose their final turret if that happens.
Fnatic looking to close this one out, waiting for the next top wave, poking T1 away. They've just used the Aatrox ult, the Poppy ult. Nami and Lucian, all that's left is Humanoid's wall. Wunder's spacing, it looks like he might TP back. Upset dashes forwards onto Owner, waves coming in, but Zeus is proxying the wave. Yeah, he's cutting the wave off, so they can't look for the end. Fnatic need to chase this Jax and look to reset. I don't think they can stay here much longer. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds.
And that times out Baron. That means there is no Baron wave to go for the final Nexus turret, which means the wave clear could always be there. Were they going to recall stop? Were they going to recall stop? That was a second away from magically finding a 5v2.
Yeah, I mean, if you find that last member, when the recalls are desynced, a little bit like that can mean so much. But now, instead, it's a 10k lead for Fnatic. It should be their Dragon for sure. I don't think that T1 have any business trying to contest here. There's no TP on Zeus. He's pushing out top. I think the hope is that you can somehow delay the game until you get that third, fourth item for Gumayusi. I mean, he's going to need IE. He's going to need a lot in the tank here to be able to get anything done, and they're trying to buy time for Zeus as well. But Fnatic will just keep pressing.
They definitely will. Upset also close to that Infinity Edge, but T1 working with very little right now. Zeus is trying his best to push out waves so they can at least have one lane of pressure, but Fnatic just grouping up. Wunder has the TP, he'll catch the mid wave safely. They've denied the soul point from T1. Looking on this bot tier 2, T1's comp just doesn't have that much wave clear either. Very single target damage heavy, and they have to commit with these melee champs to push Fnatic back, but they're so strong that they can just poke them under towers. Such big level leads and gold leads right now. I think they need another Baron to close this one out though, so Fnatic need to slow the game down a little bit, so T1 will have a little bit of room to breathe to get a couple more items.
It's time taken. We get to a lull right here. A minute 45 until Baron. This one probably ends the game if Fnatic grab it cleanly. I think T1 know this. Need their wards to be around top side. Need to prep for this one. Zeus still going to be on the sides. Wards of Veil plus a Null Magic as he steps up towards a bit of two different items.
I mean, this tells the story, right? It's more than a full death cap ahead, more than a full IE ahead between these two carries. The advantage for these Fnatic carries is monstrous. It's just up to Hilly, Razork, and Wunder to keep their carries safe, and Upset and Humanoid can close out this game.
That is a hook, but it's onto the tankiest member of the team. It's going to mean absolutely nothing. The poke, you don't even notice it happen. It's still 3,000 health. Faker on the wings, but can he find a single good target? Flash is back up for every single member of Fnatic. They walk in, they just march for the mid lane inhibitor turret, and they'll be given it. Top still pushing in. Hook means very little. Flash on the back line. Zeus gets nothing done. The cleanse, the tackle, and they knock down the top laner. No threat at all. Upset burns the cleanse, and he's fine. Faker can't find his way in either. They get Nami. The scoop buys time. Perfect timing by Humanoid. And it's T1 lambs to the slaughter. A triple kill for Upset. Welcome the world, buddy Fnatic. Dethrone T1 in the group. Fnatic undefeated at Worlds.
Unbelievable performance coming out against T1, who looked flawless yesterday against EDG. This group is shaking up to be an absolute bloodbath, an absolute mess, but Fnatic are the ones on day 2 sitting at 2-0 right now.
I mean, this is the group that I thought would be the hardest to predict out of any of them. But I didn't think Fnatic would look so dominant if they were to take down T1. I thought they could potentially do it, but to do it like this, I think, is the real surprise. How clean they looked, how dominant they looked over T1 was really something to see. And Humanoid has been near perfect at Worlds. Through play-ins, through groups, yesterday, today. This guy is a man on a mission. It feels like he has barely put a foot wrong in the entire competition.
Think back to the semi-finals, Fnatic getting demolished by Rogue, but then they go to the play-ins, and as Jad said on the analyst desk, teams can grow throughout play-ins, and they can improve, and it can help them if they get through in first seed or if they win their best of 5s, because it gives them more room to practice. Now coming into group stage, Fnatic looking incredibly strong. Humanoid having a fantastic tournament. Upset having a fantastic tournament as well.
Yeah.
And it's interesting for T1, you know, I think they're going to be thinking back to very early on in that game. The owner over invade, you know, that felt like it really did put the Fnatic bot lane in such a good position. You know, prior to that, it was Gumayusi with a slight CS advantage, but they were feeling pretty good about, you know, potentially scaling through, playing that lane to parity. But that one misstep, Fnatic are so good at pouncing on those opportunities. You know, Razork set up the bait perfectly, wards the brush, owner takes the bait, he walks in, stuns him immediately, Hilly's flashing over, the double buffs and the kill go to Upset, and that really did kind of springboard them forward in this game and put that bot lane in such a good spot.
put a lot of praises on the carries of Fnatic, but Razork this game was incredible, right?
Yep.
You just touched upon it. You know, the flash, not hesitating, the ults as well around this Baron, the decisiveness, the peeling. I think he had a fantastic game as well.
Yeah, he really did. So this puts, I mean, you can see how well they did this one. It puts LEC at, I believe, 4-1 in the group stage. And we saw earlier, okay, LEC 1 greater than LCK 4. Expect the result for Rogue. But Fnatic were in play-ins themselves, 3rd seed from the LEC, and they beat T1. The greatest international team of all time, by the way. You know, yeah, still a very strong team, but Fnatic stepping up so incredibly well. And you saw, yeah, it was tough in the top lane, all right? He got himself the counter pick. Jax had control. He was down 0-2, I think, Wonder. But the rest of the map was off to the races. You saw double the damage here, basically mid and bot.
I mean, one of the problems here for T1 was, you know, it would be okay if Lucian's getting some ahead, if Jax is also just getting an equivalent amount of head top. But even though Wonder died a couple times, it was 1 assist for Zeus. He wasn't even involved in the second kill. He wasn't really getting much ahead as far as the gold lead was concerned whatsoever. He built purely for the 1v1 in a game that it was never going to end through 1v1, at least in my eyes. And we saw in those team fights when he comes in, you look at that final fight, he flashes in for the Counter-Strike, and then you're just instantaneously dead as soon as the Counter-Strike is gone, because it's 2 super strong carries. You haven't built up CDR, you haven't built up any tank stats, you're building for that 1v1. Wonder's not going to give it to you, and Fnatic did a beautiful job of pushing this game forward and never allowing Zeus the time to actually build any leads inside.
Definitely, and I think Poppy's death has been greatly over-exaggerated as well. You know, you saw Gen G pull it out, despite them losing that game into things like Jackson Graves, it can work very well. These top laners that want to dash in, the Akalis, the Sylases of the world, it functions very well to appeal for your carries.
Well, I feel like it's a lot of champions the death has been over-exaggerated for. You know, you're talking about Poppy. What about Lucian Nami?
Yeah.
We're Lucian Nami in this game. What about Yuumi? We saw Yuumi Sivir. You know, Yuumi has looked situationally very strong as well. So a lot of these picks from 12-15 that we thought were gone are here, and at very least situationally can be very powerful. So I think we're seeing some really rapid development in the meta so far, just between, you know, play-ins and groups.
I mean, it means you have a lot of options, right? It means we're in a very healthy meta game where there are a lot of viable strategies. Like, we have seen the hyper carries turn over, and it's like, it's great. Yep, you got to lake him at Felios and see ya, right? Like, he's 3 items, goodbye, every team fight is yours. We've seen both sides of Azir and Akali win. There's a bunch of options there, right? There's that wealth. We know from, like, Scrim and Champions Queue, Karma mid, there, if you're going to play a carry jungler, the Hecarim's the Graves, like, maybe that'll come out at some point. Maybe they're waiting for Yuumi comps for that to happen, but then it's there. There's a lot of spices available. Aatrox, well, you know, it still won, but like the Jax won the lane, but everything else kind of blew over. So, you know, what's that going to look like down the line? Obviously, the tree, very good here in the Maokai. So a lot to look for, a lot to discover here at Worlds 2022. And now we're joining Shox on stage with Upset for a Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Greek. Indeed, Upset and Fnatic completing the 3-0 day for EU. A fantastic victory over T1. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, really incredible. I think T1 came off a fantastic game yesterday. You guys did as well. So what were kind of the focus points as to what you wanted to attack in T1?
Well, we had a lot of different strategies prepared depending on the pick ban, of course. In this game, it turned out that bot lane was pretty volatile, but also top. And we managed to get a decent advantage bot side from the level 3, I think, and we snowballed it pretty well. And our top laner was also holding the game really well, and my mid is always winning, it seems, right now. So that was kind of the strategy, just to try to attack where they're weak in the game from what happened and keep snowballing it.
Yeah, I guess specifically they kept sending people top lane. Tell me about the laning phase, and then the moment you realized, okay, now me as Lucian, I really have to push my advantage in this game.
The laning phase was very close. I think we played well on the first wave, but then there was actually a big all-in where everyone on bot was very low, but Vigo ended up making a mistake that we managed to kill 1 and Thresh committed 2. So it was a 2-for-1, and after that the bot lane matchup, I think, was quite good for us, especially because I felt like their champs need to get an advantage, but we were slightly ahead. And top lane also got like pretty stable laning phase. So afterwards, once we got 1 advantage, and I think we killed him 2v2 one time, after we took the Herald, we managed to snowball really hard, and yeah, it was a fun game.
Okay, when it comes to the bot lane, of course the meta has had some changes that made the mid top a bit stronger at points as well, and some teams are choosing to go more towards that than bot. How comfortable do you feel to still be able to carry consistently from the bot lane, even in this meta, against a multitude of opponents?
I think the meta is very well balanced right now. I think you can carry from every lane. I think bot lane is maybe a little bit weaker than before, but it is also more volatile, I would say. Before it was much more about the Zeri and the Sivir. Now it's more about Lucian, Aphelios, and MF and all of these champs. So I think the game snowball harder, so you can still carry on bot if you get an advantage. It's just carrying in a different way. Instead of your champ being OP, maybe the disadvantage just snowballs more, so you have more impact than enemy bot.
Okay, when it comes to how it's been going for Fnatic, it was a very tumultuous start to the tournament, of course. Now it seems though that everything is calmed down. So would you say it's kind of a different atmosphere and a different level of comfort you have as Cloud9 is getting set up on stage? And do you feel like you've turned the page, so to say?
Yeah, we definitely had very, very little practice for the play-ins tournament. I mean, we still didn't scrim that much, I think, compared to most teams at Worlds. But it's going fine, I think. We got more and more practice, and I think it's with more and more wins, we get more confidence, and it definitely helps everyone in the team.
Absolutely. I hope you can hold on to this momentum. It's been fantastic seeing you play at Worlds so far. Thank you very much, Upset and Fnatic. With the win over T1, let's get it analyzed over at the State Farm Analyst Desk as C9 is setting up, as you can hear.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Fnatic remain undefeated in the group stage here at 2-0 as they take down T1. You heard it there. There's a belief that any role in this current meta can carry, but for Fnatic, it'll be the bot lane that gets it done this time around, and they do it with a very, very interesting look, the Lucian Nami.
It was just a pleasure to watch. Like, obviously, as an EU fan, I am quite biased, but this is the moment that he was talking about in the early game. After that early trade, it didn't look very favorable, but Razork setting up that punish onto Oner, quickly Upset, and Hilly is there to punish, and then the moment that Keria commits, that's when they see the window. And the unfortunate situation here is Keria gets that kill, meaning that the topple buffs can then be transferred over to this Lucian, but then with this lead, Lucian and Upset just dominate.
And this is some killer instinct right here from Upset. So he knows ult is down, just dash, Gale Force, bop bop. That's when the Lucian Nami gets ahead, how it can just destroy low mobility carries.
It was just an incredible early game overall from Fnatic, and we talked about how domestically this was a team that tried to play through bot, and this was a lot of what we got to see from them today. This is very traditional Fnatic in the sense of how they were able to qualify for the World Championship, and they did it in very convincing fashion. But in the same vein, while Upset really was the damage highlight, Razork was the kind of man hidden behind the scenes who did so much. The number of times he interrupted the Akali engages, the number of times he set up successful plays, like this jungle AD support trio was really coming online in the early game.
Yeah, and we did say that it was an advantage draft, right? T1 continues to just kind of draft seemingly whatever they want to. But what happened here is once Fnatic had the lead, they played with so much discipline, right? Every action that T1 wanted to take when trying to enter a fight, there was always a spell waiting for it for Fnatic, right? Like when Akali comes in, Humanoid's ready with the Azir wall. Whenever Jax jumps in, immediately the Poppy throws up the anti-dash, slams him into a wall, and they focus him right away. So they played just remarkably clean and extremely well organized with their lead.
And when we think about like looking at this comp once again, mobility was a big problem that T1 couldn't really lock down. Not only did Fnatic have tools to mitigate the mobility on the side of T1, but T1 also didn't have the crowd control to limit. And like, you're seeing the value of the Poppy right here. A beautiful setup from Razork into the team fighting prowess of this Aatrox. The Nami wave interrupting Faker, the amount of dashes that Upset did have, and what a fight that looked quite promising for T1. Razork continued to limit what they could do, and Fnatic just continue to find fight after fight.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the more we're watching these replays, the more I'm actually moving to the side of, like, Razork as the player of the game for me on the side of Fnatic this time around. Right place, right time, all the time, holding those utility spells to make sure that he can be that, you know, kind of a line of scrimmage in the team fights, press forward like he is right now, and allow Upset that space to flash forward on the Lucian and get stuff done.
Definitely one of those Poppy games that makes other junglers say, hey, I should play Poppy. That looks really effective.
And I think what's really big as well is Fnatic got a lot of comfort. They talked about how they haven't really had much time to scrim. They really haven't had that much practice. And it's one of those things that I was joking with Kadra coming into the tournament. Fnatic historically have a lot of drama, and maybe scrimming is not good for them because if they don't get to play together, then drama can't manifest.
Oh, lordy.
Weirdly enough, now the environment seems very good. They're sticking to what they know and found success with during the regular season, and they're converting it here on the world stage. They find themselves 2-0 now, with EDG the only remaining opposition standing in their way to get a clean 3-0 in this group.
Yeah, this is a team that's already had to play with a sub on the world stage, back with Hilly right now here in the group stage. But EU in total, 3-0 on the day.
Let's go,
Day 2
EU.
here. What a massive trip, 3 games here for the
and
LEC.
the West is 3-1.
The West is 3-1.
Which is as good as it could have been.
The West is 3-1. Cloud9, we'll see if they can push that West score to 4-1 in just a bit.
The thing for me, and like, the thing that I love about Worlds is coming into these tournaments, the expectation is always, well, the West is just going to get dominated.
Yeah.
Right? They're just going to get demolished. They don't stand a chance. And I think that this best of one demonstrates that, of course, it is only a single game. Of course, there's still a lot of the tournament left to be played. But individually, as a talented region, I think the EU can compete. I think that they have the drafts and they're capable. And I think that that's true for the entire West as well. And I think you can't afford to underestimate every team that is competing at this tournament.
And just more specifically in Group A, we heard Azale talking earlier that he felt like this was one of the groups that really could go in any way. You could take those 4 teams, scramble them up, and hey, I could see it ending up in that way. And I think that in a sense, this Fnatic game proves that, right? Where T1 looked so dominant yesterday, seemingly being able to pick whatever the heck they wanted and still come away with a win. Okay, that's not as easy as it looked like it was for them to do. And so now it seems more plausible for EDG to, clap back, or for Cloud9 to take that kind of a game. Really, it's Fnatic who's starting to separate themselves from the rest. I'll remind everybody, there's only one team at Worlds that's beat Fnatic, and that's Loud.
Yeah, and they're not even here anymore.
They're not in the tournament anymore.
I just want to really quickly say, like, especially for T1, I don't think that they're out of this by any means. I think what they're doing is not super repeatable. So they're going to be really swingy up and down, losing, getting their kills doubled, or winning in 25 minutes. I think that might continue for them. But what is here to stay, at least right now, is just like the European team's fearlessness no matter who they're playing against. Like, they truly believe that they're able to win these games, which is something that, I'll say, it doesn't look like NA teams have that mindset coming in.
Oh, you're giving me permission to talk.
Yeah.
That's a rarity.
I'm not allowed to
Sorry,
speak,
that's a rarity on the desk.
you.
I've never really had an analyst give me permission to talk, and so I got really caught off guard.
you.
Thank you very much, Thaddeus. Check out Cloud9's pick, Can't Tell Me Nothing by Kanye West as the song that represents their playstyle on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. Take a listen, and we'll see if Cloud9 can get inspired for their game versus world champions EDG coming up right after this.
Does T1 find control? Razak not hit by the R2 out of Faker. Bubble gonna be sidestep, dives in, started into the wall, and Razor says thank you for the gold.
I keep running. Very crucial, we went so hard. I can flash it. Aphelios. Look at Aphelios, guys. Aphelios stun. Nice. I got it. Keep going, Muta. I'm behind you. I'm on Akali. One. Let's go! Nice.
They get Nami, the scoop buys time, perfect timing by Humanoid, and it's T1 lambs to the slaughter.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Championship Group Stage. It's day number 2, and it's game 4. And I'm Atlas, joined by 2 other Atlases. Yeah. In the theme of trying to find some Eastern camaraderie, we've decided to come together under one banner, and that banner, I guess, is my hairdo.
I'm a big fan of the Atlasverse. I don't know, how deep it goes or how many more people to join in, but I think this is a pretty solid start.
Yeah, I had no say in this. I was forced. Definitely didn't enjoy this at all. Definitely not happy. I'm reunited with Atlas and here at Worlds Groups, even though that last game it hurt just a little bit.
It's all right. EU are not playing again today, and their rise will not continue, at least for this particular day of groups. But let's get into the draft here for this game as the world champions take on Cloud9. And I think Cloud9 got off to a bit of a rough start yesterday. I have no doubt they fixed it all, and they've come in today ready to take them down.
Yeah, and I feel like one place I'm really interested in going into this matchup, specifically in draft, is looking at top lane, because obviously Aatrox has been the standout. When I look at Flandre, like, of course Flandre can play the Aatrox, you would expect EDG to want to go towards that. But, Fudge is someone who's very comfortable playing counters like the Fioras, like the Jaxes, and for EDG, top lane has been a point of struggle.
I also was very appreciative of C9's attempt at going for a more skill-intensive draft. I think that starting off confident isn't necessarily a flaw in of itself, but after seeing that yesterday against Fnatic, that didn't quite work out, I would personally expect them to at least steer away and try to get some easier win conditions so that you don't really run the same risk of does your first 15 minutes not go very well, you're immediately behind, and you're basically playing on the back foot the entire game.
And to look over to EDG's side, they don't need to worry about the Yuumi. That one has been banned away. Thank you, C9, for that one. Don't have to deal with the cat on a book for this particular game, and that was definitely very difficult for EDG to deal with yesterday. But there is the Aatrox first pick that we've seen all over the place. Yeah, and we'll see what the answer is going to be.
And like I said, Fudge, a player who is able to go for the Fiora. We've seen a champion that has been blind picked quite a bit, but now knowing you're into the Aatrox isn't something I'd be surprised if we do see Fudge go into. The other play I'm quite curious is jungle, because yesterday Fnatic actually put respect on Blabber's name and banned out something like an Olaf. So Blabber, a player who's able to bring out a lot of different picks in the jungle role for C9.
I'm actually really glad that this Fiora has been locked in here, because I think that Fudge, even though yesterday didn't necessarily go so well, I think that this could be a fantastic lane to play for.
I agree. I just want to see C9 pivot so that the rest of the comp actually allows Fudge to pop off. Because what happened yesterday, as how many times have we seen this exact draft?
I know, how many times do we have to see the fact that Genji picked the wrong bottom lane yesterday? Because this worked so well in the game we just saw for Fnatic, and the Lucian Nami was brilliant there. It didn't work so well when it was the Singed Center. So once again, we're going to see this on the blue side.
And now for the side of C9, I feel like you want to start trying to outrange this draft. So going towards something like the Victor, going to try and outrange things like the Aatrox and the Poppy. You're going to have a solid laning phase up against the Azir. So at least we're starting to see teams pivot in terms of how they draft against a strong 3-man core.
What I do like with the Victor and Aphelios is that in terms of wave clear, you're going to feel very safe. So if Fudge does get a lead in that isolated lane against the Aatrox, especially if Blabber pays some attention to the top side, you have an opportunity there. Downside is that especially post-6, we've seen Victors fall prey a lot to just getting shoved in, your flash gets burned, and especially with a Poppy, any subsequent gank while your flash timer is down becomes really, really hard to play.
Yeah, being Victor into Azir, we've seen all across the world be a very, very difficult thing to deal with. You just get Emperors divided and die. Sort of what happens.
Just a bunch of mobility coming out from both of C9's carries, I think, does leave EDG some options with where they want to go. But I'm more curious to see where C9 want to go next with their draft. Jungle pool getting incredibly pinched. And, I mean, we haven't really been left in a scenario where we kind of get outside the Maokai's, Sejuani's, Pekarims of the world. I guess that is still left up, and now with things like the Poppy shifting back into the meta, I think it could open up some interesting options for Blabber.
And we have seen things like the Skarner come through as a counter pick to the Poppy. Don't know if that's going to be the exact direction here. Of course, a bit of a specific with the Kalista. I think in the beginning of the tournament, very much a first rotation ban, but as we've seen more and more solo lanes and top sides prioritized, the Aphelios notwithstanding, she's been making it through to the second round of bans before still getting banned away.
And oftentimes actually falling entirely through the draft. She is going to be banned away here against Viper, who didn't find success on it yesterday, but he's a fantastic Kalista player just in general, would fit the composition quite nicely, and not going to be able to play that Lucian Nami, so we're not going to get a run back of the Fnatic draft. There's Xin Zhao being considered for Blabber, definitely. A pick that can influence the early game. You're going to be very happy about that if you're a C9 fan.
And it's also something that can work well in skirmishes later on, right? Throw out the ultimate. Going to be hard to be able to lock him down, get damage on him. He's going to be able to provide peel for both Jensen and Berserker in team fights.
Disengage too, going to be pretty important with that Crescent Guard, with the fact that EDG are already presenting a lot of ways, you know, a lot of things that they want to get out of their fight. But Viper is going to lock away the Jinx. Jinx, Thresh to be locked in here potentially for EDG. Mako going to bring that one out right after Carrier picked it in the game before.
And EDG saying, well, scaling so far has looked pretty good in the tournament. We're going to just follow that. Jinx coming back here again. Mako going to be able to provide a lot of innate safety, and the front to back from EDG already looks incredible. If you can get to the 5v5s, you can have the Jinx with the range combined with Azir. It becomes really hard to find backline access, and especially with that Kench lock-in, I think C9 really gonna have to get Fudge ahead early.
Yeah, 100%, because, right, I feel like we're seeing things like the Jinx pivoted into not only for scaling, but you hit on it a little bit, the range. This brings us back to Spring Split, where it's like, okay, Jinx are able to outrange the Aphelios, you're gonna outrange the Victor later on as well. They're gonna have incredibly strong front to back. For the side of C9, I feel like you're also going to be relying not only on getting Fudge ahead, but also abusing the fact that Aphelios is a bit of a better mid-game with things like the Gale Force to just try and find that outright burst. And of course, having the Xin Zhao setting up for that well with the early pressure it can provide.
Yeah, this is definitely looking like it could be interesting as the game goes on. The push that you're going to have in the early game, especially pre-6 for the Victor, should be able to give Blabber some avenues to get around that jungle. But I'm worried, like you guys are talking about when it comes to that late game. Jinx Azir is something that we from the LCK know a lot about, thanks to a lot of players really defaulting to both of those picks. We've seen them used early game and late game in a lot of those compositions. But EDG, it just looks so standard, comfortable, front to back, it just does its job.
The thing is, that's exactly how it looked yesterday for EDG coming out of draft. Solid across the board, not a lot of weaknesses, the scaling was there, and that's why, you know, a lot of C9 fans in the crowd, I feel good for them going against EDG because EDG struggled against teams that were looking to push the pace in the early game. That's why I felt like teams like Top Esports and JDG were able to get the better of them. So with Cloud9 having agency in this draft, if they can find those leads, they can snowball this game.
And we are just about ready to hop onto the Rift for game number 4 of the day. Cloud9 trying to bounce back off yesterday's loss. EDG trying to do exactly the same thing. Of course, they've had slow starts in the past as well. And our world champions from last year really wanting to find some success now. They'll have to go through C9 to do it. Here we are.
And looking at the early game, I mentioned earlier, I would love to see some attention paid to Fudge. I think that looking at the rest of the map, it can be quite hard, especially as long as summoners are still up to get a good angle on either Viper or Mako or on Scout. So trying to get Flandre behind, trying to make sure that Fudge actually is able to leverage the matchup, unlike yesterday where I don't even think it was Fudge's Fiora's play specifically, it was more how the team played around it and how they kept opting in the team fights with a Fiora, and they weren't really in a position to get anything out of that.
Yeah, and especially because build drafts do look pretty slow in the early game, right? That, for me, it's a lot about setting Fudge up and then transition that is Mako.
Yeah, Hook already connecting here. Just sending a message more than anything else here for Mako. Not going to go over that wall, don't think.
Which, probably for the best.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Don't start throwing this one away early on. But then looking at the early game for the side of EDG, I feel like a lot should just be on JJ looking to shadow early. You can try and punish bot lane in terms of trying to get something off on the Tahm Kench and make sure that these plays are able to come through with the Thresh. Yeah. But then it's a lot about once that level 6 comes online and then utilizing the fact that Scout has the ability to, again, take Jensen's flash and just kind of look to play make on repeat.
Yeah, we're seeing already that EDG playing pretty aggressively here towards the bottom side. Of course, this is a bit of an age-old matchup, the old Aphelios into the Jinx, something that we haven't had to talk about for quite some time because we've been stuck in Zeri Sivir purgatory for quite some time. Thankfully, we are now out of it and back to an old purgatory that we used to deal with many moons ago. Mako going to miss his first hook. Can't hit all of them. And C9 going to have to now deal with EDG pushing underneath their turret.
Yeah, all comes full circle. We went from a spring with just these two champions to a summer with just Zeri and Sivir. And I guess now we're back to the Jinx and the Aphelios. Looking at the pathing here, have opposite pathing. So Blaver making his way towards the top side of the map, whereas JJ, as you're saying, at least in the early game, not going to be able to keep track. As far as I'm aware, neither team got a lot of intel as to which jungler started where, but EDG gonna get the crash here, and with JJ there as well, I think they're gonna be very, very safe to keep the pressure rather up on Berserker and Sven.
And I think it should be expected, right, for both teams about where jungles do want to path. I mean, for C9, I think very clearly wanting to play up towards that top side of the map, and EDG having those pick tools down towards bot side, so we are just going to end up trading scuttles, and I think a lot of it's going to come down to if either side lane wants to go for the punish.
There we go. Cool guys don't look at explosions. And some shellfish for Blabber. So very happy is the C9 jungler. JJ also going to pick one up for himself. His Scout could be in trouble. Blabber trying to get in there, but thankfully some shifting sands are going to be available there, and Scout makes it out just fine. JJ not even needed, as Deathray doing some work here, as Jensen is making sure he keeps the pressure up onto Scout.
And I do at least really like that Blabber is looking to use these opportunities, only having his crowd camp up, so not too much available. Look for the play mid. Scout, of course, able to get out of there. And if you can try and set Jensen up for a back, considering he does have that mana bar low, and then come back to lane, and again, kind of assert that dominance with the E, get the push going, and really open up Blabber to look for options in terms of controlling either side of the river.
And with how low action thus far we've been, I wonder what we're going to see in terms of setup around the early objectives. First Drake coming up soon, and I do remember Lyric talking to both of you and Dagda a lot about how much the LPL prioritizes the early Drake, arguably much more so than another team, and I wonder whether that's going to be the case here for EDG as well, because while I think that they have a pretty easy way of finding priority in a lot of their lanes, actually winning an early skirmish against the power of something like Xin Zhao can be quite tough.
Yeah, I think it will be quite hard. For EDG, I think it's about getting that vision down, spotting where Blabber is, and then using that prio coming out from your bot lane 2v2. But you can see C9 not going to want to let that happen. I already like that they're hovering towards mid and trying to cement some control bot lane themselves.
Yeah, Berserker getting a bit of gravitum onto Viper there, but the backup not quite arriving in time to get anything done. I'm glad that you mentioned the Dragon, gentlemen. Of course, C9, another team that does very, very much enjoy killing dragons. They did a lot of it during the summer split, so we'll see who's going to be able to get their hands on it. But like you say, I think it's going to be a bit of slow burn. And when it comes to late game, I think it's a really interesting discussion because Fiora exists in this game, and she is always a late game win condition. I find it so difficult to talk about scaling when she exists.
And the interesting thing there is that both teams engage, I think, is relatively lackluster as long as you can keep track of specifically the Poppy and maybe a Mako hook, but especially looking at C9, it's quite a tough one. It's JJ.
Yeah, it was seen on vision there, but the Emperor's Fight is still going to land. Jensen holding onto his flash, uses it now. Blabber in position. Can he stop this? As the gravity field's fantastic defensively. When becomes lightning. JJ, oh no, auto attack was cancelled. Could be in trouble, but Jensen is likely to go down first. There is first blood to the EDG mid laner, and Mako has made his way up. Waste no time. Instant flash, and that's a double.
And it almost was there for the side of Cloud9. Jensen able to escape, but sadly Blabber not able to finish off the kill. Scout able to go for the turnaround, and great 2-0 start for EDG.
And we talk about this being... It starts slow, and all of a sudden, what looks like initially, I think, quite a nice setup here with Jensen getting shoved back. He stays alive for a really long time. JJ crucially doesn't find the wall, and then Blabber comes in, and you're thinking, he's done it.
Yeah, it looks like he had it. W does connect, and then not able to go through in the end because of the ward going down. Scout the whole time, though, was just hammering away on Jensen. Flandre making his way down. You could see in the mid lane, even Mako had the roam over because they had push, and they commit so much to get this kill coming through. I like that Flandre did hold on to his flash, though, so we'll be able to keep up with that one. And again, now EDG in such a great spot. When we were hitting on earlier, one of the plays you have available with the Azir once you get post 6 is what we saw them do, right? Go for the Empress Divide, throw Jensen in. Jensen now not having flash up, Scout still holds on to his, and now already making his way to a lost chapter.
This game has all of a sudden become a lot more difficult for Cloud9. However, this Dragon should be going their way. Cloud9 with the Cloud Drake, very fitting. And that will be taken down. Success. So, next one going to be an Infernal. I would hazard a guess that we're going to get Hextech as the final soul. Anyone who agreed with me with the fact that Cloud Drake will be killed the most here at Worlds, I apologize wholeheartedly for suggesting it.
Oh yeah, I fell for that one.
Hextech is destroying right now. It was very, very difficult to deal with.
I think because Flowers did the same thing, and he had great logic that either it is and he is right, therefore he wins, or it is not, but I'll pause.
Yeah, there is a fight. There is going to be an Empress Divide in the mid lane, actually. Oh, I love that! Scout picks up his third. Oh, man, EDG off to the races and then some.
And this is exactly what we're talking about with that Victor into Azir matchup. They know Jensen's flash is down, so every single time, Scout just shoves in the wave, says, hey, guys, free kill, and they take down the Victor.
I also love the move from Flandre because I think Flandre looks his best when he's just able to push the wave and kind of have an uninteractive laning phase and look to supplement his team.
Okay.
Flandre, great team player. We saw there able to make his way towards the mid lane. So, hey, if he isn't locked in that 1v1 with Fudge, things are looking good.
And I mean, I say I joke because we have some players like that in the LCK as well that like to skip lane, but it's the, I think, map play that EDG is showing here and finding early proactive leads for a team that I think by default is expected to do exceptionally well once we get to the later stage of the game, especially with this draft, is looking a bit rough for C9.
I also find it very strange that we don't see that more often. The use of the Emperor's Divide and then the Heroic Charge to do that Albus Nox Luna, as I like to call it, as they did many, many years ago with the Anivia Wall.
It's a throwback.
It does the same thing, but just not using that opportunity. Blabber trying to go for Flandre here, who's still sitting on Flash. Umbral Dash also there as well, as they do have vision on the Xin Zhao as he clears out that ward. And C9 just going to clear up this top wave. It looks like they're out of the woods for now.
Yeah, Blabber trying to find the opportunity, but I mean, with the amount of control that EDG have, it just feels so hard. You see a good amount of vision in River right now, and for C9, it feels like you kind of have to just end up giving up this Herald and playing for some of those first items to come out. We already hit on a win condition for C9. Could be something like once we get Gale Force on Berserker, playmaking potentials there. We know once Fudge gets his Mythic as well, he'll be doing incredibly well in this top lane matchup.
Yeah, EDG not having to invest anything bot side in order to get their Rift Herald, so everything working out very, very nicely. Being able to just have 3 people take away the Rift Herald, utilizing all of this tempo that they have. Empress Divide, there it is, one more time, and we get it again! JJ's just having a great time here as, oh, Blabber comes in! Will Punish picks up the shutdown as well as Mako's here. So not going to be able to get a next
Sven!
that, but there is a Lantern, takes the ride to get out.
I thought the Kench was going to do it. Saw him waddle up. But this is, again, EDG just playing a textbook game. As Viper gonna get chunked, but Berserker not having enough damage. And I think specifically with champions like Azir, that even into something like Victor with a lot of wave clear, you get a big lead. Your poke becomes so oppressive. So with the early Mythic, now Jensen is just continuously forced underneath his turret, and that makes it so much easier for EDG to play the rest of the map as Fudge.
Flandre chasing him down. Grand Challenge is going to be issued, and Fudge just gets himself out of there. So, does have to use his R button, but holds onto the flash. Should be absolutely fine. As we check this one out one more time. Really good for C9 to be able to actually get that shot down.
Man, I just want to know what Jensen did to them. Like, the fact that they keep finding the repeat play feels so bad. Blabber, though, throws out the W, then follows up with the flash to be able to connect, is able to get the kill across. But, I mean, EDG in such a dominant position, and interestingly enough, it not coming from their bot lane. Yesterday, they weren't able to leverage that strength going against T1, and then once again today, opting into scaling and playing more through their top side.
I'm a glass half full kind of guy. At least with that shutdown going to Blobber, the gold is not looking too bad. I thought it was
under 1,000?
I thought it was going to be worse. They have a Drake lead as well. There's an angle there.
Objectives are extraordinarily important. I agree with you, New York. I reckon C9's definitely still in with a decent shot. They just have to contend with Scout here in this mid lane, who is very, very powerful as this is here. Also now picking up some plates for himself. And so it's only going to go from bad to worse as far as that particular matchup is concerned.
Yeah, and for EDG, just to say to the game right now in general, it feels like the biggest difference is just the amount of vision control EDG should be able to keep up with Blabber.
Yeah.
Gonna look for an opportunity mid.
Wrapping around already. No flash on Scout, but shifting sands is going to mean that C9 don't really have an avenue to get onto Scout right now. Flandre also roaming down as per usual, getting into position.
I just love how much Flandre is out on the map, right? Every single time he moves over, and that means that at the very least C9 needs to respond. Either Blabber needs to delay his clear a little bit, needs to make sure that he keeps Jensen covered, because even with the flash now still available, it takes one shuffle from Scout to get rid of that, and then you can get 2 or 3 more ganks in, like we've seen in the last couple of minutes, and it becomes very, very tough for C9 to kind of keep that mid lane alive.
Yeah, and I'm just so happy that Flandre, I can just go back to what I knew of Flandre, like, what, 5 years ago when I was an LPL caster, because it's just, he's exactly the same. Just plays for the rest of his team, did that on Snake as well, and now seems to be continuing. Am I right, Lyric? I don't know.
I mean, he just has been such a great team player all year long, and even like what he's doing, right? Even when he's not making his way down to mid, if he's playing off in Fog of War, it opens up to where EDG can start making these plays. C9 are constantly guessing, hey, where's the Aatrox gonna be? And it prevents them from really being able to force their way into either mid or towards the spot side, because they're always scared that they're gonna be at a numbers disadvantage.
Well, we are Abyssal diving forward. The hook is going to be there to greet him, but Mako now going to back away. Moonlight Vigil comes down. Berserker getting some damage in. Severum at the ready. Sven has to flash out, but does manage to do so. Emperor's Divine slides in, and Scout picks up his 5th of the game. Viper now getting a kill for himself, and EDG with all the kills on their late game carries.
And it was said earlier on the desk, oh, that's not what you want to see. Overall, I do think the death of Poppy greatly exaggerated, because I've seen so many of these plays in the entirety of summer. Poppy setting up, isolating one target, knocking away someone else, and it makes it so much harder to actually get anything done in an early team fight.
Yeah, I mean, just it not being able to come together for C9. And again, I like that they're still looking to make things happen, because despite the fact that they do have things like the Fiora and the Victor, it feels like the later it goes, it can be quite rough just because of the formation that EDG's teamfight has with the amount of disengage able to come through, and even them having things like the Threshold to be able to start fights on their own terms. But, I mean, it feels like at this point, there's just too much control of mid. Too much control of mid coming out from EDG.
Absolutely, and also in that last moment, the fact that now Viper getting himself a kill, getting himself to a position where this Jinx is going to be online a little bit earlier. Just to let you know, guys, we will be keeping you updated as much as possible as to what happened as far as this pause. Right now, I will divulge, I have absolutely no idea what happened in order to start this pause off, but if we do find anything out, believe me, you will find out as soon as possible. I think, is it a Thresh thing? Because, you know, the last pause we had, there was a Thresh involved. Do we blame Thresh entirely for this whole situation?
I actually find it very interesting that every region has their own memes surrounding pauses.
Oh, yeah.
Because the LC, we feel like the LCK pause. Obviously, we are like, yeah, that's classic.
I actually feel like this is making us feel more at home.
Well, it is. Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, I'm feeling very comfortable right now.
Look, I gotta say, we actually don't have a pause meme in the LPL.
Okay.
But I'm happy to get to feel like one of the boys.
Aww.
You already wore. Look at your fantastic hair.
Because on the other end, obviously, we have the Fnatic pause, I think, which is also very notorious. And if I'm not mistaken, I remember Vulcan tweeting about pauses to a great extent as well. So I guess every region besides the LPL, but it's okay, Jordan. Right now, you're a part of our desk.
Yeah,
it's okay.
We can teach you the way of the pause. It's absolutely fine. We, in fact, made an entire video for our...
We did.
Not our last finals, but the finals before, just in case there was a pause. There wasn't actually a pause, which was very unfortunate, because we did have this video prepared. I learned how to say pause in Dutch, because we were told that we should probably do that.
You did a good job.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You're very good at the Dutch accent. I wonder why.
I wonder why.
Fascinating. But we still haven't figured out why this pause exists right now. Normally, I peer over to see, you know, who's getting the attention, but I can't actually see it from here.
I was going to say, it's
a little bit unfortunate.
It's tough. I'm not getting any intel from my angle, and I think I have the best view of the stage. So we'll just, you know, as we do. Normally in the LCK, the conversation would have completely derailed, but fortunately,
I was kind of expecting, you know, Pokemon or...
You're here to keep us
I don't really
honest.
know. I don't really know where you guys go these days.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit different when it's the World's broadcast. We want to make sure that we keep it as serious as possible.
Yes.
Just like our serious matching haircuts that we have right here on the desk right now. But as far as this game goes, I think that it's probably good that C9 get a little bit of a mental reset here. And even though they can't discuss any strategy for the game or anything like that, being able to take a bit of a mental step back and then trying to make the most of what is a pretty uncomfortable situation, even though we're still within touching distance gold-wise, it's just looking at sort of the state of the game that can be the problem.
And going back to the game for a little bit, even though as we often joke in the LCK, we don't always. What I want to highlight here for C9 is that if they are playing from a large deficit, combat mechanics are hard to find. Ideally, you'd look at like a really big engage angle or a wombo combo or something of the sorts, but engaging onto the EDG comp is a nightmare. There is Poppy with her W, with her ultimate. There is Scout, who we've already seen, is very happy to scoop whomever comes near him. And then the Fresh adds so much layer of defense. Really tough to get anything done.
Yeah, there is a lot of disengage. But gentlemen, I'm going to have to stop you there because while we continue investigating this pause, we'll be heading over to the State Farm analyst desk to break down what we have of this game so far.
Thank you very much, Atlas. We're back. Another pause. I don't know how many of you know this, a little behind the scenes bit of info. Vedius really likes screen time. So basically what happens is, yeah, he hits up league officials. He says, I've got something to say. I'm going to need you to pause this game so I can get up there and espouse some knowledge.
So now you put me on the spot because now it's like, Vedius,
you have no knowledge?
You want to say? Oh. I'm like, well, everyone, hello, I'm Welsh. I speak another language. Also, Cloud9 is, in fact, getting obliterated right now.
Yeah. Unrelated research I was just doing.
Okay.
Unrelated?
Yeah.
I love it. We're already off the rails. Yeah. Took us 30 seconds.
It's a little related.
Okay.
The worst NA has done at group stage.
Oh, we're going there.
No.
Okay.
I asked this question. I asked this question in the green room, right? Is that
I think a lot of people,
play was going badly?
I think a lot of people at least want to know.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I guess so.
Is 5-13.
5-13.
5-13.
Yeah.
When was that?
This was 2019.
2019.
I will say they were not the worst, though. At the time, LMS had 3 regions in the group stage, and they went 3-15. So the worst 3-region team in
or
group
three-team
stage
region, rather,
is 3-15.
Okay.
So this game is still winnable.
Still winnable,
Cloud9,
but scary.
I mean, hugely in favor of EDG, which we can talk about depending on how long this delay is.
Yeah.
But yeah, Vedius is doing some quick math. Dash has an update.
Yeah, speaking of, I'll give you the real update on why it is we're sitting in a pause. Tournament officials are investigating currently, but Viper is experiencing an in-game issue, and so it is a problem on the EDG side. We're going to go ahead and get that resolved as quickly as possible. Once I have more information, I will update you all at home a little bit more. Vedius, you're doing some quick math?
he's doing some quick math.
I was literally writing down 5-13.
Oh, not doing any math.
I wasn't doing any math. I was just
writing it down, taking notes.
I was
taking notes. That was MSI, my friend. Take notes.
Wait, that was MSI? I thought that was Worlds.
No. That was the slogan.
Oh, yeah,
MSI was taking
me.
How did you forget that already? Come on.
Quick maths.
Yeah, do
There's a lot of games left.
Yeah.
So the worst NA has done is 5-13. They're currently 0-4. Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you need 9 more losses.
Which would then you'd have to be 5-9 to match it. And if they lose this one, it would still be 5-8, which is like super doable to not be the worst.
Okay. Super. What sort of perspective is that? Yeah. Which is like, guys, I know it's bad, but.
So somewhat unironically, I will say in 2020, NA started really poorly. That was the 0-6 TSM year, but also TL started 0-2 and FlyQuest started 0-2. And literally every interview question any player ever faced was, man, why does NA suck so much? And like, why are you not winning, et cetera, et cetera.
All right, I got to jump in here because it's a shorter pause than we expected. Tournament officials have reviewed the footage, determined that the performance Viper was experiencing was within limits. They have informed the player who has accepted, and we are now resuming the game. Back over to you, Atlas.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Fantastic that we got to give Vedius some screen time, especially when he's had such a great day today. And here we are, back with EDG versus C9. So, something seemed like it was going wrong for Viper, wasn't actually going wrong, or not going wrong enough, and we are now back in. And it didn't look like it was going very wrong. Like 1-0-1, Kraken Slayer completed. Jinx is probably having a great time.
Yeah, for Viper in a really solid spot, especially because, again, he's going to be the big defining member. The later we go on the game, kind of going to be the highest range champion, especially once you get something like a rapid fire cannon coming on through. But I feel like the key thing is, right, we've had EDG sitting on item advantages for quite a long time. But now with things like Divine Sunder coming out in top lane, the Gale Force finally hit for Berserker, C9 potentially going to be able to start looking for angles. I feel like definitely going to need a cross map. We can already see EDG getting control of the bot side. With Blabber up towards top, Fudge heading there now, may be able to start looking for those plays.
Yeah, and the thing that I find really unfortunate here for C9 is that if EDG are able to just stack up Mountain Drakes, any sort of win condition just becomes so much more difficult. And yes, Fiora does some true damage and things like that, but there is just no way that you ever win a team fight against this team, no matter what happens, really. You start stacking them up. But Slow comes through here from the riposte. There's a grand challenge. The flash to come through it with the ulti from Blabber as Flandre is going to turn up. Scout just keeping his distance. Super Mega Death Rocket will be included, and Flandre locks down the C9 jungler, and now they're looking for even more. That Q hit for a lot more damage than I was expecting. And EDG will scare C9 away.
And it's an attempt from C9, but EDG turn it around. Unfortunately, killing a Fed Azir with Summoner's Ultimate and Crown of the Shattered Queen. Upgrade to Sven.
Yeah, that's the special delivery, and Mako's the one that picks up the kill in the end. The Catfish, not exactly that tanky right now. The flash does Mako, and Flandre is gifted another one.
That was such a huge hook coming out for Mako. Cloud9 just not being able to answer back. Full control of topside. Jidget taking the Herald. And Berserker going to do his best to look for bot.
And I didn't want to say the desk went there, but I can say it now. C9's getting clapped. EDG just firing on all cylinders.
I reckon they could win Worlds. Oh, hang on.
Oh, hold up.
Very recently. Yeah, Scout, he was kicked back, and it was a cute play. It was a cute play from Blabber there to try, and of course, trying to get some kills on a Scout here is a smart idea, but this is, yeah, EDG too far ahead.
And it's one of the things where EDG were actually already rotating members up because Herald was the objective coming up on the map. I mean, Scout able to buy a lot of time, and then here, actually no time.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, try again, and this time bring more friends. Oh. I don't know whether it's going to save Scout's life. This Thresh has been everywhere this game.
Oh, this is just getting painful. Every time that C9 tried to get a collapse, Scout says, is that all you got?
NA, I am sorry, but it looks like T1 pissed EDG off yesterday, and they are taking it out on Cloud9.
Oh, they absolutely are. And also, Mako is showing Carrier what to do. Like, this Thresh play is definitely the best we've seen today.
Too soon, Atlas, too soon.
I had to do it otherwise.
Oh, no, you're right.
Super Mega Death Rocket is going to sail by majestically. Picked up by Jensen here on his way out of the fountain. He's going to just gets a Band-Aid. Goes back to Boris. Purchases a Band-Aid. He's going to be absolutely fine. Then he's going to get out onto the Summoner's Rift, and it's not going to be as fine unless C9 can find themselves some sort of miracle here. JJ stealing away this blue buff, giving it over to Scout, who has had just everything. Shadow Flame now completed, and Azir, man, he is just doing wonders. I swear, this top side of the map, the Aatrox, Poppy, Azir, it's unbeatable.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're going to see.
Unless it was yesterday.
This is going to start. I mean, you know, maybe the Senna Singe, not the play, but for EDG, you just cannot let Scout have this champion in my mind. Performing so well on it here in today's game. And honestly, being a full item up over Jensen in the mid lane, we just saw them drop the Herald, so getting even further ahead in gold, it sets them up for the pressure with C9 being pushed in to start up the Drake.
And as far as Dragons go, if it wasn't hard enough for C9, with Fudge being very far behind, their composition having a really tough time in general playing against the extreme range that is available from EDG, and them having a relative lack of hard engage, they're also stacking Mountain Dragons. And if you thought EDG had leeway before, if you get a couple of those, actually killing someone who's caught inside is just going to become impossible.
No, Fiora does true damage, Chronicler.
Yeah, that's good. It's a good point. I didn't consider that. Thanks, Atlas.
I just need to provide as much hopium as possible here because it's very difficult to find at this position in the game. We're about to crest the 20-minute mark. EDG, couple of dragons and a 6,000 gold lead, and on top of that, like you say, just a teamfight composition that is looking extraordinarily powerful with where the money is and how the map has been set up at this point in time. Mako comes on over. Sven not going to have a long enough tongue to dissuade the Thresh from clearing out that ward, and Viper happily clearing up minions here in this mid lane.
And I actually really like the way that EDG are playing this, right? Scout being on the Azir is very safe to push out sides, keep Viper in mid, and then kind of have JJ and Mako as this two-man core roaming back and forth, making sure if C9 do look for picks on side is kind of the only option even potentially available, that you have them there to shadow and match, and then make it so like every other play we've seen, right, goes in EDG's favor, but also giving Viper some safety in mid lane. And Flandre now, having the death stance, I mean, you guys already hit on things like the Mountain Dragon's already starting to come out. Feels like he's just going to have the better time in the 1v1 against Fudge.
And now with EDG also trying to choke out Vision as much as they can around the Baron Pit for C9 is going to be even worse because, especially if you can get the Jinx and the Azir both towards the objective, you can take it very, very quickly. And for C9, you have two choices. Either try to walk through fog into an EDG, which seems like kind of a disaster. And even if you do get there, is JJ going to have his ult? Are you actually going to be able to find an angle in as it's found?
Yeah, Sven going to be able to walk this one off, but this turret is going down extraordinarily quickly as soon as EDG get on over there. Another hook will connect. Berserker's going to get consumed. Oh, the knock-up's still going to connect. Mako's going to get answered. C9, have they found a grand challenge is issued? Viper's in trouble. The ult's going to come through. Gets rid of the Fiora for now, and now Flandre's found his angle. Blabber just tries to turn it around. Berserker creating space in the environment. He's alive. Didn't even need the Gale Force to finish him off. And now EDG are on the run. I have no idea how C9 managed to find that.
EDG slightly overstepped. The knockup comes out from Sven. Fudge able to make his way into the fight. And then honestly, Flandre kind of going in by himself, kind of misjudging how much damage he'd be able to get onto Berserker.
And crucially, at the beginning of that, Flandre was making his way over. He felt good. Look at him. He's getting a free turret inside. And initially, it looks like Mako, he is just looking. But the moment he goes down after the ultimate from Berserker, that's where C9, and credit to them, smell the weakness. Without the Aatrox there is a definite possibility you are a man up, but with Mako already being down. And Flandre, as you pointed out, going in basically alone, doesn't find the backline, doesn't find the resets, and goes down.
Yeah, and the riposte was absolutely fantastic from Fudge as well. Not only did he avoid all of the damage, but managed to keep the Aatrox still for long enough for Berserker to just kill him. Really fantastic play here from C9, but they're going to need more of that.
Yeah.
Going to come back in this.
And, you know, looking at it, right, doesn't really change the state of the game, but the fact that members of C9 now able to hit 2 items, Fudge now able to pick up the Hydra, we can see Bloodthirster now picked up from Berserker as well, definitely hitting some of those key mid-game spikes is Blabber.
Hook's going to land. Chompers not going to activate though, so the Xin Zhao will be able to make his way out. And gets on over, we'll clear out some Krugs, and otherwise everything is going to be fine. And I think Sven is going to be so important here for C9. You saw already that the Devour, very, very powerful in these fights. If someone gets hooked, if someone gets engaged on, and that could be a way that C9 find this miracle that we're looking for. Keeper's Verdict going to get charged, but just JJ being a bit of a helicopter, zoning the rest of C9 away as the inner turret is going to get taken. Blabber may have stepped a little bit too far forward, but thankfully the Poppy not quite fast enough.
Really liking the Bloodthirst here from Berserker as well. Playing into Viper now with the rapid fire cannon finished, as well as Scout, who obviously very fat, has been the entire game. The additional sustain means that you're actually able to stay in fights as long as you can get a wave, find a jungle camp, or at least get something. And that might give C9 another angle. I do think that as more dragons are going to start coming through, opportunities like they just had are going to be so much harder to find.
Exactly, and I do feel like EDG are going to need to be a bit tempered Because if they keep looking for those pick potential themselves, right, Mako going in for the hook, Scout dashing in, trying to find the Emperor's Divide under C9's turrets in like their comfort zone, it's going to set up opportunities for C9 to find those picks. But if EDG just play for things like the neutrals, it's so hard for C9 to walk into the comp that EDG have.
And with the control that EDG have of the map as well, it isn't really an opportunity for C9 to go for a steal. As Blabber, he's just going to walk it.
Yeah.
EDG, a little spread thin.
Apparently, if you just walk up to the pit, that's how you manage to steal it, as Riposte is still going to be able to find a bit of a stun there, as another ult's going to get channeled, but JJ is going to cancel it, and now the rest of EDG will join. So, EDG looking to lock down Salt Point. Hook is going to connect, but there's another Devour for Sven. All right, the Poppy's going to be able to take down the Drake, but can they win the teamfight is the question this time. Flandre once again going to get stunned up. The Hook will connect, and it's going to be Fudge punished this time around.
And honestly, it looked a bit dicey for EDG, like they didn't expect C9 to contest, but still EDG able to make the turnaround. Mako once again finds the Hook, and it looks like Barons on the cards for Edward Gaming.
All they needed was Scout's teleports, and yeah, initially, as you pointed out, Atlas, Blabber just walks up and is like, what's going on? Are you gonna? Where is everybody? Am I gonna get this dragon? But response from EDG is immediate. And now Blabber does have smite, does have flash, but no, not happening.
Keeper's verdict is going to evict the Xin Zhao. That means yet another smite is very, very comfortable here for the Poppy. Going to be able to secure it. Secret Agent Poppy to secure both of them, one after the other. Let's check out this fight one more time. This hook, just amazing from Mako.
Yeah, great from Mako. Forces out the ultimate to come from Sven, but C9 feeling desperate, look for the engage. A fair amount of damage actually done by Jensen and Berserker at first with the burst, but this hook on Mako, Riposte was already down, and just allows for the pick on Fudge to come through.
Yeah, picking the juke yet again. Pulls off what I like to call the bunny foo-foo in the top lane for that first one. That is a callback to 2014. I'm not allowed to do that, I don't think, but he did make a play very, very similar. And then being able to do it one more time, picking the juke against Fudge there around that Dragon Pit. Certainly Mako having a fantastic game here on this Thresh.
And it's nice to see because even though I think Mako was actually one of the supports who could function in the Enchanter meta, still looks so much better when he is on these engaged champions with the setup, with how decisive he is in finding these opportunities. And the mechanics today have just been on point.
He's just looking incredible, and I'd say, barring that one mistake where they got a little bit over-enthusiastic, EDG as a whole has just looked a very far distance removed away from C9, who, again, went for a draft. I think it was better than yesterday. There were a little bit more opportunities, but with how the early game went, none of them came to fruition. And they're on the verge of going down 0-2 here. We're going to need to see a really big adaptation, because otherwise, I think they might keep running into the same trouble.
Yeah, and ever since that slight overextension, you've noticed the complete change in the play from EDG. It's like they found the line, and they're like, all right, we don't step over that one again. And we just...
We respect it.
Yep, very calmly and collectedly cross some I's and dot some T's. Hook's going to connect, yet again, denied by the Devour. But that is a long cooldown that now won't be available. Also, not going to be able to get any value out of the huge shield you pick up from that one as well. As Scout just happily chilling inside C9's base right here. And EDG just looking to knock this one down. C9 don't seem to have any sort of answer at this stage. And oh man, these rockets are really starting to do some work. Viper, I feel like it's too early for the Jinx to really be online right now, but he is starting to do a whole lot of damage. Now, those autos are going to come through. Sidesteps on the Riposte. Super Mega Death Rocket will be exactly that. He gets excited, but the Crescent Guard's pretty good there from Blabber, just not quite eventuating to too much. Jensen picks up that one kill. There's the Emperor's Divide to just sweep up Berserker. And now C9, the ace, I think is going to get completed, as the 2021 World Champions will claim their first Nexus of the group stage. C9 denied this time around, but man, EDG just looking dominant this game.
Great bounce back from their loss yesterday. Looks like they came in with a plan. Punish mid lane over and over and over. And, you know, it just keeps going with how much they were putting into the mid lane. And then they just never let go of the control that they found.
And when the Victor was locked in, we mentioned it, maybe they'll go for that. Well, they did. What was it, 4, 5 times in a row? Yeah. Some of them, Jensen was able to stay alive, but most of the times just didn't quite
work out. Mako looking a bit awkward on how to... there we go.
Yeah,
okay, everything's resolved peacefully.
Not intentional. I was a little bit of a worry there for a second, but a bit of patience and they got there. EDG take a well-deserved bow after an absolutely amazing performance, especially that gentleman standing in the middle. Whoa. Scout just dominant, and also the great escapes all game long. Man, this is what you expect from this guy.
And to me, it felt like a textbook EDG game where everything is working out. We got Flandre able to get out of his lane. We got a lot of early pressure for Scout. We got Viper being able to just scale very comfortably, picking up a couple of kills in the mid game. And then Mako, that fresh, that's gonna haunt some people.
Yeah, it was just a great performance overall. And again, I feel like Scout really is the best Azir player we have in the LPL. Like, it did lose yesterday to T1, but it felt like that was the one like bright spot in that game. And now today showing what it could do. He's a huge playmaker. He doesn't just sit and play for the CS advantage. He's gonna set the team up for success. And EDG to me, when they get a lead, just have such fantastic macro. It's about, hey, can you find the aggression early to prevent that lead from being able to come to fruition?
And on the side of C9, I'd be expecting them to at least try and pivot away from the doves they've been going for thus far, because just hasn't been working out.
Yeah, I like the Fiora in theory. I like playing through Fudge in theory. It's not working. Maybe it's time to try something else. But I want to go back to what you said about the fact that EDG were playing from ahead so often in this game. And Thresh looks so much better in that position specifically. But Mako's performance, not taking anything away from it, he was absolutely undeniable.
I see you, Flandre.
Yeah, the Aatrox doing a whole bunch of work. That's what happens when you leave your lane, you don't bother with that Fiora, and you just try and kill people around the map.
And let's remember that, I mean, even the few times where we did pan into top lane, he was taking favorable trades.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he was doing fine. I remember he forced the ult out from Fudge once just by hitting the sweet spot of all of his Qs.
And I think this is also where you're really seeing, obviously, Aatrox in general in a great state. We've also seen some Gordrinker games, but specifically that Eclipse build, once that item is finished, the amount of damage you get on individual Q sweet spots just doesn't really feel fair. And we see how easily it snowballs.
Yeah, and it really does help balance out this composition that does peak a lot later into the game. We only really got a couple of small glimpses as to what Viper is supposed to be able to achieve if this composition gets online, because unfortunately, EDG just kind of won the game a little bit more quickly than the Jinx was quite prepared for. But man, if this is what EDG are going to look like from now on, then this is a very scary returning world champion.
I also feel like, thinking back to last year, I mean, we hyped up Viper once again. It was Scout the one who stepped up at last year's World Championship and led EDG to the trophy. So, I mean, if they're going to start giving Scout more attention playing through him, that's a scary world for everybody else.
It absolutely is, especially after, you know, what we've seen at the beginning of the day for our teams specifically in the LCK. Another big hope for this year, but so far, you know, especially today and the end of yesterday, not going so well, and the returning champion certainly looking powerful.
Yeah, I think yesterday's game was also everything going right for T1 in a way that they were unfortunately unable to replicate today, to my personal dismay. And I think this is the EDG that we were expecting coming into Worlds, and I don't think they're getting all those champions anymore.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But we're heading over to the stage where Shox is joined by Scout and a translator, Wendy, for our Verizon post-game interview. Take it away, Ifyu.
Thank you very much, Atlas. Me standing by with Scout after that amazing game. First off, congratulations, Scout. I would like to ask you first off about the moment where the gank seemed to go not in your favor, but then you turned it around and actually got your advantage on Azir in the early game. What was that like from your perspective?
首先，恭喜你们非常漂亮赢得今天比赛的胜利。第一个问题要问到游戏当中的内容。其实，在游戏的前期，对面是想要稍微 gank 你一下的，但是你却非常完美的化解，反而是你们拿到了前期的优势。所以想问一下，前期当时是怎么来处理的呢？
因为当时我刚好5级99%都是经验嘛，然后差一个兵6级的情况下，他回头往前走位的时候，我叫JDG过来抓那种机会，就这样。
So at that time, I was so close to my level 6 with my ultimate. So I just hit the minion, and also I just called JJ for help. And after that, we were able to have a very clean gank and build advantage.
Yes, JJ coming in with the clutch help, of course. Now, yesterday wasn't the best start for EDG. What did you identify as the issues that you had to work on in order to have such a good game today?
那其实也想问一下，关于昨天，其实并不是一个非常好的一个开局，对于你们来讲，但是今天却有一个非常漂亮的表现和发挥。所以说，可能在中间你们是发现了哪些方面的问题，来从此进行的调整呢？
因为第一把的话，因为没有什么比赛能参考嘛，所以我觉得我们第一把的当时的版本理解好像不是很到位吧。然后下一次面对他们的话，好像应该会完全不一样吧。
To be honest, for yesterday is our first game. We don't have so many games in the group stage maybe to analyze a bit. So maybe we have some misunderstandings towards the meta. But I believe definitely if we can meet T1 next time, we'll do much better.
Yes, after that performance today, I don't doubt it. Now, Scout, of course, you are the defending world champion. You were also the MVP of the finals last year. So we are super excited to see you playing this year again at Worlds. How do you feel about your current form and that of the team and the ability to make a deep run at this World Championship?
那其实 EDG 也是作为卫冕嘛，这一次再次的来到世界赛的舞台，而且多多也是去年的 FMVP， 所以说大家也非常的开心和期待看到你这一次在世界赛赛场上的活跃。所以说，觉得在今年为了能够赢下世界赛，你觉得你们可能在需要更多的去做些什么呢？
我觉得只要我们理好版本理解，然后我们的个人的状态只要正常的话，我觉得还是很大概率能拿到好成绩吧。
If we were able to hold a very good understanding towards the meta and also maintain a very good momentum as a whole, I believe we still have a huge potential to have a very good result this time.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Scout. Thank you, Wendy. As always, back over to the State Farm analyst.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Our defending champions in EDG rebound in a big way after dropping a game to T1 just yesterday, but getting it done against Cloud9 right here. I want to start in the draft because we heard the casters talking about it. After this display and just taking a look at this composition, you got to believe no one's going to hand this back over to EDG ever again.
It's very similar to what we saw from Fnatic in their win versus T1. This Aatrox, Poppy, Azir topside. What does it give you? Well, it gives you very good team fighting because you have Azir and Aatrox. You have great disruption and disengage because of Azir and Poppy. You also mitigate anything with a dash, which is why Poppy and Azir are both fantastic. And you can see how this trio, the more you list, you realize, these three champions seem to kind of cover all your bases, don't they?
You say trio, you never even really got to the third champion there. Right. It was mostly just Poppy and Azir. That's it. That's quite a trio of champions, those two.
Yeah, I mean, well, Aatrox then comes in, and then he snaps you. You know what I mean?
I mean, look at this. This is a ton of power picks here, Chad. And then, of course, the Thresh on top of it all just gives so much playmaking opportunities to a player like Mako to come out with big plays, even if those power picks aren't getting it done, which they were.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the draft is EDG favored, but that doesn't win you the game.
Of course
you still have to be able to execute. So I would definitely say the execution of Thresh throughout most of this game, their ability to win 2v2 skirmishes were the most important factors.
I also have to bring questions up around Cloud9 once again. There were question marks around their draft in day one, but like... It felt like in their first half of the draft, it felt like that they were confident. Okay, they went back to the Fiora. I don't necessarily have issue with that. Even though I haven't been impressed with Fudge's Fiora, I don't necessarily think that it's a problem. But by then combining the Xin Zhao with the Tahm Kench, it just feels like that they're trying to do two different things, and they're picking it into the Poppy as well.
Yeah.
And I feel like that Cloud9 didn't make the game any easier for themselves in the same way that they didn't against Fnatic. And I have to wonder what is going on in the C9 priority list that I feel like they keep drafting themselves into a corner and making the games that much harder.
Yeah, I completely agree. If you have a Fiora top lane, you want to be able to have engage from your support position or your jungle position because Fiora is supposed to get an advantage on the side lane. When she collapses, you can pull the trigger. The Tahm Kench, though, is because they're going to lose lane to Jinx Thresh, and they don't want to do that either. So they just end up having a team that can't team fight
Yeah, and I understand. We had this conversation off camera because I asked you, like, why not just jump for the Thresh in 4? And part of the reasoning was it doesn't pair very well with the rest of the Cloud9 composition necessarily. But again, the idea that you're handing that Thresh over to Mako is more the thing that I'm mad at, because it was Mako who made every second count. Thanks to reliable Cisco network in this game, he came up clutch for the team, landing a double hook plus a save. You don't always have to secure the kills to be the pop-off player. Sometimes it's about bringing all the utility to the fights.
A couple insane sequences from him. This is just one of them. Predicting the flash, pulling in Jensen for one of his 5 deaths on the game. There were many. And then this save was just, this was the icing on the cake. You come out of the pause, you think they finally finished off Scout. Nope.
Nope.
It was overall a really fantastic performance from Mako, one of his OG signature champions. You saw it in the original video for the World Song, and I think that it's great to see Thresh back in the meta. I was questioning why it wasn't showing up when there was so much Lulu and Yuumi in the meta, but it's great to see it back, especially in the hands of such a talented support player.
Absolutely, and it's great to see our defending champions coming away with a win and doing it in fairly dominant fashion. Now, Worlds 2022 Event Pass will allow players to earn rewards and get Worlds 2022 tokens to exchange for exclusive content like chromas and prestige skins. Also, 25% of Worlds 2022 Event Pass proceeds will be added to the Worlds 2022 prize pool. Check out the LoL client to support your favorite teams, and we'll see you back here for the Worlds debut of GAM and Top Esports right after this.
They have Empress Divide. There it is, one more time, and we get it again. Sven has to flash out, but does manage to do so. Empress Divide slides in, and Scout picks up his 5th of the game. Special delivery, and Mako's the one that picks up the kill in the end. The Catfish, not exactly that tanky right now. Oh, flash does Mako, and Flandre is gifted another one.
Waking up at midnight, dreaming all day long. Maybe I'm nocturnal, baby, maybe I was wrong. Been on both sides now, looking for you. Don't feel the pain when I'm asleep, find peace in all this blue. It's shake, shake, shaking me to the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Keep crash, crash, crashing into the truth.
Welcome back to New York City, where we're incredibly excited to see GAM Esports and the VCS return to the world's group stage after 3 long years. And they step on stage to battle against top esports. But let's start with this VCS squad in GAM. People will remember them as the Gigabyte Marines, but as one of the most exciting squads to step on to the world's stage in their creativity and their strategies.
Yeah, that was a level 6 Nocturne at 520. They also arrived at Worlds 2019, didn't make it through, had so many complications with COVID to not be able to make it to Worlds that they would have otherwise qualified for. Even winning Spring Split, having to partake in a different tournament that wasn't MSI, not being able to have their international showing there, finally coming back here. And the fact that Levi has left and come back to return again, it's just so cool.
It's great, honestly, to have them back in international competition, because GAM was a roster that always turned heads. They were players that always drew attention, and people would underestimate them, and then they would come in and they would create chaos in a group. And while, yes, they are yet to make it to the quarterfinals at an international event, it feels like that these players in this region over the years has only gotten better, but they haven't had that opportunity to prove it. But now, 3 years later, after 2019, here they are. Unfortunately for them, they're going up against a team looking to prove themselves on the international stage as well.
Yeah, it's a tough way to get reintroduced to the international competition after 3 years on the sidelines, going up against top esports out of the LPL.
And this is an organization, the last time that we saw them was 2 years ago, at 2020 Worlds. They were favored to win the whole thing, and then after a shaky group stage, nearly being beaten by Fnatic in the quarterfinals, to then be defeated by Suning. Overall, it was an underperformance from the roster and organization to then not even make it in 2021. They're looking to prove that they are a world's contender, and they are some of the best players in the world.
You already mentioned Levi and how great it is to have him back on this GAM squad and representing the VCS. And of course, that's going to be the matchup that we're going to focus in on. Levi up there against Tien on the side of top esports. Typically, you look at Levi to be the playmaker. Most people are going to fondly remember his Lee Sin, of course that Nocturne that was showed in the highlights, but it's all about individual playmaking and setting up his team for success.
Yeah, and the 377 damage per minute that you see there on the second line, that's extremely high for a jungler. Oftentimes, historically, that level of damage share from your jungler doesn't translate the best to international play when lanes are so much more demanding. And I'd say Tien, even though he is a former world champion, didn't have the most explosive year in the LPL, but it's also incredibly stacked at that position, so still going to be a very interesting matchup between these two.
And let's not forget, Tien is coming in as the summer MVP for the LPL, and why it was a contentious vote. This man overall is considered by many in a very debatable subject as the best jungler coming into the tournament. And I think that he's a player that we have to keep our eyes on going in, because last year on FPX, they bombed out. They failed to make it out of that group, and it was a shocking performance the world over.
I like that. You're tactically acknowledging the debate and not taking a stance in it.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, I acknowledge that there's a lot of debate, and let's just take the facts that he's the summer MVP.
Yeah.
I think Tien is very good.
Even if there's a debate and you could say that someone else should have won, he's still going to be the MVP or second or third, right?
Somewhere
it's
up
still
there.
going to be an insanely powerful player.
And I think what's crazy is that last year on FPX, he was a large part of why I think they struggled, right? The environment, the team wasn't coming together, and the fact that they did fall apart was a surprise to many. To see him now thrive on a roster that is top esports, one that is stacked with individual talent, I think many LPL fans, many fans across the world are excited to see this roster come together, because let's not forget, alongside Tien is now Knight, the player that everyone expected to really pop off at Worlds 2020, and then he just didn't. He was like, this is all you've kind of got. And while he was good, I think that people are still waiting to be really wowed by the player who, let's not forget, in Champions Queue is averaging, what, 3.3k DPM in that one Silas game? The man's got a lot to prove, and we're excited to see him play.
I don't know how you get to a number.
I don't know either.
It's like, that's like just the enemy team just stacks for you, and like, yeah, keep putting AoE, MF ults over the cross to the top of us. Oh, these are our final two teams who will be making their debut on the world stage here in a game that's just about to take place. It's GAM Esports, it's Top Esports. Let's get down to the stage. Let's meet our teams.
As Dash said, it's time for the final two teams to make their World's 2022 debut. First, from China's LPL, with titans of the game across the rift, it's Top Esports! Since the VCS team has been here at the World's group stage, but now they're back and here to take on all comers. It's Vietnam's GAM Esports! See the final two teams on the rift, so let's load up for Top versus GAM Esports. All right, here we are, gentlemen. It's time to get into it. Our last two debuting teams here for Worlds 2022. And I know, Lyric, you have a lot of experience with one of them, and none of us have a lot of experience with GAM Esports at all. Like for a really, really, really long time.
I'm super happy that the VCS is back, of course. At MSI, we got Saigon Buffalo. I think a lot of people really enjoyed what that team showed in terms of creativity. But let's not forget that domestically, GAM demolished them. Consistently, they demolished everyone in their home region. And I can't wait to see what they'll do at the tournament. The one issue is that they are playing against Top.
Yeah, and I mean, right, going back all the way to 2019, GAM have always had top two finishes, usually first, have had a couple seconds sprinkled in, but like you said, Top Esports, an absolute beast of a team to have to go against.
It's absolutely right. They're going to have to go against them right now. Here we are into Champion Select for their first match here at Worlds. Nocturne already taken away from Levi, and we can segue into some champion pools here, guys.
You immediately see the smiles from the coaches and the players like, yeah, we weren't going to get that one.
I also like now the respect coming out from GAM up against Knight. There's a bit of a meme in the Chinese community that if Knight thinks he's better than you, he will style on you. If he respects you, he will not play that well. GAM showing the respect to Knight, who has popped off against KD in Champions Queue lately, so I like that.
Yep. Silas is also like pretty busted right now, so I think it's just worthy of a minute just in general. Exactly. Caitlyn not going to be seen. I really like the Aatrox, but I find it weird that it's banned on the blue side, and we'll have to see what Top Esports have in mind for that first pick, because the Maokai has been taken away. And I was taught by James Dash Patterson that Maokai is just the most broken champion in the history of the universe right now. And I would agree, but here is a cat. Let's see where the GAM Esports have themselves an answer for this one.
I will say for the side of TS, they're also one of the teams who look incredibly happy in things like the Sivir Yumi meta. Jacula was absolutely popping off, so huge pickup for the side of TES. But now looking over to GAM, they were one of the most creative teams in the VCS. Does it get locked in?
Oh, of course it does. It has to. Oh, no. I'm sorry, that was me. That was 100% me. I believed, and then, of course, it was going to be denied.
We'll forgive you for that one, Atlas.
I mean, Metal Horse is actually still pretty cool.
I wouldn't even mind. Okay, never mind. I was saying I wouldn't mind a Pyke lock-in later on. I do think that without an AD carry there, locking in Pyke can definitely backfire. But we're going to get very early on the rail here for BN. He was such a big part of what made GAM Esports such an incredible force to be reckoned with domestically. Before he joined the roster, they looked overall pretty okay. Not really amazing, but after he joined, their win rate skyrocketed. So the early prio on the rail here, very understandable.
Yeah, I've seen Sivayumi locked in as first 2 picks before. That was a pretty comfortable victory yesterday. We'll see whether Top Esports are going to have a repeat of that one. I like denying the Poppy as sort of that answer to Yumi by just picking it yourself. I think it's kind of awesome, but Tristana Rel has a lot of power in the early stages of the game. And this could be something that GAM Esports can play through.
And that's what we're already looking for, right? Is them to try and set behind that bot lane coming out from the side of TS. I will say over in the VCS, GAM, we're a lot more of a team who they won't necessarily always find the early leads to go crazy like Saigon Buffaloes were doing, but they were the best team fighters in the region by far, so a lot of power there. But like you were just hitting on Atlas, the Poppy can prevent a lot of that, especially with the champions that GAM have picked up so far.
I'm also hoping that we're going to see a counter pick saved here for Kiaya. He, to me, together with Levi, are some of the most interesting, cool parts of this team. Their top side 2v2, I think, is incredibly strong, and with that R5 counter pick, maybe we can see them find an angle there.
I also think just using that to go against TS, that Wayward's a rookie coming onto the international stage this year. He was one of the weaker parts of TS. I won't say weakness because he's still incredibly good, but if there is someone on the side of Top Esports you can punish, it would be Wayward.
Well, we'll see whether they can do that here on the side of GAM. As we have got through the bans, it was Rise Renekton banned on the blue side. Interesting. And there's the Syndra, not quite reworked just yet. And the Azir and Akali were banned away, so not going to have those options. Goes for something a little bit more tried and true. And there is definitely, like, I'm starting to feel it, you know? Like, we just want to fight you in the mid-game all the time. And I think this comp's kind of starting to work there.
Yeah, I think it looks good, right? That they have the range available, the aggression going to be able to come out in the mid lane. It also is a bit of a takeaway from Knight. He was a huge Syndra player, and it might not be something that's a staple in the meta right now, but RNG did bring it out earlier on. This would be a counter pick.
Oh my, this would be a lot of fun as well. Will Knight do it? There's a lot of smiles. I don't know whether that means that he's joking. I hope that it doesn't, because we need to see this. Oh no, that's the only corner break we like to see.
Again, Atlas. Don't talk about that. And overall,
no, I'm not saying it. I'm not doing it.
No, we're not doing it. We're talking about TS comp. I really like
the fact that Yasuo has used his counter pick to Nara in the past.
I really like Ari and Poppy. I think it's very strong in terms of finding picks in the mid game. Yeah,
I didn't do it.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not.
We have the same hair. You were thinking it. We know.
Oh no, we should not have started the hive mind. I can never get away with anything anymore. Well, Jack's going to be locked in, and we're not going to have too much as far as interesting picks are concerned. But still, the Ari we haven't seen so much, and Syndra going to be coming out as well. So the mid lane kind of saving it. I hope you'll forgive us for the U.
You know, to me, that's the exciting part, right? We have this matchup coming out in the mid lane. Syndra's such an aggressive champion. You can look for those out trades tonight. I think going to be waiting to that level 6 part when you have the mobility to try to dodge out on the stun. But for GAM, right, a lot of early and mid-game aggression coming through with mid and bot. You have the Jax to scale and play for later on. And for the side of TS, I'm very curious to see how this one works out, because a bit more scaling oriented, but you still have the Ahri to set up some pick potential.
And on the side of GAM, I think you want to spend a lot of time in that bot side. Tristana, Rel, incredible power. And if you can snowball those and you can continuously forward hard engages in the mid game, can become very hard for the Sivayumi to ever reach critical mass.
Yeah, and that's exactly what TES need to try and do in this game, right? It's about weathering the storm to allow those ricochets to just destroy the entire team. Whereas over the other side, I mean, theoretically, if you start drawing a beat enough, Tristana can also scale very, very far into the game. However, not with quite as much of that. 5v5, that means we're going to be looking towards that top side, looking towards Kiaya to see whether that Jax is going to work out here for the VCS squad. And we have to, like, we need to hammer home just how successful this team is domestically, right? As we hop onto the Rift here for this game. GAM Esports haven't got below second place in the past, like, 4-5 splits.
Also, KD, ever since he started playing, he's won 6 out of 8 of the playoff finals that he's been in, and also has been in one every single time. Also, Prime Gaming is giving away 150,000 RP. Ladies and gentlemen, several lucky fans every single day of Worlds. Head over to primegamingworlds22.com to enter and make sure to put in today's secret code to get bonus entries. For more information, you can use !giveaway in the chat.
Minions have spawned.
And I want to highlight not just GAM, but the VCS as a whole. We've seen that even LCK organizations, as Levi having a bit of a giggle, have started signing Vietnamese players. We saw the first Vietnamese player debut in the LCK Academy League, or in Challengers rather. We've seen Gen G in particular also really invest heavily into the scene, and actually having them back at Worlds, having them, or giving them the opportunity rather, to take on all the teams at Worlds, I think it's such a monumental moment.
And I think especially when we look at what Saigon Buffalo was able to do and how much of a fight they were able to put up against a lot of teams, GAM coming in as the first seed are a team that I've heard a lot of people actually have a surprising amount of faith in. Even looking at their draft, we kind of talked about how they want to set up their bot side. We can already see Levi pathing down there right now. But one thing I like is style. I think some nice trades. GAM, I think, already setting up for this. You can see KD just putting that ward down towards the bottom side.
And the crash
this action isn't going to stop.
Yeah, exactly. And I know, like, it's not necessarily a play-by-play moment, but it was starting to get a little bit dicey there.
It was getting dicey.
So I had to try and jump in as best I could. But gentlemen, no, take it back away. I'll try to be a little bit more...
If you have something to say, Atlas, then feel free.
No. It's about whether they've got something to play, not about whether I have something to say. I was interrupted. It was very, very rude of me. But here we are, checking out all of the lanes as Prowling Projectile being frustrating on the bottom side of the map. We're trying to avoid looking at that one too much. I think the mid lane's definitely going to be interesting because we haven't seen so much of the good old Ari Syndra for a while. Used to be a matchup we saw a fair bit. Has since fallen off, but Levi's lying in wait as the Poro Sejuani. Tien's going to get to the bad news here as the Steadfast Presence will give him some movement speed, but just waits it out. Does Levi, is this going to be a first blood solo kill? Not quite yet, as Tien's going to have to back. What are we doing? Okay, not going to blow the flash. He is going to be absolutely fine, but it looks like this red steel should come through.
Levi is completely bullying and decimating the summer MVP of the LPL.
Oh, he's going in? Yeah, gets the smite as well. Okay, PA's going to be coming over here also. So, yeah, GAM Esports off to a pretty good start.
And it's not only that Style and BA move over, but also, notice in mid lane, KD also making his way towards, in case there was a possible collapse, in case there was an actual fight. And early on, GAM Esports back at Worlds, and that's a pretty convincing opener.
Yeah, and what was the way that this sort of, the Poppy jungle, how was that attacked last time around? It was about attacking the early game and denying the path that you wanted to take. And once again, it's going to be Levi doing it and disrupting Tien and what he wants to get done this
I also think just the prep against TES individually is really good because we saw in most of their losses, if it wasn't them throwing a late game lead, it came from setting Tien behind early, but Tien now wanting to see if he can make anything happen in his own, but KD's going to fall for it.
It's really interesting that you're like setting up TES as throwing a late game lead as Kiaya gets a little in danger, but will be fine in the end because it's kind of a given that they get ahead early. So it's just about whether they throw the lead or not.
But still, when the few times they did fall behind early and lose, it was about setting Tien behind. So GAM, I think, doing a great job of scouting out top esports strengths and how they like to play in the early game.
Well, I mean, to TS's credit, you can't throw a lead if you don't have one. So
there we go.
Strategy here, guys. It's a bit of that 5-head type situation. However, they do still have a lead. Largely because of just killing minions, just slightly better, although it doesn't really mean anything right now. Tune of about 100, not going to really write home about it.
And with, I think particularly on the top half of the map, specifically the top and jungle 2v2, any big lead that can be found there can be very, very explosive, right? If you do get ahead on things like the Sejuani and the Jax, you can just continuously jump in, find a favorable trade, and get out again. And that 2v2, able to get the permafrost on very, very quickly, can find a big lead for Kiaya. And as you pointed out, like, attack Wayward. Not that it's an easy task, but might also be another opening here for Gam.
That's actually why I like Gam's draft just overall. Like, you can attack any lane, you can play towards jungle, set Tien behind, and looking at Tez, all you can really do is Tien is kind of shadow your lanes, make sure Gam isn't able to find those opportunities, and try and play off mistakes, but they might have caught out Katie.
Yeah, they in fact do. The flash immediately comes out. Tien not going to be able to get around there to influence this one, but Game Esports is going to be able to take themselves a Drake, and it should be just the flash from the Syndra going missing. And now, that is still a bit of a disaster here for Gam, because Syndra relies on that a lot for a lot of playmaking, as Saigon Buffalo's call out there from BA, like that one a lot. Boomerang, it's come forward, but not actually going to be able to stop the Rel from making it back to the tower.
And now it is, I think, up to Levi to make sure that they keep proper track of where Tian is, because if he can find an angle on Katie, and Katie is not able to find himself a shatter, then you just kind of die. There's not a lot of counterplay, especially into an Ahri, who can go for a flash charm. Not a lot of things you can do about that, so kind of a window here for Top Esports and a possible way for them to really start accelerating the way that we know that this team excels at.
Especially with the fact that Knight does have the unskilled spellbook, so you can see right now having the Ignite online, even just kind of adding that little bit more threat onto Katie in the mid lane.
Well, see whether he can actually capitalize. Of course, quarter of that flash cooldown has now been used up, so gonna have to get over there and start trying to do something as soon as they can. So far, if you have a look at the CS, it's only really the top lane that is really standing out to me. Style looking for a bit of a back timer here, which is why he's starting to fall a bit behind. And of course, Jackie Love and Mark laning extremely well into the Rel Tristana, which was picked into this, right?
And we do see there, as we've seen already with Sivir Yumis in this tournament, that even if you get some good trades early, if you don't find an actual all-in, this lane is super obnoxious to play into. Sivir, even after the nerf, still has an incredible amount of shove, and combined with the harass from a Yumi, it can become very, very difficult to ever get out, and then you kind of get stuck underneath your turret, and it becomes really, really tough to ever find a good back time without giving anything up.
And, you know, with that, for TS playing the Sivir, I think a lot of people, like with League of Legends, you have the most recent memory in mind. A lot of people are going to think of Jackie Love with that finals and kind of the dash in, which ended up with TS losing, but he really was just standout carry in LPL Summer. But Gam, maybe looking to contest.
Levi over the wall here, actually going to hold off for a moment, buying some space for Kiaya to get forward. Katie and BA just standing alongside TS. Have this one low, and it looks like Gam are going to give it up. And they will do so. Not going to lose anyone in the process. Of Style a little bit late to the party.
And that was the big thing, right? Just that prio coming in from the Sivir Yumi that Chronicler was just hitting on, able to push in those waves to make sure that play was able to come through. And for TS, I mean, it seems like they're completely fine with how the pace of this early game's going with the draft they have, but Gam going to slow down!
Yeah, immediate flash there from Beer to start this one up, but the final chapter's fantastic. First blood to be picked up for Jackie Love of all people, and they're not done there. It's a double for Knight and a double for Jackie! Oh man, Top Esports, it was a slow start. I was about to start talking about the fact that there's a bit of a lull state in this one, and then all of a sudden the game explodes.
And Tian, that Poppy, how many times today are we going to see multiple people get trapped by a stat-first presence? The value of that absolutely insane in that play. And Gam try to catch Top Esports off guard. Doesn't end up working out.
Yeah, I think Gam were thinking only a couple members would be rotating down to that bottom lane, but look how many ultimates come through. Mark's especially doing so much to lock the members of Gam down. And I mean, this play was so explosive, you really don't even have time. They were there, and then they weren't, boys. As Knight looking ecstatic after that play coming through. Out of nowhere, we're almost up to a 3K gold lead for TES.
And literally out of nowhere, because the gold was entirely even as Gam entered that brush.
Like, we have a Kraken Slayer and Jackie Love now.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely absurd.
Yeah.
I looked at my hands before and I thought there was a game, and it was an illusion.
It was not actually.
It was not on there.
I do like this creativity coming out from Gam, wanting to punish. Jackie Love didn't blow the flash before, but doesn't have the cleanse anymore.
He's trying to see whether the game was coming back. I was glancing at the hands, but Jackie Love's got that spell shield. like you talk about. Tien's going to move on in here as well. I have a feeling
they know.
They absolutely know what's going on. Prowling Projectile gets the news. That's a fantastic spell shield. Steadfast Presence to deny everyone any exit from the situation. Levi going to have to book it to get himself out of there. Tien just flashing forward with that heroic charge. On top of it, the double snare to come forward with the final chapter, and it's another 2 to be picked up this time for the bottom lane of TES.
GAM Esports back at Worlds, and Top Esports says, hello, welcome. We're not going to give you an easy time because that was a masterful read from Top.
It was great, right? I mean, again, the steadfast presence coming out from Tien. I like that they also waited Mark's ultimate able to catch people out, and now going to get a ton of gold onto Jackie Love when this comp is built around him. You can even see on the minimap them forcing their way in, getting some vision down, and with Dragon now up on the board, I'm curious to see if Top pivot or if GAM are able to use this bit of window they have coming back on the map to try and get that one for themselves.
So, Lyric, I want to go back to something you said earlier. Tell me more about Top throwing leads, because right now, it's 11.5 minutes, and I'm not seeing a lot of windows.
You know, I just want to say, Game 5 LPL Finals, TS, JDG, a lot of people believe TS should have won that one before Jackie Love decided to dash in pretty much the whole of JDG.
This read.
It was so great, right? You can just tell they had the idea that they were down here. The steadfast presence was so nice. Levi buys a bit of time with his ult to keep Tien down. We see the heal come out, and then once Mark's ult comes out, they lock 2 members down and pick up these kills quite easily.
Yeah, there are just too many options, but we've got a bit of a fight here. X-Drake going to be going down very, very low. Picked up there by Tien, and now the fight is on. Steadfast Presence again getting amazing value. Wait! It's going to be taken down. It's a double kill. The resets are coming forward for Style, but Knight says absolutely not today. This time, we are going to be winning this team fight, and now Katie is in a whole bunch of trouble. Nice denial there, but even the Prowling Projectile is doing way too much now that this lost chapter has been picked up. And TES are going to be able to walk away with Drake and a 1-team fight.
Still, Style getting some kills on the board. I mean, for GAM, with how far they're falling behind, I feel like this is a fight you will take. You can see TS in a favorable position. The charm comes out, but BA being able to bring in Tien, we can see nice damage coming out because they aren't able to get on the Tristana, and Stell's like, hey, actually, I'm going to get in your face, but it's Knight here with the flash in to guarantee the first kill, and once again, Yuumi just such a nuisance.
Yeah, I really want to highlight as well. I know we always meme about Yuumi and how the champion has no skill expression, but I've seen missed Yuumi ultimate.
Oh, yes.
But not in this game, and not from Mark. Here we go again.
Yep, someone's dead yet again. This time, they belong to TS as Wayward is going to fall down. His first involvement, and it's the wrong way around. However, this game is far from over, and it's still a 5,000 gold lead for TS. But I like the GAM keep pulling the trigger over and over again.
And it at least sets up potentially maybe for Kiaya to get a plate here. Is nope. As we see, Knight gonna TP to the top side to actually prevent that one. Plates are about to fall as well, so any bit of extra gold could have been nice. And now with the lead Top Esports have, I love that they're just running into GAM's jungle trying to steal away these camps. But Levi gonna be able to secure that one for himself.
Yep, like that one a lot. Just says thanks for the help. He's going to be able to pick that one up. So, Top Esports now pushing down this mid lane. Jackie Love does a lot of damage right now with this these first 2 items that are on a much faster clip than I usually see, and he's been holding on to them for quite a while.
It's 14 minutes and
yeah.
it's Kraken Slayer and PD.
Yeah.
That's where we're at right now.
I mean,
it's
is
not necessarily...
It's kind of like 2 daggers crossing over, and Style also has 2 daggers as well. He just needs to cross them over, and he's got item parity.
Yeah.
It's going to be absolutely fine. Style takes half of his health bar, incidentally, from Jackie Love existing in the same lane as him. That just doesn't seem fair at all. And he's going to back away. They do have a lot of vision in this area as Wayward. Not going to be able to steal that one away once again, Levi. Fantastic ability to secure these jungle camps and scuttles, but it's just not going to be enough here to stop the tirade the TS have here towards the mid lane. Wayward able to escape this time, but yeah, just not able to find anything on the cross map.
And you already mentioned it, Atlas. I do want to highlight again the fact that GAM keeps looking for openings is very good, because if you don't do anything, I know we meme a lot about Top Esports and their ability to throw leads, but in a situation like this, if you just let the game go its normal course, it's never going to happen. Like, there's just no way, as Kiaya
Yeah, does manage to leap strike to relative safety, but the snare is still going to come through. Just able to hop off and counter-strike. Going to deny a little bit here as he turns, but it's not going to be enough. This Sivir is so incredibly fed.
That's an Everfrost, Yumi. That's not fair. For a second, I questioned myself. I was like, wait, I thought that was Jackie Love. Is this Knight? But no, Mark bringing the lockdown to make sure that any member is able to just run Gam down. And Gam still trying to find that cross map, looking to punish Wayward. But Wayward with a beautiful flash doesn't let the play come through. And sadly for Gam, Top Esports just getting further and further ahead, now even having the Rift Herald in pocket.
Yeah, this is starting to get a little bit absurd, and I do really like that Everfrost adaptation. I'm glad that you guys managed to figure it out. I just assume that it's going to be Ludens these days, but I don't even bother looking at the items, and I definitely should continue to do so. As Style just trying to find whatever minions that he can. Currently they're in the mid lane as Knight wants some popcorn chickens, but he's not going to be able to secure all of them. Once again, Levi with his secure of camps working out. But Gam, I mean, they're trying to find these options. You've mentioned it before, but it just feels so incredibly difficult.
There's just not a lot because, except for Wayward, he's going to go in, but that's what I'm talking about. He still has Flash, Ghost, and his ultimate, and his stopwatch. Like, how you need to kill him basically like 5 times before you actually are able to get a kill, and that goes for everyone on TS. There's been so many, I think, really strong itemization choices, so that now, how are you ever going to find an angle with Gam?
Yeah, I mean, things like stopwatches coming out, we can see in mid lane, the amount of mobility on the side of TS as well. Because I feel like ideally what Gam would want to do here is you kind of drop one lane and overload the opposite side of the map. Style almost just goes down to, once again, Alice. Jackie Love just happened to be in the same area as him, but it feels like even if Gam do drop, let's say like bot wave, overload mid, that with things like Yumi ult, Sivir ult coming out, flashes up, that they just won't be able to guarantee the lockdown on TS's members to find the picks.
Yeah, and they're not even needing to group up for it or anything like that, not even needing to play around the Naba that can be so useful if they want to be able to start some of these fights, not to
Wayward has had to do nothing this game.
No, exactly. No. I mean, even Jackie Love's barely had to do anything. He just like throws boomerangs around, clears waves, and then his ricochet murders the enemy team. Yeah. It's not very fair. However, he is playing expertly, and his play in the early game has really set up for this so far. Tien is going to be able to lock down their second Drake of the game. Infernal Soul, by the way.
There's games where you're like, oh, hold up.
All right, Rocket Jump to get Style out to relative safety. Teleport to come forward. We're committing to a team fight here as the final chapter is going to come through. The exhaust on top of Katie as well as Knight just dives into that backline. Great double knockup. The Rel's going to be taken down first. Levi taken down. There's the double kill for Jackie Love, and now Gamma on the run. But can you escape the fleet-footed Sivir? I don't think you can. You definitely cannot escape Knight, who is just rushing spiritually all over this map.
There isn't even a major objective up for TS to turn this into. Just finding an opportunity where they're like, hey, Gam stepped a bit too far, and we don't like that. Ults come out, and now just reclaiming vision.
This might be a pre-20-minute Infinity Edge for Jackie Love.
Yeah, this seems like unnerfed Sivir, like release, like reworked Sivir type situation here.
In a normal game state, this engage from Tess can backfire.
I mean, BA had a good ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, the Magna Storm was fantastic.
Yeah, locked 2 people down. That's why Wayward ended up getting so low. Tien as well. But sadly, too much damage. And again, the Boomerang Blades just jumping around, killing the other members of GAM. Sadly, the damage just isn't there right now. And like we said, for TS, they just ended up turning this into a bit more vision. They were able to push in their waves a little bit more, but really nothing on the map for them to take. Baron will be up in 30 seconds, though, so that's something that's definitely going to be on Top Esports' mind.
Yeah, I like how you're talking about the first spawn of the Baron being like, oh yes, this is something that this Sivir composition should definitely do. 20-minute Barons, fantastic. Rift Herald going to come out.
Yes, the IE!
Yeah,
we almost said death cap.
We're not even, it's not a facetious point. They definitely should just go towards the Baron.
I don't even think they need it.
Yeah, well, maybe Baron buff has been equated to Jackie Love having this many items this early. And we talk about Jackie Love a lot so far this game, but Tien has just been so extraordinarily good to make sure that his carries are so strong. But here we go. Here's the flank play. Kiaya's going to move forward, spotted on that control ward.
And I don't think they're going to find the angle here. They need that element of surprise, and TES are going to back away intelligently. 9,000 gold, approaching 10 is their lead right here. And Scatter the Weak probably shouldn't even stun TES anymore because they are definitely not weak. It is just not a thing. They are going to dive forward here as well as the final chapter looking completely broken as an ultimate. Levi going to go down. They managed to take Tien, but that's his job. He's a tank. And now Knight, full health, looking for the last member. Jackie's going to fall down. But I have a feeling that TES can still win this game.
Yeah, TES lose 2 members, but they should be able to at least guarantee this inhibitor on top side. The gold lead now growing over 10,000 at the 20-minute mark.
At the very least, they can't end. So that's something.
Your glass is aggressively half full.
I
really
try.
like it.
Yeah, well, I was going to go into historical facts, such as that GAM, when they did go to the Southeast Asia Games, which they stormed, by the way, didn't need to take Barons because they were winning very hard. And with the pace that this game is on, I don't know if top esports are going to need a Baron because Jackie Love ends up dying here, and that's the only reason why we are still in this game.
Yeah, we see, I mean, right, they just brute force, inhibitor turret goes down, but Jackie Love taking a fair bit of damage from the Rel, and it sets up for Style to jump in and finish that one off. And honestly, again, had they not fallen so far behind, I feel like VA has been actually having a really solid game on the Rel to try to set up. Rosati carries,
this is very cute. Able to get on in there, not able to interrupt the back. So Katie going to make the great escape. Tien now going to discover other members of GAM towards this top side as BA, the Magnus Storm is through. There is a lot of money on this team, and my goodness, Jackie Love just tearing Style apart. Oh, the steadfast presence again. Tien is so extraordinarily good. It's ridiculous. Has been all game long and is going to do so yet again. They're denying the escape over the wall for the Sejuani. And now back to that Baron that you mentioned before. 2 minutes late on that one. However, we'll forgive them for it.
It's okay. It's okay for top. I think they're feeling pretty good. 25 stacks on one Magi's, 11 on the Yuumi as well.
And Wayward just running down Kiaya, but has to be careful.
Yeah, I'm trying to turn that one around with the Counter-Strike.
Okay, no, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't have to be careful.
Yeah, the double boomerang comp certainly working out well here, and Wayward is demonstrating that he is also very strong at this point in the game, even though he hasn't been quite as involved as the 8, 2, and 11 Sivir or the 6, 0, 10 Ari in the middle.
And I think the unfortunate reality for GAM is that this is a fate that a lot of people that have played against TES are very, very familiar with. And with Inhibitor down, with Baron now being taken and the gold lead being this big, Jackie Love is approaching 4 items. I mean, I guess he just went for components because it's like it's not. I don't think it's gonna matter.
No. I also feel like for TS at this Worlds, there's a lot of pressure on them to do well. 2020, they were one of the favorites to win. It was like them, Damwon, and JDG being talked about, but Suning were the team in the LPL to make it to finals. So TES definitely wanting to come in strong and have a bit of a statement game up against GAM.
Yeah, it was another one of those sort of, it was a sad situation as well, given the fact that it was a lot of LPL over one side of those knockout brackets and a lot of LCK over the other. We really want to see more of these matchups. We will get more of them as the tournament goes on, and see whether Jackie Love is going to be able to continue his dominance against the other teams in the group. But for now, they're going to be pushing down this bottom lane, looking to lock down the final inhibitor that is in front of them. And with this Baron, at 24 minutes, it is extraordinarily difficult for GAM to defend no matter what the game state was. They're going to go for a last-ditch effort here, and my goodness, even Mark is doing way too much damage. Knight picks up the double to start this one off. We're going to have one for Jackie Love here as well. Kiaya does manage to get Tien, but it's just not going to mean anything this time around. TES are going to destroy GAM Esports here. It is 100% a shellacking in TES's first game here at Worlds in the group stage. GAM Esports, I mean, the opposition was definitely a tough ask. It's a tough loss this time, but I think that we're going to see some better things from this team as the tournament goes on.
100%, and especially, right, looking at TS, a lot of people are going to be like, okay, LPL's second seed. Let's remember, they brought JDG to 5 games in summer playoffs twice. Like, it really feels like that could have been interchangeable in terms of who was coming as a stronger team, so very hard test for GAM, And heck, one mistake was kind of what threw it away and allowed TS to just steamroll the rest of the game.
And I'm really happy with what you mentioned earlier about people remember the highlight moments, the one JackeyLove play that he made that lost in the game. But I think JackeyLove was also a really large region of why they were there in the first place, why he did get
he did a great
the 5 games. Exactly.
And also, like, if JackeyLove hadn't have made that one error, right, we could be talking about the fact that this is TES, the first seed from the LPL, right? Like, we saw the best of 5s between those two teams, and they were extremely close. Some of the best of 5s of the year, to be perfectly honest. And this is a team that we really need to recognize as almost like one of the 2 top teams from the LPL.
And it also goes to to the point that even though those dashing in, that could throw away the game, that can cause them losses. Those are the plays that also set TS up for success. Like, their aggression is one of their it's a double-edged sword. It's one of their strengths as well as what could be, you know, their biggest weakness.
And on the other side, for GAM, still smiles all around. I think you could expect this coming in as GAM as well, going up against Top Esports, having seen what this team could do domestically. And I would be shocked if GAM doesn't bounce back in the next couple of games that they will play. This team has shown, I think, a lot of resilience, both on a personal and on professional level. So maybe if it isn't top, that'll be enough. Unfortunately, yeah, Top Esports just looking like Top Esports domestically.
Yeah. I mean, there was that one level 1 play that looked fantastic from Levi, but unfortunately after that, things certainly went extraordinarily quickly downhill. But I think, like you say, I think GAM are just super psyched to be back, to be perfectly honest. We saw that on their faces, and it's just fantastic to see. And this is honestly the moment where they lost the game. So if you're in the VOD review, coach is like, just don't do this, right? There's not necessarily a lot of the other tape that's relevant here for GAM. However, it's definitely relevant for TES and for the teams that are going to be facing this team in the future. Because, man, I thought that Siva Yumi was a late game decision on the bottom side. Not the case, apparently.
No, just able to run away with that bottom side. And again, just a lot of, I feel like as the days go on, getting these meta takeaways, things like the Poppy.
How did he do 30k damage?
This game wasn't long enough for that. I mean, no. The craziest part, which isn't that crazy, Mark's damage compared to, again, like Wayward, TN towards the top. Mark's literally almost matching Knight in damage.
I mean, is it still surprising that Yumi does way too much damage? I don't think it's surprising anymore.
You know,
yeah.
It shouldn't be, but it always will be.
I was very worried after Plains, because last year Plains, Yumi had 10% presence, was a little higher this time around, but then as soon as we got to groups, it was 96. I'm very sad to report that the same thing seems to be happening here, because it's not the most popular of champions.
Yeah, I wonder whether it'll just do the get through once a day when people tend to forget just how broken this champion is if you let it through. We saw it happen yesterday with T1 getting the Siva Yumi. This time around, JackeyLove and Mark doing similarly just repugnant things to their opposition with the pickups, and honestly making it look even more busted. Yeah, if 29.7K in a 24-minute game as Siva is illegal. That is just 100% not allowed.
No. And again, it just goes to show that strength that JackeyLove brings. He's in a player that you can count out even if mistakes were coming through in the LPL.
Yeah, a phenomenal debut for TES. But we're joining Shox and Top Esports' own Knight for our Verizon post-game interview. Take it away.
Thank you very much. After that performance, of course, we had to grab the mid laner. Knight, congratulations. First up. Secondly, I saw a Champions Queue game where you actually ended the game 33-3-8, and it was versus Kati of the Marines. How much confidence did that give you in this matchup?
那首先恭喜你们今天非常漂亮，获得了小组赛的一个首胜。第一个问题要问到的是，其实有注意到你在超级服的时候是打出了33-3的一个完美战绩，而且是正好面对到对面的一个中单卡体，所以说这会不会给你一些自信呢？来到今天的比赛。
其实还是有一点自信的吧，就那盘可能杀得比较爽，就比较有自信。
Definitely, I would like to say that's really built a bit of confidence on me because I really smashed that game.
You did, indeed. When it comes to Ari, I was really happy to see you pick her, but she was, of course, nerfed back on 12-17 on her charm. But what place do you think she has in the meta right now?
那今天也是非常开心，你是拿到阿里这个英雄，但是阿里其实最近在12.17版本是有进行一些小小的削弱的，所以说可能当时拿出来的契机是怎么样的呢？
可能就我个人比较喜欢阿里这英雄吧，就其他人都没玩，就感觉就我还是可以玩。
So I just say I would like to prefer this champion. Maybe other mid laners they will not like to choose her, but she will always be the pick that I can pick on stage.
Okay, it worked out here very, very well. Now, Knights, when it comes to the LPL, you had another fantastic year, and I think a lot of fans are waiting for that big international performance as well. What are your aspirations at this year's World Championship?
那其实 Knight 也是在 LPL 有着非常亮眼的一个发挥。那现在来到世界赛的舞台上，来到国际赛事的舞台上，有很多的粉丝期待你能有一个非常亮眼的表现。所以说，你对这次世界赛这个国际大赛的一个展望是什么呢？
这次世界赛就我们团队都非常想拿冠军吧，就调整好状态。
Our goal for the team is we would like to get that trophy. We would like to be the champion. So we're going to try our best.
Wonderful. Have to start with this group, of course. We've now seen the first look at this group with the other two teams, DRX and Rogue as well. What is your general thoughts about the group and the strongest teams that may make it out, including yourself, of course?
那其实今天也是你们这一小组的一个首次亮相嘛，你们打完了比赛，而且之前也有看到另外的2个对手也有打了一个 BOE， 所以说到现在来讲，你觉得可能你们组里谁会是那个最强劲的一个对手呢？当然包括你们自己，觉得谁会是最强的？
我觉得这组我们肯定是最强的，我感觉肉哥也非常强，就想和肉哥交手一下。
I must say. LoL Esports ourselves is the strongest team in our group, but also Rogue is still a very strong team, so I'm very looking forward to play against them.
That'll be a great match. Thank you very much, and thank you as well. Wendy, we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it's our last game of the day, JDG versus Damwon. Don't go anywhere.
Flash there from B to start this one up, but the final chapter's fantastic. First blood to be picked up for Jackie Love of all people, and they're not done there. It's a double for Knight and a double for Jackie. Now the fight is on. Steadfast Presence again getting amazing value. Wait, it's going to be taken down. It's a double kill. The resets are coming forward for Style, but Knight says absolutely not today. Last-ditch effort here, and my goodness, even Mark is doing way too much damage. Knight picks up the double to start this one off. We're going to have one for Jackie Love. TES are going to destroy GAM Esports.
Behind 21 epic days of epicness. Behind 1 billion hours of dropped jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends World Championship 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
I wanna see the world now, baby, let's go. It's nothing but green lights ready to roll. Only you, you're the one that I want. Only you, you're the one that I want. You got me feeling so free. Got me feeling so free. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We'll start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We'll start walking.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, what? Run me my money. Run me my money. Run me my money. Yeah, yeah. Big bad money maker, working hard for all this paper. Check my stats, I'm kinda major. Can't nobody do it greater. I can make your body rock. I'm the boss, I call the shots. Doesn't matter what it costs, baby. No, I got it. I'm forever popping like the hot grease in the pan. Gotta make them understand. I don't never need no man. I'm a INDEPENDENT chick. Yeah, you haters think you slick. Got it all, never fall. I'm the one they always call. Spend a stack up at the mall. They say I'm the greatest, y'all. I bring all the flavor, yeah. I bring all the heat. If you ain't trying to get money, baby, you can have a seat, yeah. Run me my money. Yeah, run me my money. 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 Yeah, look. They don't want no smoke, cause they know I got the vapor. Keeping all my jewelry on me tighter than the taper. I be on my ballin' tip harder than the Lakers. Do nothing for low, I don't do no favors. Came from the bottom, busting out the bag. I'm the girl you never had, never will and never have. All these suckers know I'm bad, know I'm lit. Make these haters wanna quit. I don't want no things you got, not even a little bit. Face pretty, game tight, make you get some act right. Play me once I catch a flight, money Himalaya height. Got no time to be polite. Get these broke men out my sight. If you got the cash, baby, we can leave tonight, alright? Run me my money. Yeah, run me my money. 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 Run me my money.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022 in the final game of the day. It's going to be a certified banger between LPL's JD Gaming and the LCK's at Damwon and Kia. The LCK Titans put on a clinic yesterday versus G2, and Vedius right here, he wanted to take a look at their early game in Neighborhood Tactics presented by State Farm. Vedius, take it away.
So I wanted to talk about how Damwon approached this game, and already in this early game, you're going to notice how Kellen gains control of this brush in order to force the flash out onto the bot lane of G2. The whole game plan here from level 1 is to force out as many summoners from this G2 bot lane in order to create this sense of pressure to make this Caitlyn Lux difficult to lane. Then comes the pathing. Canyon pathing towards the bot side of the map to both cover and look for gank opportunities. He was kind of dismayed by the fact that, okay, Jankos is spotting me out, but then he sees this as an opportunity, and what you're going to see him do is actually recognize I went out in this 1v1, and then with this information and with this opportunity that Kellen is going to use to go in onto the bot lane, they're going to create some pressure on the map, and you're going to notice on the minimap as well, Canyon is going to use the Fog of War to move over the wall and kind of leverage this darkness to not be spotted as he attacks the bot lane. But all of this is in mind of we need to shut down this single win condition of G2 and attack them as much as possible. A little bit of time goes by, but in this window, they find the gank. And yes, this trade ends up only being a 1-for-1, but it doesn't matter because the damage is done. The summoners are burnt, and now G2's primary win condition is much harder. So, okay, this is the first step of Damwon's master plan. How do they then translate this onto the rest of the map? And this is where you start to see the coordination come in from Canyon, Showmaker, and Kellen. And this is really where it starts. Here, they need to push out this mid wave to give Showmaker the opportunity to reset and go back to base. But if you have a quick look at the minimap, you'll realize that Caps is only just now coming back into lane. So there's this window with which Canyon can use this pressure in mid lane, along with the pressure that they have in top lane, to invade in the enemy jungle and get information on where Jankos is. So even though he's not going to spot any blue buff out, he knows that the blue buff is going to be spawning soon. He spots out where Jankos is, and that's enough information to disengage. Everyone resets, and all of a sudden, the plan then comes back into motion. Canyon's going to go back through his jungle, clear out that. The bot lane is going to get pushed in, and once again, Kellen is on the move. And you can see it's very reminiscent of what made Damwon so successful back in 2022. This constant coordination between support, mid, and jungle. The way in which they constantly control the vision, limit the options of their opposition, and in this window, they use that opportunity to attack caps. They brought that pressure from bot into mid, which they then translate into a blue buff steal. And all of this game plan comes from the fact that G2 had a narrow win condition. Damwon recognized that, and what did they do? They limit and suffocate G2's early game options to prevent them from really doing anything. G2, Yankos said it in the interview earlier in the day, which is that, like, we felt we were straight up outplayed in the first 8 minutes, and you see on your screen what he was talking about. It was phenomenal early game dominance from Damwon across the board.
I mean, Canyon, to see him playing at the top level, I mean, or to see him kind of finding his form back at the top level, alongside a meta that seems to be moving and shifting directly into Damwon Kia's favor, not just Canyon, but Showmaker as well, makes them a formidable force. Of course, they got that done against G2 yesterday. Today, their opponents are the LPL champions in JDG.
Yeah, LPL #1 seed, 1-0 in the groups already. Not the most consistent team.
True.
But definitely a team with a very high peak. They had so many best-of-3 series go 2-1. They had so many best-of-5 series go all the way to the 5th game. So definitely an extremely powerful team, but you never really know what if they're going to roll a 3, a 6, or a 9.
What I think is impressive about JDG is the way in which they find ways back into games. Because as an organization and as a team, this roster has only found success this year. They constantly win. But whenever you talk to analysts, they're like, yeah, you don't really believe that they're going to win up until they actually do. And yesterday we got to see an example of that. Even though EG was in control, look at how they controlled the vision around the mid lane, and then they found this brief opportunity to find a really effective engage that EG was just not expecting at all. And this is JDG in a nutshell. Shaky early games, inconsistencies in what you kind of see, but this is the constant, their control of the vision and their ability to find picks and plays across the map to come back into games.
I love that, though. Like a lack of cleanliness, inconsistency, and then the enemy nexus falls. You know, they just it's
keep
so
winning.
Interesting how they do it, but that kind of speaks to what you were talking about, Jad, all year long in their home region. You know, 2-1 series, not clean best-of-5s, and so you would expect a similar thing to happen here on the world stage. Of course, best-of-1s is where that can be more dangerous. You don't get all 3 games to prove you're the better team in a 2-1 situation, so you got to get it done first time out here against Damwon Kia if you want to lock up 1 seed out of the group.
And one thing I hope we don't see is Sejuani versus Maokai in the top lane, because I really, really want to see Nagari and 369 just flip a top lane matchup. I mean, 369 coming into Worlds, perceived by many to be the best top laner in the world. Nagari, former world champion, had a bad year last year on FPX, was actually not even the starter for much of the summer split, but when he has arrived at the end of the summer split for that regional qualifier, they looked a lot better, and you know he still has it in him.
I cannot wait to see how 369 levels up through the tournament. That interview yesterday where Shox asked him to rate himself on that scale, he goes 9 with room for improvement. I'm like, that's the top of the the scale. Yeah. That's it.
So you
already maxed out.
But you say
the
that there's a
scale.
10 there? And we just haven't seen 3-6-10?
3-6-10. He's renaming for next year. Let's see if he can get it done against Nuggery as we head back over to Chronicler Lyric and Atlas for the call, our final game of the day.
Thank you so much, Dash. And this is, of course, Atlas, and Atlas, based on the hairstyles. Yep. That's what we're going for here, to make sure that the camaraderie will survive this matchup here. Because based on the results today, Damwon Kia kind of feeling like our last hope. And yeah, JD Gaming are pretty powerful just in general. You heard it from the desk. But we've also been seeing it this year, and they do it in an eclectic way. But that's sort of...
I love it.
Damwon's way too.
I think the desk nailed it perfectly. JDG is always, if you're an adrenaline junkie, you will love JDG because you never know how they're gonna win, but they somehow end up getting there.
Is that adrenaline junkie or anxiety junkie? Like, I imagine that like Emily Rant really likes this team, right? Like as a KT fan. But immediately we are going to get LeBlanc banned away, and into the draft here. JDG, what's the answer going to be? We're hoping Yumi's banned.
Yes.
Something like Caitlyn's band, right? Yeah, Nidalee.
Oh!
Yeah,
Inspired debuted this, and I imagine Canyon's probably been playing a lot of it. He's got a skin on this particular champion, and has been very, very good. I don't really
buy it. No, and,
I don't buy it.
Coming into today's matchup, we were talking about it, right? The Desk highlighted the top lane matchup, which I think is incredibly hype, but the jungle matchup as well. Kanavi versus Canyon. I'm incredibly excited to see how this one's going to pan out. Kanavi especially has been leaning on some of these carry junglers as well, but the fact that JDG showing respect to things like the Nidalee is quite impressive.
Yeah, the Jack's going to be banned away here as well, and I think that was to try and get an opportunity to have a pretty comfortable Aatrox first pick. That's going to be denied. Also, the bottom lane wide open right now. We know that Damwon doesn't necessarily like playing through that one, and of course, JD likes sticking towards that top side a bit as well. But I've seen some pretty phenomenal plays out of Hope, so this might give some options here as far as this bottom lane pull, especially a certain cat that does reside on a certain book the majority of the time. Oh dear.
I think it's happening. And if there's no B1 Aatrox available, you might as well go B1 Yuumi. That is what we have been seeing a lot if it is open.
Oh, all right, thank goodness.
Thank you.
Caitlyn is up. We'll have a look to see whether her presence is going to continue to be extremely high.
I'm also really curious about things like the Maokai. That's something that I don't really expect Kanavi to play. I'm interested to see if Damwon Kia are able to pick that one up. Graves as well. You think back to 2020 when Damwon was able to win Worlds and JDG was a standout. Both Canyon and Kanavi were such superb Graves players. But we've had the memes all day about just pick Maokai if you want to win. And once again, people gonna listen to James Dash Patterson.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we might have a tank matchup in the top side of the map. The Graves, as you pointed out, does seem to be an option here. We can, of course, still see the Maokai being flexed. And if you haven't seen Canyon all year, barring maybe a specific clip where he kicks a Sivir, you might be thinking, it's good old Canyon. But this is a player that actually has struggled a lot domestically and didn't really look like himself for the larger part of the year, not coming back up until a later stage as... I'm not going to talk about it because I would. It's too much pain.
I don't expect it to be locked in, but just giving the nod to the Canyon Karthus, I think is fantastic here for Kanavi.
The one thing is that normally you might see Canyon, you might think carry junglers, especially in this current meta, but I wouldn't be surprised if it does end up being the Maokai for him specifically.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was Showmaker. I'm expecting Maokai to be the enter flex here, but probably not going to be the case. Yeah, no Nidalee option to go towards. It's all right, Lilia still exists. You can go towards that one. Kanavi already showed us that the Karthus could come through. There is Varus being picked up, and I find this absolutely hilarious. The fact that Damwon Kia debut on the world stage, and they play both of Ghost's champions. Dr. has been playing a heck of a lot of Aphelios, of course, known for that one in the past, and it is going to be Varus and Renata being considered for now and will be locked away. This is a lot of control of that bottom lane, but Renata not necessarily as powerful as she was a few patches ago.
Especially considering that you are picking both of your bot lane champions in blind. I kind of do like the Varus against what JDG have picked up because you at least have the potential to play from the range with your Q. When JDG have already set up to want to play kind of the range game with Damwon locking in that Maokai. But now JDG maybe wanting to change gears, and they do. Hope actually going towards the Kaisa.
And I think JDG also feels a little bit cornered in here, because if you don't pick up a bot laner, then Damwon Kia will get to spend 2 bans and secure a very comfortable bot lane for Dr. and Kellen, who haven't really been the power, the strong bot lane, and I think a lot of people were coming or expecting coming into the year. Of course, Ghost and Barrel were very good at respectively soaking and engaging, and it wasn't until playoffs, and this is a recurring theme for Damwon, that they really started to find their mark. As JDG, they don't trust that Maokai, they don't know where it's going to go, and Nuguri had such a good game on the Camille that the ban makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I think especially for JDG, when I feel like they are going to be looking to opt into a tank topside. You have a great, you already have Graves, Kaisa, and Azir. We know 369 going to want to look to be that front line, so if you're going to end up on something, whether it's an Ornn, if you're going to dig deep and pull like a Scion or a Gragas or something else, I like taking Nuguri off of some of these matchups that they can punish.
Yeah, and you know, Trundle, Ornn, things like this, still available at this point in time. That tank route that you talk about is still something that can be attacked and augmented with that Trundle pick potentially. We'll see whether it is going to be locked away. Gragas being banned is a beautiful nod to one of 369's champions of the past as well.
And the Gangplank going to be taken away here from Noguri. So probably his two most noteworthy champions to be banned away, but does leave a lot of things open for both Canyon and Showmaker, depending on where this Maokai is going to go.
Yeah, now I'm really wondering if JDG wants to R4 an Ornn.
Yeah,
because with both the Camille and the Gangplank, that's kind of what you're signaling towards. It would create both the opportunity for Kai'Sa to dive in deep if you do find the backline knockup, or it creates a nice front to back that you can use to find a lot of power with either your Graves or with your Vizier.
Yeah, and also just incredible into both Varus and the Renata in my mind. Both of their like CCs pretty close range. And for JDG as well, knowing Missing, wanting to opt into something like this, it feels like anything's going to be a little bit rough into Renata, who loves when champions jump into her. But for JDG, really just lacking out on that engage.
And I love the trap that JDG have set up now, because as Damokia, are you going to count on them picking Ornn, especially 369, who I think with a counter pick is incredibly dangerous, or are you going to take a risk and blind pick something where you might get punished really hard if it doesn't end up working out?
Yeah, this is, I think, a really tough one for the side of DK, or if Canyon would be willing to pull a bit of an interesting champion out in jungle. I've seen some people like bringing back Kindred into Graves and solo queue, or if they wanted to go any type of route like that, but no, we're going to get Showmaker on the Taliyah.
Oh, are we? Because, of course, Canyon and Showmaker have been flexing that one around a lot. Of course, Taliyah in the mid lane definitely has been pretty popular, often an answer to Sylas and things like that, something else that was up and available. They do take magic damage again. It is going to be a difficult situation as Noguri, this was the champion that he played in playoffs. He was fantastic at it. Didn't actually have very many games. But Renekton, not exactly the crocodile that he used to be.
Hear me out. There's a triple flex here.
Yes.
Because you can pick Renekton mid.
God,
you can pick... Wait, they don't know who's going where. We've seen Showmaker literally pick up the Renekton mid. They can go, depending on matchup, either for Taliyah jungle with Renekton mid lane, and if they like the matchup, then you can flex around. The Ornn is picked up here.
So the only thing that we know is that Taliyah's not going top lane.
Yes.
That's it. And there's Varus, Renata.
And we have a bot lane. We have bot lane champions.
Yeah. So let's see exactly where this goes. No surprise that the Ornn was locked in here, and of course JDG, formidable composition, engage from basically everywhere outside of the jungle, so the setup for Kanavi going to be absolutely fantastic. And as it turns out, it will be sort of the standard option here as far as where the champions are allocated, or at least that's what it looks like for the time being, as we are going to tick down to the time where they have to confirm the lock-ins, and there they are.
And I think, you know, regardless of where the champions end up going, one like takeaway you could have is that Damwon need to get ahead in the early game. Like, Damwon have this composition that has a lot of burst, has very strong laning phases, wants to snowball and get ahead. You already hit on for JDG that it's a lot more well-rounded. The scaling, of course, is there. The ornament's going to come online later. So Damwon going to have to push the pace in this one to find a lead over LPL's #1 seed.
Yeah, there's just not going to be a whole lot of damage if big advantages aren't found in the early stage of this game. We saw this happen to EG in the match earlier on. This is going to be a very, very difficult one for Damwon here, I think. I think JDG, fantastic drafting just in general. So many options they can play so aggressively and so much late game insurance. But Damwon here have been our most successful team thus far here at the World Championship. Looking good yesterday, and we'll see whether they can continue it here today. You can't count them out even when things look dire, as here we are on to the Rift for the final game of the day.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
We're beelining towards the bot lane here.
Yep, oh dear. Is Dr. going to check it? I hope not.
JDG were able to find successful level 1 yesterday up against EG. So it seems like that, I mean, knowing again, best of ones, this is a great way to find these advantages and try to pull ahead into wins. But sadly, well, sadly for JDG, maybe not sadly for you guys, DK not going to fall for it. But again, interestingly enough, you look back to 2020 when Damwon did win Worlds, they were seeded into Group B with JDG. I mean, both things being repeated here.
That's true.
I appreciate you. We need some support after we're 0-2 on the day.
Yeah, and also don't apologize for siding with JDG because we kind of outnumber you as far as, regionally here on this desk at this time.
I've already said LPL always sacrifices teams at Worlds. Like, we can sacrifice the others. JDG, though, are the one that I cannot sacrifice.
Yeah, no, you want to keep.
Yeah.
And in fact, you probably want to keep all of them.
I mean, yes.
Yeah. I like how EDG also had just like an absolutely phenomenal game last time around, but they're not going to be the ones, as we are going to see a little bit of biffo here towards the bottom side. Dr. and Kellen trying to get a bit on their side. Showmaker pushing in here in the mid lane. So early game, we're looking at Damwon Kia, so much onus on them to make things happen. Of course, Canyon can get ganks done in the early stages, but I think even if they do manage to get a few ganks to work, if Kanavi just hoovers up the jungle and JDG manage to eventually stabilize like they're known to do, it's going to be a real tough one for Damwon Kia.
Yeah, the key thing here for me is how many jungle objectives Damwon can stack. Because I do think that, barring the mid lane specifically, they should be able to not necessarily punish. I don't think Ornn into Renekton is a matchup that is unplayable for the Ornn. You need to respect, but generally you'll get through the laning phase very, very nicely. Even saw it counter-picked at times when Renekton was a really high priority pick. But when it comes to the first couple of objectives, Damwon needs to get basically a Drake or two, and a Herald is, ooh, can you think Kanavi gonna meet?
Yeah, I think Kanavi was just spotted after he quick drawed over that wall. And Canyon also, vision going to be available on the Maokai, who has his pajamas at the ready. Going to clear out that ward as Kanavi scoops his way over. Showmaker able to get himself out of the way. A little bit early there for Yagao, I think. Showmaker gets himself out, no flash required.
And what we see there as well is an adaptation from Canyon. Didn't go for the pot as, ooh, Kanavi.
Canyon lying in wait. The stealthiest tree.
Just gonna let him walk by. I mean, if he like stayed or started walking towards bot side, you look at Damwon's bot lane, they're the ones pushing, so would be able to punish.
Yeah, gets around the corner. Yagao with the first roam from this mid lane. Threaded volley comes through here from Showmaker just to try and frustrate him as Canyon with one of the boughs of the tree. Going to take down the shellfish here on the bottom side of the map. Now just going to transition up, see whether he can grab two of them for the price of one.
Yeah, Canyon making sure that Showmaker can get in the back here. Showmaker, of course, kind of under pressure after the early movement from Kanavi. And Canyon just making sure that his mid laner can safely make his way back to the base. His second crab gonna get picked up. Canyon, of course, did spend a bit of time as a little bit of a cheer for the crab.
I think it's better than ward kills, to be perfectly honest. I think cheering for crab kills, absolutely fine. Huge fan.
Look, because cheering for wards is just so...
It's iconic.
And it's just chaos. It's just like pure joy. Crabs, I mean, crabs are actually in game pretty cool. We saw, you know, NA loving to go for that one for years and getting memed, but...
So you don't like it because crabs actually have value, but wards don't.
Exactly. Well, I mean, I guess wards do have
value.
Well,
I mean, they have a ton of value, but in the immediate context of the game.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, well, I didn't know that about you.
Well, Canyon is...
Oh,
did he just stop that back? He did. Wow, okay, but Dr. and Kellen also moving up the river. Can they get more? There's the flank twisted advance. Still going to follow you, Kanavi, unfortunately. Quick draw going to be up, but there's another flash here. There's the 1, 2, 3, and Dr. gets first blood.
It's the flash twisted advance outplay. Can't get away from that one. Point and click. No problem for Canyon, but the real kicker of the play, of course, the cancel of the back.
Yeah, just great coming out from Canyon. Kanavi spending so much time in bot side river, despite the fact that the DK bot lane has had prio pretty much the whole time. It was also one of the only moments where it looked like Showmaker also did have prio in mid. And we're gonna see here, Canyon is able to force him out with the sapling, and then I love it.
And read him like a book there as well. Just knew that he was going to start channeling the back immediately, and already has the bottom lane rotating up.
Great junglers, think alike, Canyon knowing exactly what he'll go for. And then, I mean, Kanavi not flashing instantly, just that like little bit of distance Canyon's able to follow through, and then Duckdom, great flash over the wall to finish it off, and get this Forest off to a strong start.
Well, great start here so far, but we already said this before, right? If you're a Damwon Kia fan, don't get too excited just yet, because they're going to need to find even more advantages than just this.
Yeah, there needs to be a sizable lead for Damwon, not just in terms of kills, but they need to actually turn these kills into objectives. Early Infernal Drake, incredibly high value for obvious reasons, but an early Mountain, even an early Cloud, I think, can have quite a big impact as Kellen is going to walk it off. And I've seen Damwon Kia get 10k gold leads and not be able to close out a game this year.
Yeah, I also remember a game like that. Cullen's gonna have to flash here.
But look at
Underneath the
Showmaker.
turret, yeah, Canyon also rotating over. Is the Weaver's Wall up and available? It absolutely
for
is.
people.
In he goes. There is going to be a fantastic Bramble Smash to get missing out of position, but Yagao. Empress Divine missing also. Flashing himself out of the way. Doctum gets 1 kill, but that is not going to be enough to even out this play. JDG moving to the kill lead.
Yagao with the huge Empress Divide matches the roam timing, scoops up 3, and Hope the big benefactor of the play.
And that was such a good read from JDG, because with the Talia ultimate, I think Damwon Kia thought that they had more time, that they could get the kill on Missing and or Hope before the actual collapse would come through. But as we can see here, look at that. Both Kanavi and Yagao are already in position, and Arel, this early on, especially with Kellen not having any damage and Doctum not being a part of this play as that scoop comes in, there isn't enough damage.
Yeah, just so clean and as well, like with the angle that Yagao came from, just completely separating the Varus from being able to put out any DPS, or maybe they could have tried to find a little bit more on the JDGs from the JDG side.
Yeah, and it was even worse than that. Doctum just straight up wasn't there. So we were talking about lack of damage, right?
Yeah.
Like in the early game, Doctum has a lot of damage, but he needs to actually be present in order to achieve that damage. So not actually able to get enough to lock down the kill onto Missing. He did eventually go down, but honestly, man, what an amazing opening play here for Yagao on this Azir, and that has really brought JDG right back into contention. Damwon Kia is still going to have some control of the map and are going to be able to take this first Rift Herald, see whether that can get them some semblance of control.
I think overall nice by DK knowing that they have control of this top side. Nuguri has just been pushing in. We can see 20 CS lead up there for himself, so hopefully can use this. I think ideally you'd want to use it in the mid lane since you are going up against the Azir. And heck, it actually looks like he might look for a punish with Yagao not having the flash.
Ooh, and if JDG actually pick up this early Drake, which right now is looking like they are, I think that's a colossal win for them. Because if you look at their composition overall, even disregarding JDG's tendency to find angles in mid to late game team fights, getting an early Drake can buy you so much time down the line when you look for an additional item spike, when you want to hit those later levels, just by the virtue of Damwon not getting soul as Navi shows bot side.
Into the line going to come through. Does a little bit of damage there to Doctum, but otherwise not going to find too much. As here towards the top side, we're going to check in on the Ornn versus Renekton matchup. Riveting one, in my experience. It's not necessarily so far, like you said, 20 CS advantage. That's the notable part, but it's just going to be pretty much a wet noodle fight, as 369 just going to be weathering the storm until he straight up outscales Nuguri and gives his friends a whole bunch of really cool toys that are worth a heck of a lot of money, and it's very, very cool. Missing going to have to crash his way down out of this lane. Canyon moving in, as we're going to see some more fighting here in the top lane.
Yeah, that's, I think, the ultimate from Doctum being gone is quite big as 369.
Yeah, Call of Forge God does come through. Oh, Big going to come in as well, as 369 decides he's ran out of buttons. Doesn't need to worry about that. Magnet Storm here towards the bottom side. All right, Kellen going to get bailed. Oh, there it is, but it's not enough, as Hope is going to punish him immediately. 1-for-1 here in the bottom lane as Yagao once again on the roam. Support his bottom lane.
That was actually a TP coming out from Yagao, so ends up being a 1-for-1, but the fact that DK are able to pull that Summoner, pretty good for them. Showmaker still having the Weaver's Wall as well, so if DK can get into a position where they can set up a play on the spot lane, you now potentially have a world where Yagao isn't able to follow.
And we have seen games for Damwon Kia where Doctum can 1v9 as an AD carry, but usually they're on a Phelios.
Yeah.
And I think as Varus, having the Renata still gives you a lot of leeway, but still a single misposition when you don't have flash, Yagao scoops you and you're in deep trouble.
And we also have to remember that this is, you know, Kellen's Renata as well, definitely his best champion of the playoffs, but this was pretty fantastic engage, and Kellen got extremely lucky to be bailed out right at the last second there, and Hope just going to be able to lock him down. So 1 point in.
Yeah, but now we're going to come back onto the map. And, you know, we've been hitting a lot on the spot lane because 3-0 and Varus, Doctum huge right now, but Nuguri as well, able to finish his Gore Drinker already. So we're starting to get to the point at this 1 item mark, now even Immortal Shield Bow picked up, where DK are going to be on their power spikes and looking to force a lot of these skirmishes. We already hit on now, no TP for Yagao on one side. We still have Weaver's Wall up on top of things like the Ghost. And you can see right now on the minimap, DK all grouping up around the mid lane.
Well, Yagao could be in a little bit of trouble. Shelly going to pop up, see whether she can collect some plates. Now Kanavi going to get his hand shook. That is not the one that he wants, not the greeting he was looking for anyway. As Shelly is going to be able to get on in there. I believe it was just Canyon that picked up the plate gold, but it's Maokai, best champion in the universe. And he is going to be able to make good use of it. Now, 2 minutes on this Drake. This bottom side river, not exactly the most valuable, but getting control of movement towards that bottom lane is what Damwon are looking for.
And with the mountain being the next Drake as well, Showmaker.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide going to come in here as Showmaker is going to put down some rocks and should be able to dissuade Yagao from chasing after him. And that's exactly what's going to happen.
I thought that was going to be more exciting.
He pressed Ghost.
But it wasn't. Well, he did, yeah, but he spelled it, so...
Yeah. On the minimap, it did look like Kanavi was starting to make his way up, and, you know, maybe then you could find it. But yeah, it seems like pulling the trigger just a little bit too early, but still a lot of action coming out so far in the side lanes. With Dragon coming up in a minute. 369, what are you doing?
Yeah, he's going to find it again here as Polar Forge God comes through. Great knock up. Noguri going to throw the open. He gets hit by the turret and has to flash his way out. Slice and Dice going to be up there, but getting the Summoner spell as the Ornn at this stage of the matchup is certainly very good work for 369.
That's super, super big because, yes, 369 uses ultimate, but they were next to without Flash and Dominus. In the upcoming fight, if JDG do choose to contest, way less scary.
I mean, especially if Nuguri did opt in just going for a reset and then either being in a position where he has to lose his wave or like maybe you TP back and you can't go to the fight. 369 finding that was huge, and a lot of that coming down to just a slight overstep of Nuguri taking that turret shot. I think he would have been fine otherwise. But still, Dragon coming up in 20 seconds. JDG have just finished sweeping out wards on the bottom side, so right now they do have some pretty nice control.
And looking at the item spikes, Damwon has a composition that ideally is an elite. Showmaker just not finishes his Liandry's, which is very, very big. Also, I'm pretty sure Canyon's going to go for Demonic Embrace based on what we're seeing right now. But overall, JDG is barely behind, thanks to Umbroglaive being a very cheap item, a lot of kills being available for Hope. And as I say that, it looks like JDG's like, no, we can give it the one Drake, and especially with the early thrill they picked up, I think they're fine.
The one game buffer definitely very, very important here, as we are going to get another Hextech Soul. That is another really big one. This, if Damwon are able to keep control, this is one of those Drakes that can allow you to make up for a comp deficit as far as the late game, but they still have to be able to take all of these Drakes. And as we said before, there is that buffer here for JDG. Could come back to bite Damwon. Speaking of biting Damwon, once again, Noguri in a bit of trouble here as he slices, dices, gets himself to relative safety. Remember, no flash available, and there's another great Emperor's Divide. The Dominus is going to be up, but 1 versus 4? No, my money ain't on Noguri, and he's going to fall down there. Canyon offers him some little cats as Shirley up and available here, 14.5 minutes, and Damwon still thinking about finding more. Voidseek comes forward there from Hope. Going to be answered by the piercing
teleport.
Over the wall goes Kanavi. Flash out from Doctom. Has to heal as well. It's missing. Not going to be able to find his way in here once again. A phenomenal goal of the Forge God. But it's going to be a great hold out from Kellen as well as diving on forward. Is Canyon gets himself out of the way. Health bars are so extremely low. And Showmaker, he still has the stopwatch. In goes Canyon again. What is this? This champion's busted, but not busted enough to take back JDG as Noguri is going to turn up. There could be 6 Damwon deaths in this fight, but Kellen not going to fall, and Noguri not going to find any prey this time.
That team fight was honestly just absolutely crazy. I'm speechless at how back and forth it was. JDG wanting to pull the trigger because they have man advantage with the TP, but Damwon fighting back and actually even gonna end up ahead with this turret coming out from it. But I just want to start off by highlighting the TP coming in. JDG really want to force this one out, but once DK blow the initial summoners and the Unraveled Earth comes out, it looks like a really hard play to force.
And then, as Hope goes in, it looks good initially, but Kellen coming through with the ultimate, able to buy so much space, and then this is where it gets crazy. Because already it looks like Damonkey has on, then Yagao goes in, looking for a hero play again. He flashes the Twisted Advance, and then Canyon just is able to stay alive for a little bit longer because of the bailout.
And the thing is, JDG had the highest champion kills per minute in the LPL. They were our most bloody team. Even in a situation like this, we're like, hey, they can outscale, they can play to chill. They are Nuggery, yeah. Not able to find the impact he hoped for.
Everyone else is nice and relatively... Sure, Canyon does a little more, but come on, Nuggery.
He took mid lane turret.
I mean, what Nuggery did was one cull the Meek and died, and then the team fight happened. It's not very fair that they even put that number in there, to be honest.
Well, he tried at the end, Atlas. He was there for round 2, but no one else was.
No, exactly. He asked everyone, and they were like, we're tired. Nuggery, you're a bit late.
They all said they were going to come to the party, you know, and Nuggery shows up in his fresh clothes, and no one's there.
He's got his salt and vinegar chips. He's coming in there. And
he's ready.
Nuggery, it's 3 a.m. What are you doing?
Please leave.
Yeah. Well, 369 here towards the bottom side now. Things a little bit upside down as far as the top lane matchup. 369 just really feeling like he's turned this one around. And I wouldn't hesitate to believe him. As even after the Bramble Vest comes in, that's when you really start to feel good as the On in this matchup, and definitely demonstrating that he absolutely does.
I will also say, though, I mean, looking for the side of DK, right, they were able to pick up the Herald off of that. Demonic Embrace did come through, so for the side of DK, there really isn't much of a front line. You're really just all-inning on burst and the damage able to come through, which I feel like sets up even more so for them to, like, find picks, try and just supplement this advantage that they're hoping to find, again, at this stage in the game.
And I do think that as much as I favor the JDG composition overall in terms of execution, if you misstep against champions like Taliyah, like Maokai, and like the Renata specifically, everyone outside of Yagao actually is fairly limited in terms of range. And JDG, I think, is always going to be a team that is going to hit that kind of skill floor that you need to be this tall to ride the ride. But if they do make a mistake in the mid-game, give up a shutdown on someone like Hope and give over a Baron, I think that could possibly break open the game for Damwon. And I know that the goal's even, but with the drafts the way they are, that's kind of how it feels.
Yeah, it does feel like the onus is on Damonkey to make the moves, but I like that you bring up the fact that if JDG do mess up with the moves that they're making, it's not necessarily going to work as smoothly as you may otherwise think, especially with absolutely zero separating these two teams here as we crest the 19-minute mark. JDG moving on over 9 seconds on this first Hextech Drake. Damonkey not wanting to give this one up as they throw down the Rift Herald as well to be a nuisance as they look to get control of this bottom side river. JDG staying together as a team. Showmaker off to the side, checking all the flanks where they can. Noguri just being frustrating as he's going to now also move into Fog of War, try and stop JDG from being able to secure this. Damwon together now, Noguri on the flank. JDG gonna have to pull the trigger here because Shirley's also doing some work. Canyon gonna steal this one away. And Damwon, I mean, yeah, Noguri pressed the Dominus button, but you can just back away now. It's all gone your way.
I feel like JDG had to be way more decisive about that fight. Like you just said, on Shelly was put down. At that moment, I feel like you either force the Drake or you decide to back off and stop the push.
Especially with the tools they have. Missing, Flash, Magnet Storm available. JDG can even go for a non-committal engage. Just throw out that Ornhorn. Because I do think that giving Damwon time with his composition can actually backfire. Showmaker, even though he hasn't had the biggest impact, quite fed right now. Add to that Canyon with this build actually does do a lot of damage with the saplings. You might run into some issues if you are a little bit too slow on the trigger.
Exactly. I feel like Damwon's comp, even though we're kind of hitting on scaling for JDG, is like an AoE death ball, right? If all of JDG are grouped up, it's like Maokai ult, into Kellen's ult coming out, the AoE damage from Taliyah, arrows just being sprung at you from Duckdom. So definitely JDG gonna have to be careful, but they're not being careful right now as Kanavi wanting to try to force something, but all of DK are here.
Oh boy!
9 getting the Hextech flank on here. Teleport to come forward from Yagao, and Damonkey there in a dicey position. All right, the tree's going to be able to flash to get himself out of the way, and that is going to be a rare miss from 369, especially this game. Damonkey safely out of there, but not going to find anyone on the retreat.
still for JDG. I mean, TP match for TP coming out from Yagao is EK now wanting to turn. I mean, both of these engages just looking so forced coming out from both sides, wanting to find some kind of avenue available when they feel like the other team has overstepped. But JDG with first turn on mid at least might get something out of this.
Yeah, we'll see, as that is going to be the flick back onto Kanavi immediately. He flashes to get himself out of the way, and once again, it's another great escape. We are just trading these back and forth. Everything's being defended.
No committal. We're only gonna make it look exciting.
I
We're
mean,
never actually gonna do anything.
They're trying to commit.
No action.
They're committing, and then when you commit and the other one runs away, I mean, it's not your fault.
They're
still committing.
Yeah, but TPing into the enemy jungle. What else could they do? But then they commit, and then you run away.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, it's a counter commit.
So nothing happens.
Yeah, but if they're committing, you're like, well, no.
I'm not feeling like that.
No. We're the ones that are committing.
369 just, dashed in, committed, and, now he's flash and commits away.
Committal was a mistake.
Committed the flash, absolutely. And that was what I was going to say. And it would have been a bit on the nose, so thanks, guys. You saved me from that one. As 369 also going to escape. That is how this one works.
You still said it.
No, of course.
You have to do that to yourself, Atlas.
That's what I do. It's the shtick. Showmaker will be able to take the turret, so here we go.
Still
there
trading on both sides.
And that's true.
Never
mind.
Even when we get past this Yagao, they actually might be able to find this on Canyon.
Yeah, Canyon in a bit of trouble here, taking a lot of damage. Hope with that Canyon rain, making it work. That is the tree falling down.
And this is a problem that Canyon has had all year long, has been getting caught out in crucial positions. Looks like JDG at the very least gonna get a favorable trade, get themselves a free kill, and pick up a mid lane turret, kind of opening up the map and making it harder for Domon to move around.
Yeah, and it's going to be one of those things now. I mean, again, nearing closer to Dragon, JDG having some nice vision set up on bot side. With resets needing to come out after them pushing down bot lane turret, finding that kill and needing to start picking up items, I wouldn't be surprised if JDG want to start posturing towards mid and again just keeping their hold over bot lane there. For the side of DK, though, it seems like they still have the tools to try to find fights if they want to. Canyon as well finally just picked up his mythic and now does have a bit of a tankiness behind him to support that weight.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yep. He has the rest of his team there as well. It's going to be a better situation. And so just going to have to keep up with the diligence when it comes to understanding information that you have at your disposal and not putting yourself at risk. Okay, Weaver's Wall to come through yet again from Showmaker. They don't manage to get 369 over that wall as the Berserk's fantastic. Kanavi's going to get pushed to his doom, missing off to the side. It's actually going to get checked here by Nogari. 369's going to go down. It's a double kill for Showmaker. What timing as well? There's 30 seconds on the break, but Damwon Kia have Baron in their sight.
Exactly, they can just turn on this one so easily. JDG do have some damage up, but I feel like DK are in such a good position.
They're gonna make their way over to Baron.
Yeah, looks like they're gonna give this one up. I mean, there's no smite available here on JDG's side. Damwon Kia with the man advantage, couple of members available, and they don't even seem to mind about the fact that they're just leaving this Drake because they can use this Baron now to get an insurmountable map lead.
And we saw there, Showmaker, he's the one that's been looking for the angles. Looks like this Drake gonna get given over, but Damwon Kia, they're running in.
I absolutely told a lie. They are 100% fighting for this one. Nogari secures Soul Point, but can they actually win the fight is the question. Nogari says no, and Canyon says, well, I guess I'll leave. The Kitty Cat Brambles do come forward. He decides that he wants to engage, and he realizes actually just had no way out. So therefore you may as well go in.
JDG find 2 kills, but Damwon just got a Baron. They're on Soul Point. I feel like they're in such a good position. Gold might still be even, but it feels like the tools are there once these members are up to try and force. JDG can try and make something happen with man advantage, but there's really nothing they can do against this Baron.
And Canyon going in here, finding the smite, absolutely huge. The one downside, of course, is that with Kalin, as far behind as he is, with the Hextech timer, I don't think Canyon ever gets out. The fact that Nogari also is drawing attention, nice to create space for Canyon, but also means that he will end up going down. The upside, of course, for Damwon is there is no Baron because they got Baron.
Yeah.
So even with jungler and top down, there isn't really a counter punch for JDG.
And that's what's been happening this whole time. It's been equal counter punches over and over again. Unfortunately for JDG, this time they do manage to achieve the same counter play, but there isn't sort of the counter takeaway to be taken this time. And even though the gold is extraordinarily even, I mean,
it's a lot of layers.
Yeah, there is a lot of layers. This game is an onion. We'll see whether this Rebel Baron power play is going to get above that like 250 mark, which we're seeing it sit at right now, because the gold is still extraordinarily even, has been this entire time around. And with the fact that Canyon and Noguri went down there, it does mean that that Baron power play that you were talking about not going to be available because JDG took control of the wave.
Surprisingly enough, Damwon actually going to opt into trading sides. They have Duckdom pushing in the bot lane. He might be able to get this turret to find at least something for DK as JDG try to prevent it, but still JDG just having too much combat power right now. And we might be very close to another fight.
Yeah, everyone's coming on in here is all right. Kellen, can he survive? The answer is yes, but he has to use the flash, takes the blast cone to safety as well. As Canyon, if he stole the blue buff with that, I would have written a formal complaint, because he's been stealing away too many things so far this game. Damwon here, 2.5 minutes on this Hextech Drake. So not so much to fight for, but Noguri moving up there towards that top side, and he doesn't have a Baron, but does certainly have some damage if left alone.
And even though this is a very underwhelming Baron power play, will be a little bit better with Damwon finally getting this turret inside. But the key thing, as you pointed out, Lyric, is that that Drake was taken. And getting a Hextech Drake with a Taliyah and a Fett Varus, I think can really turn the tables in terms of how we look at these two teams fighting against one another in the later stages of the game. If Yagao and Hope are basically, or rather 369 and Mist, are forced to immediately engage no matter the situation because of the poke that comes through, and they do it into a Kellen ultimate, that can be a big problem.
I also think another thing it sets up right is an earlier Elder Drake coming through if DK are able to pick up Soul, which then will put them in a point where it's like, hey, we're not getting to this fight when JDG has an Azir on like 5 items, more Ornn items coming out, and then potentially if DK can win a fight then, it's like, cool, you have Elder, you just push on through, you can end the game. But I mean, we've seen, right, JDG are very willing to force and fight into DK, so I wonder if we get that far.
Yeah, there's a Weaver's Wall. Is going to be able to blast cone his way over it. The flick not going to connect there. He's just looking to walk this one out. All right, the Cats are going to march on down, but not going to be too much to get out of it. And in fact, the ults out of Canyon haven't necessarily done much.
But still, I mean, Kanavi's flash just came up. Let's remember the fight that DK won in mid was because Kanavi had no flash when that engage came through. JDG answered back on mid, but I think if DK can keep finding these summoners, I mean, their composition has so much CC to punish.
Like the setup here from JDG, take control of the bot side jungle, but they are going to have to look for a back. So I think for Damwon there is an opportunity here if they do want to go in. Of course, with saplings, it becomes so much harder to maintain a tight control of the jungle, and got a feeling it might all come down to this up-and-coming fight, because even though the timer for the Hextech Drake is only 40 seconds, if there's a little bit of slowdown, the Baron is going to come up. So whoever wins the next fight, if it's decisively enough, can also turn that into a Baron.
Yeah, and we look at summoners on both sides, right? Kellen doesn't have his, so that's a point of punishment. We just highlighted Kanavi, though, on the side of JDG. And Hope wasn't able to finish off his IE. He just backed and picked up the components for it. But still not there is Yagao.
Yeah, okay, just going to be Hextech gating around. They're looking to try and lock down Noguri. There's the flash forward from Missing. The rest of Damwon are going to turn up. The Brambles are going to be there. Noguri flashes, not able to escape that one. But is the same going to be true for 369? And yes, it is. Once again, the amount of evenness in this game is just comical.
It's just crazy. I really don't know what's going on. JDG trying to force their way into the bot side for Nuggery. It just happens to be the time DK are walking through.
But overall, I think it's JDG that's favored because both Doctor and Kellen weren't able to find our ultimates.
Yeah,
4 versus 4.
He's managed to find Canyon here, missing over the wall. He could be the big one. That is a phenomenal interruption. Not able to steal that dragon away, and Canyon will be taken down. This could be the advantage that JDG need to secure that Baron.
Exactly, it's at the perfect timing. Baron just about to come up on the map.
Unless this flick happens. Handshake's pretty good, but Missing has the best item in the game, as Brennan Valdez would say, in the stopwatch, and does avoid death.
Noguri does have teleport available, though, so does 369, so gotta imagine Damwon Kia. All or nothing here.
Teleport. 5 members alive here for JDG. The Baron going down extraordinarily quickly. They're not able to secure it. It's not going to be smoked, but still, it is there for JDG. And now 369 not able to find that one. Doctor trying to kite him out. JDG not getting the fight, but they got the Baron, and that's the main thing.
So close to actual kills, but in the end, as you're saying, JDG is the one that gets the big wins. Get the Baron, get themselves the Drake, as Kanavi throws out an ultimate.
Look, Call of the Forge God almost up for 369. I feel like this is why JDG are still posturing around.
Canyon's back.
Yeah, Canyon is going to be here, but no Chains of Corruption now for Doctor. A lot of Summoner spells blown in those exchanges as well. And finally, we have an almost relevant gold gap between these two teams. It's probably made up for by the fact that there is, you know, Hex Drakes and things like this, but the Baron's certainly going to be helping JDG for now.
Yeah, there's also Ornn.
Yeah,
and,
that's true.
And generally, when one team has Ornn and the other doesn't, it doesn't make the equation easier.
It's all of those cool toys that he gives.
Yeah, and he's been giving out a lot.
Yeah, I also want to highlight as well, the IE actually finally is finished up for Hope, so he's incredibly large right now. And even though a ton of summoners were burned on both sides, look at JDG's 2 carries. Yagao and Hope still both having their flash up, so they feel, looks like they're feeling incredibly feisty to try and find some kills.
And as Hope gets stronger with this build for Docdom, it's very, very strong on the 2 and 3 spike, but it doesn't scale nearly as well as full damage into the later stages of the game. And I'm wondering if, even with a possible Lord Dominix, if that's going to be enough for him to actually get through the front line that JDG has available. And I think Damonkia's comp might be on the verge of running out.
Yeah, this is the thing. We already spoke about the fact that there was sort of an expiry date, but Damonkia are going to try and ignore it here as the Ornn comes through from 369, then makes his way out with the Searing Charge. Canyon once again throwing it out to an ultimate that's a little bit optimistic. JDG not going to get caught out by anything at this stage. Relatively successful defense of this inner turret at this stage, however.
That was
Ripple
45 though.
Power play, 2.6k at this point in time, the biggest so far of the game. Yagao sets up the Sun Disc in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think JDG, very smart, having Yagao push that whole time. It now opens up for JDG to take bot turret as they pulled some pressure from bot side, as DK having to answer back in mid.
And it looks like with that Drake not going the way of Damonkia, with JDG now picking up a almost 4,000 Baron power, Red Bull Baron power play, I don't know unless we see another misstep, right? Kanavi going too far forward, someone getting caught in a play from Showmaker or off too far in the side. But at this point, I feel like JDG should be in a prime position to just slowly and carefully close this game out.
And this is why I said, like, being a supporter of JDG, being an adrenaline junkie, or I guess an anxiety junkie as well, because you always have a feeling they're gonna win the game. They're just gonna, they're gonna bring you on a ride for them to get there.
Lyric, I remember earlier today, you mentioned top esports knack for finding defeat where there is only victory. How's that for JDG?
I think it's the exact opposite.
I agree.
That was in the lesson that he had before.
I feel like JDG,
well, that was the
team where it looks like they shouldn't win and then somehow do it, is Atlas.
I was expecting better from you, Atlas.
It was on my test. And that was my test from earlier. I thought this was the exam.
We matched your hair.
Well, you guys passed your test as well.
Aww.
Thank you.
Time to see if DK can pass their test, which is surviving the onslaught of JDG. Luckily for them, a ton of wave clear coming out between both Varus and Talia.
Yeah, and also the fact that they don't have very much range. Chronicle, you mentioned that earlier on as well with the Kai'Sa. Siege is not necessarily something that you can do, and line wave clear is a term that we invented based on Varus, I think, because he does manage to kill them while they're conquering it.
I see the angle. For Docdom, we go to 50 minutes. I hold that thought. That game might end very, very soon.
Canyon's taking a lot of damage. Yagao is just huge at this point in time. Okay, ulti comes through, and in goes Hope, but Twisted Advance, he is going to be there. He has to flash immediately, and Showmaker just says no! It is available! All right.
What is this?
I thought the 369 had the coolest escape.
Hope! It almost looked like he threw it away, but the Hex coming in clutch.
But do they get Drake off of this? Do they get Soul?
I think they do.
I mean, Hope has Hex Tech Gates. They got him out. Maybe they can get him back in.
Yeah, well, looks like he's going to try for it now as he's going to make his way out of the base.
Make it.
Yeah, this Drake is up and available. Damwon Kia are together. The Phalanx has been put up.
But look, DK, so many ults not available. They're very close, but that's why they're not able to just outright force this right now.
Yep, Kanavi on the flank here as well. Voidseeker is going to find Canyon, who's below half health. Decent defensive play here from Damwon, but that's not what they need. They need to try and find a way to stop JDG from denying this from them. All right, Searing Charge going to be there, but 369 still feeling like he needs to invest the flash. Ulti not going to find any joy at all here for Canyon. And there goes 369 now. The flick's fantastic. Another Searing Charge going to be there, but he's denied by locked on that kill as well. The Rel's going to be taken, and Noguri still up and alive. They dive forward. Oh my god, the AoE is just absurd. And there is no hope for Damwon here.
JDG pulling it back. After DK were able to find a couple kills for themselves, they have a wave in bot side. They're going to look for the push.
And what a banger to end the day. In the end, it comes down to a smite 50-50. A fight that first looks on for JDG, then for Damwon, and then JDG again.
This is definitely the best game we've had so far today. Back and forth does not do this justice whatsoever. And JDG, the LPL first seed, prove exactly why as they destroy Damwon Kia's Nexus. What an extraordinary performance here from this team.
Honestly, both teams, like LCK versus LPL, always finding a way to deliver. We said it a few times on Cast that these guys have matched up before at Worlds. JDG able to pull ahead of the day and doing it, it feels like the way they always do. Outplays in team fight, just extraordinary. I don't even know how to put it, Chronicler. So many moments, like you said, back and forth. It's the smallest of details deciding this game.
The commitment and counter-commitment, I think, is what's happening here. And the denial of a team being able to do what they want to do. That's what was happening this whole time. Everyone had the answer for all of the options that were being thrown out. And it was just a beautiful display of League of Legends here in this game.
It really was, I think, the ebb and flow that made this game so exciting, where even though Damwon, as they have done many times in the past, fought beyond what looks like the expiration dates of their composition, still finding angles, still finding moments, but then that escape from hope. The fact that, if I'm not mistaken, he ended the game deathless on Kai'Sa. In a back and forth like that, I think super impressive, because if he dies there, I think Damwon win the game. Like, if he doesn't Hextech away, they get, at the very least, the soul, and then they might be able to push for the end.
I gotta say again, just him ulting in straight to the Maokai, all of DK being there, it should have been over. Rift coming in so clutch.
Yeah, it was just, I just couldn't believe how extraordinarily close it was. And we iterated before that it was a game where JDG outscales or something. I just don't think that that's a conversation even worth having if you're going to have this level of answer and the mastery of the composition as well on both sides of this match.
So it is 11 p.m. here, and I would be happy for 4 more games to be played right now.
I was about to say, like, we're going to get to game 2, right?
Yeah,
This is LPL and LCK, right? Yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah, well, we're going to stick around, and if there are more games happening, hopefully they're going to let us cast them. As, man, Hope, like, he was the quiet achiever in this game. Because honestly, so much of this, we were yelling about 369 making great escapes, Yagao having all of these extraordinary Emperor's Divides. But slowly but surely, Hope just picking up all of these kills and doing so much consistent damage, then having that amazing escape in the end, and then killing the entirety of Damwon Kia.
And I'm actually very impressed, because I was kind of afraid for Hope in this meta, where it seems like there are more like playmaking AD carries coming in, because Hope's positioning in teamfights has always been superb. And when you have other members giving him the space, even if it's not a champion like Kai'Sa, which I don't really associate with Hope, he's able to take full advantage.
And when we talk about killer instincts, we also got to talk about what Yagao did, because he found a couple of incredibly high value early and late ultimates. And if he doesn't get that early play where they keep the game even against Damwon Kia, I think there's a good chance that they do get the snowball that they're looking for. That didn't end up working out. And as a result, I mean, the game was still incredible, so I'm pretty happy.
Do you know what the most difficult thing about this game is? Is trying to pick the OP player of the game. Like,
yeah.
Who gets that? Is it Hope, the quiet achiever, that manages to win the last team fight that was the most decisive in the game? Or is it Yigao for finding these extraordinary Emperor's Divides throughout? Like, man, I just want more games like this. And I love Worlds. It's just all so good. But if you can't make it to San Francisco for the World Final, you can catch the conclusion to a year of competition on the big screen at select theaters near you. Use that QR code below to grab your ticket. And you definitely want to do that, especially if one of these two teams are there. But also, if any of the other phenomenally performing teams so far today. I mean, we had the EU 3-0, and then we had this extraordinary game at the end. What's to expect for the rest of the game? It's 2 days in, guys.
This game was so good that it almost made me forget that we went 0-3 today. That's how incredible it was. Until I reminded myself. No, but from start to finish, that was one of my favorite games in tournaments. Simply incredible.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me, though, Chronicler. I really appreciate it.
Hey, that's actually Atlas number 2.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Atlas number 2. Well, are you on number 2? Never mind. While we sort that out, we're joining Shox and Kanavi alongside our translator, Wendy, for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much. What an unbelievable game. And I've got Kanavi here with me to talk about it. And of course, the first thing I want to ask is about that last deciding team fight. Talk to me from your perspective about the difficulties in that team fight and how you guys managed to win it after all.
首先，恭喜你们获得了这场比赛的胜利。第一个问题要问到的是最后的那一波团战，决定性的团战，当时可能比较难处理的点是什么？你们当时又是怎么去应对的呢？
其实团战的话，大势有益吧，所以我感觉我们也觉得有点烦，但是我们就觉得开起来就能赢，就我们辅助跟上路是坦克吧，所以跟他们说你们随便卖就行了，我们会收割。
To be honest, around there, we feel the opponent's drop can be a bit troublesome in the team fights, but our top laner and also for the support, we have 2 tank champions. So we just told them, you can just throw yourself into the team fights to be the front lane, and after that, we'll easily get the win for the team fight.
Oh yeah, Hope was also fantastic in that. Now, when it comes to the World Championship, you're back after 2020. How do you feel you have evolved as a jungler since then?
从20年参加世界赛，然后到现在重新来到世界赛的舞台，你觉得你自己的成长和变化是什么呢？
我的成长的话，因为中文实力变强，然后跟队友沟通也好，然后跟队友配合也好吧。
So in these 2 years, definitely my Chinese proficiency improved a lot, and also we were able to have a very good communication with all the teammates, and we were able to have a very good synergy as a whole.
Yes, incredibly impressive, I have to say. Of course, famously, you decided to stay in the LPL after being on loan from Griffin. How important is it for you to put up a great performance for all of the LPL here at Worlds?
那其实从格里芬出道以来，其实卡纳维选手也是选择一直在 LPL 嘛。那所以说，你觉得在这种国际大赛的舞台上展现 LPL 的风采，对你来讲意味着什么？
其实我现在打 LPL 吧，然后我是现在来到这个世界赛，其实有点紧张，而且压力也很大，但是会表现出来很好吧。
So coming here representing LPL in this Worlds tournament, definitely I feel a bit nervous and I have a huge pressure on my shoulder. But definitely I'm going to try my best to have a very good performance to show to all of you.
Absolutely. And finally, today was not the best day for the LCK. They actually went 0-3, whilst the LPL went 3-0. What do you think about these results today?
那其实纵观今天的赛果 ，LCK 是0-3未能获胜 ，LPL 我们是3-0，3场全胜。所以说有什么样的一个感受？
其实今天的话，等于就是 LPL 的 party 吧，都 LPL 的观众都很开心。
So it's definitely the party of LPL today.
I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you also, Wendy, for the wonderful translation. All day, party in the LPL. That's what we love to hear. I guess fantastic performance by them today. And we are heading over to Worlds Cooldown.
Thank you so much, Shocks. What a treat of a game that sixth and final game was. It was JDG that comes out on top, but both of our teams showed up. This just felt like two heavyweights that were just trading blows back and forth, man. It just felt good to watch.
Dude, I loved how close this game was.
Yeah.
And Alice said it was like hilariously close. Like, yeah, both top laners die and the Dragons are still equal and they're just going to fight at Baron again. And just how willing both teams were to fight the entire game and how close each successive fight was. Just a joy to watch.
It was a pleasure. This is what we love Worlds for, right? That international competition, especially when you have LPL versus the LCK. And it's one of the things as well where we have to remove seeds because, sure, while it is the third seed from the LCK versus the first seed from the LPL, it just doesn't matter. A lot of time has passed. These teams have changed a lot, and I think we got to see a lot of what makes both of these teams great. Smart map movements, great approach to the game from Damwon, but the mid game from JDG, the way they control vision, the individual playmakers, the positioning in team fights, it was truly an incredible back and forth between two of the best teams.
And honestly, thank you for saying we should remove seeds. Like, seeding is important to get teams into the tournament. But once they're here, throw all of that out because it's really about how the teams adapt day to day. And in best of ones, as we know, anything can happen. You already said it. The teams were trading blows back and forth, but there were plenty of individual big brain moments as well. And we didn't have to wait very long to get one of them. This is nuts.
This was so cool.
Catching out Kanavi with the sapling in the brush says, you know what?
He's probably over there.
Fishy's going on because I've got that crab in the river. I haven't seen Graves. See, the crab dies right then, but I haven't seen Graves walk through this crab, so he must be basing over the wall. And then, because of the push that the two laners have, mid and bot, able to chase him down. Flash Maokai follow, early kill given over to Damwon.
Alternative pitch. Canyon has X-ray vision and can just see through walls. That seems like a more plausible explanation to me.
I would say they're equally plausible.
I agree.
Right? And we can't prove we can't prove that it was one or the other. So I'll leave it up to you at home to decide. But that was just the beginning because, as we said, this was letting two boxers loose in the ring, basically saying, "All right, you know, fight fair, sure. Fight within the rules of the game, but just keep going at it. And we're not going to ring the bell."
droid pad, so I have to take advantage of it.
I love Vedius and his draw.
Yeah, so let's look at this first team fight that was incredibly close because it starts off with an engage from JDG with the TP flank coming in from behind and the collapse into this choke point. But you're going to see this line drawn in the sand right here for Damwon and how they use this to turn it around because the ultimate from Kellen is going to come out here, force them into this narrow choke point, which gives Damwon a great opportunity to come out ahead in the fight. In this initial, getting the first pick, and then the disengage, leveraging the tower as well to play on the backside, but then the re-engage from JDG, Yagao goes in, and just look at the health bars. It is so incredibly close throughout. It ends up being a 3-for-3. Nogari then rejoins the fight at the end.
So funny.
And then it comes to the next team fight later on.
Yeah, this final sequence was actually so crazy. So first off, you have Hope making the escape over the wall, and it's Hextech Drake is up. The soul is alive. So now it's all about like how quickly can they get over here. They can get there pretty quickly. And what's interesting here is we know JDG is stronger than team fights. So they actually make a conscious choice to zone Damwon out from this dragon as 369 goes in, essentially kind of giving up his life in this fight. And a lot of teams say, okay, we deny the soul, let's reset for later. JDG is now in a 3 versus 5. And what do they think at this moment? They get a ton of damage off on the Graves, but watch the angle of Yagao flying in and Hope still having ultimate and all 5 people disappearing as we roll this through to the end.
It's just beautiful.
Kai'Sa ult because of the knockback, not to mention Kanavi on the bot side taking all their health. It's actually a 5v3 ace in like half a second.
I don't understand as well how Kanavi lives for so long too, because he's just tanking them on the front line, but the way in which they split that fight up, almost creating a 3-pronged pincer attack onto Damwon, it was incredible to see.
I want mic checks for those two fights because I want to understand who's actually making the decision that these are good fights to take because they all are being, you know, they're all literally on a knife's edge. The idea, that first replay that you showed, the 4 members of Damwon each were at 10% or less health.
It's ridiculous.
10% or less. And they're like, yeah, let's stick around. Let's stick around. Let's play on the edge of this.
So I would imagine both teams are saying, yeah, it's a good fight.
Yeah, it's probably
because
true.
they just believe that they're going to win. That's how they got this good in the first place. They just take them so often, and that's why they're so good at winning them.
Yagao with like the 2 health Zonias there as well, setting up for the Kai'Sa ultimate. Just absolutely stellar, brilliant play out of both of these teams. Of course, only one can win, and it will be JDG. And so as we take a look at our standings, they now have sole possession of first place over there in Group B at 2-0 with Damwon Kia and G2 Esports just behind them. G2 having taken a win off of Evil Geniuses today. Fnatic sitting pretty 2-0 as well. Basically, the story of the day, if we want to break it down regionally, is 3-0 for EU and 3-0 for China. I mean, what a brilliant day for those two regions.
I mean, it feels great. I mean, I've got to say, to start off the day, to watch Rogue have a convincing game like they did. Sure, there were a couple moments that were a little bit shaky, but to see Odoamne, especially after last year, where he was getting demolished by Khan. He played the Grays versus Jax matchup, both sides of it, and he ends up being solo killed in both situations. It was not a great tournament for him. He wanted to prove himself on the international stage once again, and to start off like this was a great debut for him, and Rogue right behind it.
DRX had so much momentum coming in, winning first place in their playing group, but they drop in the first game pretty handily to Rogue. G2 versus EG, 6 or 7 in a row. It's actually only one in this tournament, but it was such a dominant game pretty much from start to finish. Flacket shows up huge on the Aphelios, I feel like, in this game. Caps also got incredibly fed on the Sylas, and EG was just kind of running all over the map the whole game, not doing much.
Yeah, a lot of question marks, of course, still for North America, but Europe, they kind of round out with Fnatic being able to take down T1 as well, and I think that was really where a lot of question marks were coming up for Europe. Okay, sure, you can win those first 2 games, but can you really bring it to T1? And
can you beat Faker?
Well, yeah, can you? And it turns out that they definitely can. Humanoid is having the tournament of his life right now, and Razork, a player that I did not expect to show up, the man that I thought would be kind of usurped at the beginning of his tournament run, has only continued to prove himself here on the international stage.
And this also was kind of the beginnings of the Poppy dominance as well, right? We saw a couple Poppy games today that started to pop off, wondering how that's going to affect the jungle meta. But as EU went 3-0 today with one of those wins coming over NA, it's time for us to update Mr. JoJo here.
I'm going to update the birds.
I'm not going to be caught defacing a bald eagle. So
will you carry the birds?
It's taped to the top of the. It's taped down so that it can't fall.
Give me the pen.
So you're going to have to do it. So we had G2 over EG today. So you get to add a notch to EU. Well, that you're okay.
Yeah,
so that's
I'm
just
updating that one,
yeah, and then
so now we're at 3-3.
I believe we're at 3-3.
Wait. So the Fnatic one was already added.
I'm going to wait for official confirmation before we Sharpie a 4th on.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. So when we get official confirmation, we'll update. We'll add another if we need to. But I think 3-3.
It's a good thing you're about 6 feet tall. Otherwise, that would have been hard to draw.
How'd you?
That's an inside joke.
Yeah,
that a lot of people aren't going to get.
He's 5'10", 6 feet, somewhere in that range.
Listen, we're going to move forward very swiftly. I'm not going to stay on this topic because we've got to talk about some other things.
Since when do you run the dev?
Since right now. We're going to talk about Azir because we think that this champion is probably at the beginning of the day. We talked about how we thought Maokai was going to be super strong, the flexibility of AD carries. But we have to talk about Azir. The Emperor of Shurima was something that domestically across the world, many teams thought was strong. But between the regional playoffs and then Worlds, the champion was nerfed. His W got hit, his E got hit, and everyone was like, okay, he's not going to be as strong. But then the rest of the world said, well, I say Europe and China said, well, you know what? We actually think this guy is better than you might think.
Yeah, and we'll have to see as the rest of the tournament progresses if it's a chicken or the egg. Like, was it Azir that was dominating, or was it the mid laners that were playing the Azir today that were dominating? I tend to think that everything was nerfed, including Azir, and having the mid lane prio in most matchups, as well as having good scaling, has just been so incredibly important in this day of games.
You know what's going to happen? Ryze is going to come back.
No.
It's going to happen.
No,
it's going to be Azir versus Ryze again.
I'm pretty sure that champion is dead. I'm pretty sure.
I'm telling you.
Isn't he sitting at like a 40% win rate or something like that?
Yeah,
solo queue,
but that's solo queue, bro. You know it's Ryze, okay? Pro play, 100% win rate.
Oh, that was pretty.
It was overall. I think we all agree like that Azir seems very strong.
Yes.
The question is how will the adaptation come through? Because I think the expectation was you can do one of two things. You can either pick the LeBlanc / Akali into it, and while you can struggle a little bit in lane, the amount of kill threat you have at level 6 is so big that Azir then doesn't get to play the game.
Yeah.
Or you can match his scaling with something like a Victor or an Orianna, which honestly we haven't seen a huge amount of. We've seen a little bit of Victor come out here and there, which really just hasn't been as effective. So we'll see if more answers can come out from the rest of the teams, given that Azir right now seems to be the king of mid lane.
Orianna, looking at you, Cloud9. Let's see. We'll see. It is also important to note that as we show those Azir statistics, those are from today. He did take 2 losses yesterday, so it's not like it's complete dominance across the board, but it's just kind of showcasing a trend for that champion and how we do think, especially as better teams get their hands on him. He's just such an insurance policy to the late game, right? You saw what Yagao could do there in the end, both as a playmaker, but also as a primary damage dealer. That's the conclusion of day number 2. We got 6 more games coming your way tomorrow. Let's take a look at what we got. We got GAM Esports and Rogue kicking off the day before 100 Thieves go up against Gen G. Edward Gaming will take on Fnatic in the 3rd game of the day before we hop on over to Cloud9 versus T1. Royal Never Give Up versus CTBC Flying Oyster, and DRX versus Top Esports to close out the day. So, man, these schedules are just incredible.
So I'm gonna say, Flying Oysters is honestly the game that I'm probably the most looking forward to.
I'm 1,000%.
Well, of course, you're the pizza oyster guy.
Yeah. Dude, world domination. I'm on this train until they get knocked out of the tournament.
They started strong against 100 Thieves, and it's one of those things where, like, okay, was that just, you know, NA not having a great start to the tournament and then them looking good, or is this Flying Oysters being actually much better than we originally thought? Because coming into this tournament, I was like, guys, this is just Machi. Do you remember Machi from 2020 where they went 1-5? That's pretty much just what this roster is, but I was wrong. Shun and Rest with the addition to this roster, ooh, they're spicy. I'm excited. I want to see what they can do against the MSI champions of RNG.
Yeah, I love moments where Vedius is wrong. I live for those
Which
moments.
did not happen today.
I live for those moments.
He was really right today.
It's a good point. I'm kind of glad we're not putting all the predictions on record, because otherwise Vedius's head would be up through the roof right now. That's
where that extra foot comes from. You know.
By the way, we did confirm it is 3-3 in EU NA, so we have properly defaced JoJo for today. We're going to shut down this arena. We're going to go home. We're going to get some rest. We hope you do the same, because we're going to be right back here tomorrow for 6 more games of action. So on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you here tomorrow for more Worlds. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other. Good night.
Welcome back for more group stage action here on day 2. After finally conquering the LEC, they are here to take on the world. Presenting Rogue. From Korea's LCK, please welcome DRX. Dangerous image across first, the flash, the foe! And first blood for Cop. Welcome to the World Championship.
Guys, look at them, look at them.
Can we kill? No, I think, guys. Just Shut up. Shut up. Oh, nice, guys.
You have actually fallen for the trap. I appreciate everybody. I would never do this.
Let's go! EG! JoJo!
We win the
Kill set.
Yeah, just kill front. It's fine, bro. It's really fine. Like, we really fight them here. I'm gonna chase with you. We can chase.
More damage across JoJo's shield, and JoJo will drop. Blacken stays up, saved by his mid laner, and they're gonna get Kaori now as well. Everyone's gonna run away or die, maybe even both.
We win this. Stay together.
I keep going.
We win so hard.
I can flash the Aphelios. Look at Aphelios, guys. Aphelios stun.
Nice.
I got him. I'm behind you.
I'm on Akali.
One.
Let's go!
Nice.
Sven has to flash out, but does manage to do so. Emperor's Divine slides in, and Scout picks up his 5th of the game. Aiko is the one that picks up the kill in the end. The Catfish, not exactly that tanky right now. Flash does Mako, and Flandre is gifted another one. Flash there from Beer to start this one up, but the final chapter is fantastic. First blood to be picked up for Jackie Love of all people, and they're not done there. It's a double for Knight and a double for Jackie. Last ditch effort here. And my goodness, even Mark is doing way too much damage. Nine picks up the double to start this one off. TES are going to destroy GAM Esports. Yeah. Oh!